അല്ല ഇതുണ്ട്. Good morning to all of you. So I am very happy to welcome you all to the Indian Environment Congress organized by Center for Environment and Development in association with GIS India, Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, and Swiss National Science Foundation. Our formal inaugural session will be conducted at 12 o'clock. The Honorable CM has informed that he has some urgent meeting, so he will be reaching here by 12 o'clock, and all other ministers also, all other dignitaries. So now we have very tight program for the next 3 days. That is why we are now starting the first session. The inaugural session will be conducted after this session, and the first session is a very important session as far as this Indian Environment Congress is concerned. Our topic of the Environment Congress is sustainable waste management, challenges, potentials, and innovations. So under this topic, the most important section is actually the how the solid waste can be managed in our place, the strategies and framework to be adopted, especially with a special reference to Kerala. So the first session is related to the strategy and framework for solid waste management with a special focus to the state of Kerala. The presentation will be done by Mr. U.V. Jose, IAS. He is the Deputy Project Director of Kerala Solid Waste Management Project, a major project started implementing in Kerala in our 93 ULBs. So he will be presenting along with Mr. Dilip. Dilip is the team leader for the technical support cell, a technical support consultant for this KSWMP. So Mr. Jose and Mr. Dilip, they will be presenting on the subject, strategy and framework for solid waste management in Kerala. So after that, we will break for tea. Then after tea, we have to assemble here by 11:45. 12 o'clock, CM will reach. This is the program for a morning schedule. So I request Mr. Jose and Mr. Dilip to come to the dais. And this session will be chaired by Mr. Alex Varghese. He is the IAS. He is the Director of Urban Director, as well as he is Director of Amrit, and he is also the Director of Impact Kerala. So he is the right person to chair this session since the entire urban local bodies are coming under him. So I request Mr. Alex IAS also to be to chair this session. Please. Sorry, one more chair is there. Dr. Ajit Prabhu, my friend, he is a joint director in the State Council for Science, Technology and Environment. And he is a CED man. I can say he is a CED man because he used to be with us in all programs, not only for Environment Congress, other programs also. I welcome Mr. Ajit Prabhu is also to this session. And now the dais is.
Friends, very good morning to you all. As Dr. Babu Ambata said, we are running short of time, and as such, we have the presentation, and it's supposed to be in the afternoon, as the CM's program has been scheduled towards 12 o'clock. We have a reschedule of our time. So, with regard to our session, as most of you must be knowing that we have been in the trajectory of the path of growth in India, as such is the trajectory of growth ever since 1990s. And synonymous with the economic growth, there is a tremendous growth being registered in the middle class income, which in turn is causing pressure on the urban scapes as well. With the rise in middle income, there is tremendous pressure on consumer goods, household items, in terms of tourism, hotels, textiles, massive computerization, etc. As such, the urban infrastructure had become scarce, and the government of India has rightly started some programs to initiate action to address these issues. In our state also, the situation is not so different as compared to other states in the country. We have an urban scape, literally meaning from Kasaragod up to Trivandrum, extending up to Trivandrum. Here also, the exceptional middle class growth has led to pressures on the urban, especially in the infrastructure in solid waste and liquid waste management. So, with today's session, we have three speakers. We have three sessions. That is a strategy on municipal solid waste management in Kerala. This has been handled by Sri U.V. Jose. He is the presently Deputy Project Director of KSWMP, and will be assisted by Sri Dilip Kumar, Team Leader Tech Support KSWMP. And this will be followed by two more sessions on solid waste management in Indo, challenges and sustainable solutions that will be handled by Sri Siddharth Jain IAS, Additional Commissioner, Indo Municipal Corporation Madhya Pradesh, and one more session, recent technical advances in solid waste management. This session will be handled by Sri Digvijay Desai, Procurement Expert, PwC, PMC, and KSW. I've been also directed to introduce the speakers today. Mr. U.V. Jose IAS. He is selected as Indian into the administrative office from the non-state civils category from the select list of 2014. And he had worked as district collector at Kottayam and at Kozhikode districts, and held various posts including Director of Tourism, CEO Life Mission, Director of Information and Public Relations Department, Special Secretary Local Self-Government, etc. And successfully led the management of NIPH Nipah virus epidemic in Kozhikode as district collector, completed unique heritage restoration projects of the SM Street of Kozhikode, and varied experiences in research, engineering, planning, development, project management, and top administrative positions in multiple sectors. I'm happy to introduce before you this exceptional leader, Sri U.V. Jose, IAS. He'll be co-assisted by Mr. Dilip Kumar M, team leader from the SWM expert, TSC KSWMP, and he's a Bachelor of Engineering, Civil Engineering from the College of Engineering, Trivandrum, and a Diploma in Environmental Engineering as well from the Sri J.H.M. College of Engineering, Mysore. And he's an MTech holder in Mechanical Engineering. He has a very good track record of employment record, team leader and technical support consultant KSWMP, member state expert appraisal committee of SCAC constituted by the MOEF, then program director Center for Environment Development CED, UMC Global, Ahmedabad, baseline study for the technology, assessment of solid waste management, and CEO of the Muscat Projects and Environmental Services Private Limited, and Director Solid Waste Management. So I'm happy to introduce before you both the speakers, Mr. U.V. Jose and Mr. Dilip Kumar, and over to you, gentlemen.
Good morning to all. Dear Dr. Ambat, Alex Varghese, Dr. Ajit Prabhu, dear participants of this Congress. I'm extremely happy to be here in the first session of this program. You all know that the subject is lot of initiative. Okay, efforts were always there, but there were, we need strengthening few things. So it's a continuing action. I mean, we are not going to prepare a strategy. I mean, even if it is in Kerala, the Malinyamuktam, Navakeralam campaign or KSWMP or anything of that matter. We're not going to create anything new and then, everything wiped off and actually start from the clean state. No. We are actually proposing, what we want is continuity, okay, and strengthening the existing system, understanding its problems. So we feel that, there are few things which are needed to strengthen the institutional and service delivery system of the solid waste management in the state. A lot of gaps. Just try to identify few things. The personnel. I said everybody know, but we need to have people who really know what is solid waste management and how it can be resolved. We need technical persons. So personnel is an important thing. In any of the ULB, we didn't have so far the so-called people who are qualified and experienced to handle solid waste. So that personnel is a challenge. It's a challenge. The training and capacity building of the person, of the stakeholders, and also the campaign. It's again, I said the practicing is the problem. Practicing. And practicing need what? Need a lot of change in our behavior, the understanding, what we do. A lot of change is required. The behavioral change, difficult. We cannot change the behavior of a person overnight, Even if one, a day, 2 day, 3 day awareness campaign, workshops and all, difficult to change the behavior because it is tradition. We have actually, with long time we actually inculcate a behavior. So behavioral change is needed. It is needed. So campaign. And most importantly, plant infrastructure and sustainability of whatever we have created. I think here is the most critical thing. We have to have infrastructure and systems which sustain. Okay, supplying of lot of bins and installation of lot of Tumbur Muri and construction of few MCF, mini MCF is not, they are not going to solve our issue. It has to be appropriate, okay. When we actually install a Tumbur Muri, it is not that, there are people to supply, okay. It was an innovation, from the need of Kerala. It was an innovation, real innovation. The decentralized model and, the appearance of Tumbur Muri and bins were all innovations. But how we have done it? So when the problem is, when we actually do the infrastructure, we do the infrastructure just for the sake of that creating it, but sustaining it, operation and maintenance part is not at all dealt. It's like, Tumbur Muri is to be treated. I have actually have a lot of experience in inaugurating to seeing its death. Too many number of Tumbur Muris. The problem is, if you have a child, most of you have children at home. How do we take care of them? If we don't take care of them, what will happen to them? It is like this. It is something which is to be taken care of, which we don't do. Okay, the sustainability, the systems, even if whatever we have given, whatever we have done, that is to be taken care of. So the sustainability part and proper infrastructure. So, after taking up the, the Kerala Solid Waste Management Project, we used to have a lot of interactions with the ULBs, the urban local bodies, since the, project is of urban local body. We start discussing on the present scenario of the, the development which they have done in this sector. They started talking on, we have supplied this many number of bins, we have supplied, we have installed this many number of Tumburumuri or biogas plant, and then we have this many number of MCF. But what do this mean? Does that mean anything as far as the solid waste management plan is concerned? Nobody knows what is the, what is the quantum of waste generated, what is the quantum of waste process, what is our gap in processing, and how to, nobody knows, because that number, even many of the people doesn't know the waste is, the unit in which the waste is calculated, or what is the the quantum of waste is defined, the tons per day. Now it's all changed, This was, 3 months before scenario, I am telling. Lot of work has been done recent time to actually convince. Now the people now if you see, any of the ULB, you go, the chairman or the secretary or the health person will be able to actually tell what is the generation, what is the processing. I actually expect that they will be, giving that number. So infrastructure and sustainability is very important. Regional facility. We don't have any regional facility. Okay. We feel that we comfortably, we are at a comfort stage where we believe that this issue can be resolved at the local body level. There will not be any spillover. And there are places like Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, etc. to take our spillover, And people started exporting things. They started using the word exporting. So when I was district collector in Kozhikode, I had to give a press release that this is not an export good. This is not a good to be exported, the legacy waste which we create to other state. No, it has to be managed here. So we need regional infrastructure. Every local body cannot have a sanitary landfill. To that matter, there is a scale, so we need regional infrastructure like sanitary landfill to manage the, flow. The fiscal, we have very comfortable actually. The state is fortunate to be very comfortable. Fiscal, there is no issue. Money is not an issue for solid waste management. We have a lot of fund, but convergence is an issue. Okay, how to utilize, how to manage the fund is an issue. Enforcement. Recently, you might have started reading a lot of, cases against fines and punishments and all that in this scenario, this sector, which was not there. So enforcement is very, very important. Only then, that can be, ensured. And reforms, the policy initiatives. We need a lot of reforms, and the department under the leadership of Director Urban Affairs and under the leadership of Additional Chief Secretary, the reforms are happening. We will be hearing the Act amendment of the Municipal Act as well as the Panchayat Raj Act to take care of the solid waste management rules 2016. Now, many of the issues which I have actually said will be covered for the urban local bodies in KSWMP. I just put this slide just to tell that most of the issues will be covered. It has 3, I'm not going to explain this, but there is a project, KSWMP is a project for $300 million US. It's around 2,400 crores as of now, which has the institutional development, capacity building, project management, etc. as one component, which has the component 2, the grant to ULB. That's why I said, money is not a problem. Money is there. 50% of that is going as grant to the, ULB. Of the total 150 million, almost 1,200 crore is available now, for component 2. ULB level infrastructure, and for regional infrastructure also sufficient money is available in the project. No, I'm not getting into explaining this because Dilip has a lot of things to say in this, but then I'll just tell few general principle in which the project as well as the SWM sector is going on now. The prime responsibility, still with LSJI. We agree that it has to be, the local self-government has to actually lead the role. But the state level, interventions are also needed. That is where I wanted to, because, it cannot be solved only at the local body level. It has to, the state also has to actually involve in regional infrastructure. Decentralized system, again, I think Dilip will be covering that, but then we propose a hybrid approach, okay. Only decentralized approach in the sense only source level and only the small community level may not resolve the full issue. Wherever there are issues, we should be actually taking up, a larger community level facility. Okay, we are not going to, actually the hybrid system doesn't talk about big, centralized waste to energy plants, etc. But then, it will be like, a little enhanced version of the decentralized system. I think that will be actually dealt by Dilip. Plan. There should be plan for every LB. What is, what are who all are the generators, how much they are generating, what are available, what are the gaps, and how to actually mitigate that gap. What are the infrastructure needed, what are the systems needed, how to safeguard the social and environmental issue, which we have never thought of earlier. We never thought of social, environmental safeguard issues of solid waste management so far. So all that is very important, so we need a plan to work. And, our target is 100%, nothing less than 100%, okay. Coverage is 100%. 100% management of bio, non-bio, or any streams, C&D or sanitary or whatever. 100% management should be our objective and is our objective. And then what is, the gap is assessed based on that. So whoever source level is done, it's good. Whoever is not doing, the state has the responsibility of actually taking that waste and then managing it, okay. So that is 100% door to door. Technology, again, that is coming as a separate session. I'm not getting into the other aspect because it's already covered in my first slide. Now, we are at this Malinyamuktam Navakeralam campaign. Okay, we are here. Lot of declaration, lot of commitment, lot of, the targets and, lot of deliverables. Everything is defined. We have a lot of, too much commitment in actually now fulfilling this by 2024 March. Minister, ACS, everybody has put down, they are almost spending their 80 to 90% time on solid waste management. And we have very clear forward action plan note how to now achieve. Okay, but we need to change. Everyone need to change. We ourselves at home, we need to change. In our office, the practice need to change. In our community, the practice need to change. The local body, their approach and attitude towards solid waste management need to change. There is a need to change. It is challenging. Definitely it is challenging, but it is possible. It is possible, okay. And how to make it possible? It is through proper approach and strategy and action plan. Please listen to Mr. Dilip for the strategy and approach. Thank you.
Good morning, all of you. Josar has given a good introduction to our topic. We all are aware that as Josar said, we thought that solid waste management is an easy task. But over the years, we found that even though we have tried several alternatives, several initiatives, we are still in the initial stage. Comparing to other states, we are still in the initial stage. Sure, we have some success. The state, we have introduced source level treatment in a big way. It was a success. During the year 2016, the central government noted that success and they have introduced that source level and decentralized mode of treatment in the solid waste management rule as well as in the manual published by the CPHEO. That was a success of all of us. But every year we are facing several challenges like rat fever, then dog menace, several issues. While looking into the real issue, looking into the problem facing by the urban local bodies, we found that there are some gaps. Even though they are trying in a firefighting mode, that is not giving the desired result in the field. We need to think, we need to change, we need to intervene. That is the major objective of KSWMB and the major objective of the state government. My brief presentation contains introduction, SWM challenges in Kerala, goals and objectives in solid waste management initiative, approach and strategy for reduction of waste, segregation and storage of waste, waste processing and or treatment, final disposal through sanitary landfill. We all are aware that there are a lot of challenges. At the same time, we are having some blessings also. Geographical area, Kerala is having nearly 1.18% compared to national geographical area. But the population, that is 2.76, nearly double the population. That means density of population is more, right from one end to other, urbanized nature is there. That is why our challenge is more. We are generating more waste, consumerism adding to that, then environmental issues are more. Most of the waste unmanaged is finally ending to the sea. That is another major issue. Our natural ecosystem is disturbed due to that action. Then another one advantage, we are having urbanized area nearly 47.7%. That is a plus point. We are having more urbanized area. Only 52.3% is having rural nature. That is also near to the urban nature. That is a boon, but there are a lot of challenges. Segregation. We all are aware that segregation is the most important component. In some local bodies, we are practicing segregated storage, but there is no proper facility for further management. That is why, again, it is coming to the environment, in land, in water, or open burning. Some part is collected by the system developed in that area. That is a major challenge. If we are succeed to segregate waste at source, we can solve the problem by 50%. That is a major component, but we are not giving that much importance. Awareness may be required, enforcement may be required. That component has to be considered the most important one. Then the remaining management or treatment will be easy for us. If we are mixing the waste together, then the next level of management will be very difficult. Resource recovery, recycling, etc. are very difficult. O&M, as Joe sir said, even though we are having facilities, while looking the efficiency of that system, Tumbur Muzhi or source level treatment, we found that system is there, but efficiency is very less than 20% in most of the cases. That is why the intended treatment is not happening there. That is a major challenge. Institutional framework, that is also a major challenge. Even though we are having funds through different schemes from the state as well as central government, we are not properly utilizing that. We need a proper management plan. We need a proper DPR, detailed project report. Then only that project can be implemented properly. If we are getting money, that has to be utilized in proper manner. Then only the result will come. Capacity to process the non-biodegradable waste through the available system of material collection facility or material resource recovery facility. We are having that facility in most of our urban local bodies, but it is not properly, not due to their fault, due to the lack of forward linkages, it is not happening fully. There are gaps, there are challenges. Even though system is there, dumping of or accumulating non-biodegradable waste, including plastic waste, that is a major challenge. Forward linkages has to be promoted in a big way. Recycling may be the option. Then waste to energy may be another option. Tarring of road may be another option. That has to be done in a periodical manner. It is happening not up to the desired level. Monitoring and evaluation, that is another important component. Even though we are spending money, there is no proper monitoring and evaluation after implementation of the project. That is a major challenge. If we are monitoring properly, some correction can be made. In the next year's plan scheme, they can put project for that one. Correction can be made, but that is not happening fully. Infrastructure. Even though we are creating some infrastructure, that is not up to the mark. There are gaps, there are issues. Selection of the technology, selection of combination of technology is not happening properly. If one technology is successful in one area, that can be emulated in all area. That may not be suitable for that area. We have to think, what is the apt technology? What are the combination that we have to choose depending upon the local condition of that urban local body? That is another challenge. Door-to-door collection. While evaluating the success of the project at national level, door-to-door collection, providing the service of local body, from the local body side, door-to-door collection is a major component. They are evaluating that one. Whether door-to-door collection is provided to citizens. Some waste may be collected daily, some may be weekly or bi-weekly or monthly. That has to be done properly. Then only the result will come. These are the major challenges in addition to the challenges set by Joe sir. Our target is to ensure segregation by 2023. That is our major target. If we are able to succeed that one, then the remaining activity can be promoted can be done in an easily manner. Ensuring 100% door-to-door collection for wet as well as dry waste, for NBW or BDW, both has to be collected. If source level treatment is there, remaining has to be collected. Our target is 2024. adoption of modern technology, scientific collection, transportation, processing, and disposal. Solid waste management, we all are well aware that there are different components for solid waste management. We are addressing only one or two components, not taking it as an integrated project, not a comprehensive project. We are taking up utilizing the fund from state or central and implementing some project, not looking into the area as a whole. Integrated approach is not there. Our aim is to achieve that gap or fulfill that gap by 2026. We need to prepare management plan for all 93 urban local bodies. What is the present status in each component? Source segregation, primary collection, transportation, treatment, disposal, IEC, enforcement, management, policy intervention. In all area, we need to consider that components in a holistic manner. Then only we can achieve the desired result. Our main strategy is to reduction of waste at source. Our aim is to reduce the quantity of waste at source. Source level treatment may be the best option. Biodegradable waste, BDW, can be treated at source. At households, institutions, market, wherever possible, that can be promoted. That is the policy followed in our state. That can be followed, that can be strengthened more, gap can be filled. Then operational maintenance of that facility is to be improved further. That is the main strategy, 5R strategy. Giving equal importance for source level, decentralized and centralized facilities. Previously, due to closure of some of our centralized plan, we were giving focus more on source level treatment and decentralized mode of treatment. We are not giving much importance for centralized facilities. We all are aware that while visiting the local body, discussing with them, they all are convinced that the source level and decentralized strategy alone will not give the result. We need a common plan. Maybe at decentralized and centralized facility, may not be required in one facility, maybe more than one at different location in the local body area. That may be the best option. Our strategy, the strategy so far we have developed is not the static one. It can be modified. It can be adopted suitable to the local condition. Consultation, that is the main process in our project. Consultation at various levels, at local body level, at public level, at intellectual level like this body. That is the main advantage of this project. Consultation, modification. There is no static view. This should be the final way to move forward, not like that. If we found that there is another way to move forward, we are ready to choose that one also. Public participation. In our earlier project, as Joe sir said, there is no public participation. In our project, it is there. Consultation at 2 levels. At the time of preparing management plan, we need to conduct a pre-consultation meeting comprising all important stakeholders in that area. Residents Association, Business Association, all representatives will be there. Based on their views, the draft plan will be prepared for all components. After preparing the first draft, again we are going to the urban local body for final consultation. We are presenting before them, these are the plan we are planning to implement. What is your views? Is it successful for our area, for your area? Is it workable? Is there any problem for implementation? In what way we can move forward? That can be sought from the public. Moreover, previously, as Joe sir said, there was no proper social and environmental consideration. In this project, there is ample opportunity for including public opinion, for making the project people-friendly as well as eco-friendly. Both are there. our ultimate aim is to make the project people-friendly and eco-friendly. That means people will, there are some bad feeling, there are some bad experience in our state. We all are aware that that has to be changed. Then only we can move forward. With the people participation, source level treatment is an important component for people participation. In that way, we need to seek or ensure public participation in our project. Filling of gap. We are assessing what is the present status, what is the efficiency of, we found that nearly 50-60% households are having source level treatment. By looking the efficiency of treatment of that unit, we found that nearly 10 or 20% are achieving the desired quality. We know that in source level treatment, we are just emulating the degradation in the nature. It is not a complete one. We are just starting that degradation process, aerobically or anaerobically. After that, it has to be collected together, further treatment, further value addition, etc. has to be done for making it as a compost or resource recovery from that activity. That is not happening. We are thinking that whatever we produced is the final one. We are trying to apply in the field or trying to use it as manure. It is not happening. In the case of biogas plant also, that is a good one, but there are some issues. If we are using floating dome type biogas plant, there is a water bund around the gas holder. It will act as a breeding ground for mosquito. Then some precaution has to be made for preventing that one. Similarly, while putting waste, some quantity of slurry is coming out. That has to be collected. That has to be further treated for utilizing as manure. That is another requirement. That is not happening properly. That type of intervention is also required for making the project, making the initiative successful. IEC capacity building, that is also a very major component. Then enforcement. Enforcement provisions are there in Municipal Act, in solid waste management rules. That provision has to be enforced by the authorities. Then only the final result we can achieve. In a nutshell, our strategy is promotion of green protocol in wherever possible. That is the major activity for reduction of waste. We need to promote that activity. In our state, we have succeeded for implementing that one, but that has to be promoted in a big way for reduction of waste. Promote source level treatment for biodegradable waste. That is also very important for reduction of waste. Whatever the quantity we are treating at the source, then the decentralized and centralized facility will be eased or the quantity can be reduced. Previous experience was that we are trying to collect all waste from all sources and trying to bring at a common place for treatment in a common facility. That was a major issue. If we are able to reduce the quantity at source itself, at households, institutions, education institutions, offices, etc., then the quantity can be reduced. Segregation and storage of waste, NBDW, non-biodegradable waste at source, that is also very important. If we are not doing that, people will burn it, people will throw it. At the time of rain, it will enter into our water bodies, finally reach into the sea. That is a major environmental issue. World over, it is considered as a major environmental issue in the ocean. It is not degrading. It is traveling from one place to other. It is changing the ecosystem of the ocean. That is finally affecting our climate and all other natural ecosystem. That is a major problem. We need to encourage people to store wherever the waste generated at the source itself. Biodegradable, non-degradable, then domestic hazard. 3 categories should be there. door-to-door collection. It is the primary responsibility of urban local bodies to collect waste from every doorstep. It has to be done according to the necessity. In our management plan, we are trying to fix the interval for collection of each waste from each area, not as a local body level, at ward level. What should be the periodicity of collection? In what way that has to be moved from households or institution to the next level? In what way it can be transported to the processing facility, or further forward linkages, in what way we can achieve? Primary collection from bulk waste generators. Bulk waste generator like hotel, canteen, restaurant, etc. We need to insist them to provide their own facilities, but in some cases it may not be possible. In that case, we need to collect that waste and pay some extra charge to them. That is their responsibility. As per the solid waste management rule, if a institution generating 100 kg per day or more, that is the responsibility of the generator to treat biodegradable waste at source. In Kerala, in all commercial and other institutions has to establish their own facility as per our policy and as per our municipal act provisions. They have to provide their own facility for treatment of biodegradable waste. If they are not able to provide that facility, then a system should be there to collect that waste and to treat in the common facility. That is the other strategy, major strategy trying to implement. Street sweeping has to be done depending upon the intensity of or the nature of the streets or junctions or area, not based on the national standards. Depending upon the local condition, we need to fix the interval of sweeping. In what way that swept waste has to be handled, that should be an integral part of our processing or transportation and processing. Sanitary waste disposal, that is a major issue. Sanitary pad, diapers, etc. are in big quantity, generating in all urban areas. We are not having facility for collection. Now, Haritakarma Sena volunteers are there. They are not collecting due to the lack of forward linkages or treatment facility for that one. We need to collect that one. That has to be treated locally, at the local body level, in a scientific manner, not in the crude manner, in a scientific manner, as specified by the norms and guidelines specified by the Central Pollution Control Board. We need to establish that one. Elders are there, children are there, then sanitary pad used by ladies are there. That is a major problem faced by most of the urban local bodies. We need to address that one in a scientific manner. In what way that has to be collected, in what way, in which area it has to be established, what standards should be there, in what way it has to be finally disposed ash from that facility. That has to be thought of. Transportation. Transportation vehicles should be fully covered with the GPS fitted. A control room has to be established in the local body for the movement of traffic, for the transportation fleets. Then, as part of this management plan, we are fixing some optimum route for that transportation system. There are 3 types of transportation systems. One is primary collection vehicles from households, wheelbarrows, then auto rickshaw, pickup auto rickshaw. Then second level is the medium type truck. Third is the heavy trucks. All should be fully covered. Leachate collection facility should be there in the bottom of that vehicle. Vehicle should be on hydraulic tipping mode. Not manual loading and unloading can be avoided as far as possible. It should be tipping type vehicle. Then vehicle washing, vehicle parking, then extra 20% vehicle for managing at the time of maintenance of vehicle, etc. All will be there in the management plan. Treatment and disposal. Most important one, we are facing several issues, technical and environmental issues in those facilities. We need a modern facility. At the same time, it should be adaptable to our condition, our climatic condition, our land, suit to our land constraints, suit to our behavior of our people. We have, during the last 3 or 4 months, we were searching for that one. We know that there are technologies abroad, but it may not be suitable for our condition, not ready to implement in our condition. It has to be modified depending upon our condition. We found that some technologies are working in India itself. Those are similar to climatic condition of our state. We found that compost making, that is an eco-friendly operation. What we are taking from the nature, we are giving back to the nature. That is good one. But in Kerala, most of the urban local bodies are facing problem for disposal of compost. Even though they are making compost, it is accumulating. At one point of time, they are disposing it to the environment or disposing through some middleman. That is another one major issue. That is why our technology should be energy sustainable, renewable type. At the same time, some resource has to be recovered from that. We found that bio-CNG, it is operating in some urban local body in a successful manner. Bio-CNG is a good option. In bio-CNG, some part can be composted. Slurry from the biomethanation can be dewatered, that can be made compost. At the same time, some fibrous part, that can be converted into RDF. All components are there. Composting is there, RDF making is there, then biomethanation, bio-CNG making is there. That can be cleaned and compressed and can be distributed to households for fuel purpose. That is another advantage. A usable resource recovery. That is one option. Then rotating drum composting. The compostable part can be put in a rotary drum composting. Then environmental issue can be minimized. Then in the case of NBDW, we need a proper collection. We are having Haritakarma Sena, a devoted volunteers are there. We need to utilize them for collection. Then after collecting, some value addition has to be done. Baling, not shredding, baling. Then it has to be transported to cement plant for burning in cement plant, along with the coal. It is an allowed process. In national level, CPCB has approved that 10% of the coal can be replaced with compressed or baled plastic. That is a viable option that has to be explored. A part can be utilized for road tarring. Then a good one, a cleaned one can be used for granule making. That is another option. We need a multiple option. We need a multiple type of utilization, not fully depending on neighboring state. We need to develop some models in Kerala itself. That is our strategy for that area. Then for reduction, another option is promotion of alternatives. For example, for plastic carry bags, we can have several alternatives, paper bags, cloth bag, etc. That is popular in Kerala. It has to be promoted in a big way. Then the quantity of waste can be reduced. Effective awareness is required through modified IEC strategy. In KSWMB project, a big team is working on that. What type of IEC strategy or what type of IEC material has to be given to the urban local body for promoting the SWM activities. Enforcement, that is also required. we need a four-pronged strategy. Proper management of all component of solid waste management. Proper enforcement of all component of solid waste management. Then promotion through encouragement and subsidies. For source level treatment, we can give some subsidies for encourage them to provide source level treatment facilities. IEC and capacity building, enforcement of law, those are the major strategic components. For biodegradable part, we need to have at least 3 types of segregation at source. For biodegradable, green type of bin. For non-biodegradable, white. Domestic hazardous waste, black. As I said earlier, door-to-door collection has to be done. Then door-to-door collection of NBW as well as BDW in required area, not from the whole area, from required area, from some core area of city or some problematic area of the city. That only has to be considered. Remaining has to be managed at source itself. Designing proper primary and secondary transportation system. Utilization of SKS and NGOs. Our strategy should be for collecting waste from all sources, from all households, from all institutions. May not be on daily basis. Depending upon the requirement, we have to decide that collection strategy. Vehicle, that type of vehicle has to be changed. It should be tipping type, fully covered, fitted with GPS. We need to monitor that movement of vehicle from a control room in the urban local body. Then the wastage can be minimized. Source level treatment has to be done at a source for BDW to the extent possible. Then collection of NBDW from all sources on regular basis. Plastic waste management. Reduce, reuse, recycle, end use. End use is very important. We are having multiple options. Road tarring, co-processing in cement plants, then waste to oil, plasma pyrolysis, different options are there. We need to explore whatever the feasible one for the particular local body, not as a common. These all should be evaluated at local body level and the apt one should be selected. We all are aware that there are different type of household level treatment facilities, right from ring composting, kitchen bin, vermicomposting, biogas plant. The proven, time-tested one should be adopted. There is no end to it. What are the feasible one? What are the sustainable one? That has to be selected. Promotion of source level treatment to the maximum extent, decentralized wherever possible, then centralized facility with modern treatment technologies. It should be sustainable, people-friendly, environment-friendly. At the same time, it has to be managed by the local body with their manpower or with their capabilities. That I have already said. Then multiple choice for household level treatment that I said earlier. Choice for institutional level. There are different models available, but it has to be operated properly. Proper awareness, proper support for operation and maintenance of that facility is required. Then only we can ensure efficiency from that system. Different models are available. Biobin, organic waste converter, then biobin mostly used in flats, promoted by CREDAI. That is a workable model using in most of the flats, biobins. Then different type of biogas plants. In the case of centralized facility, we need modification of our conventional windrow composting system. We need a modern type of bio-CNG type system, comprising composting, RDF, then wastewater treatment using modern technology like MBR, RO, etc. That type of modification is required, not the conventional one, old one. Modern technology is the best choice for avoiding the problem we faced earlier. For non-biodegradable waste, house source collection is required. Then proper forward linkages has to be established. Now we are having some system, but not up to the desired level. We need to modify that one, add some facilities in the state itself, then having some MOU with cement companies and other agencies working outside the state. There are different options, road tarring one option, then burning in cement plant, waste to energy. The suitable option, if we are doing activity in 93 ULBs, it is very easy to manage the forward linkages. We are having sufficient quantity. We can ensure timely supply of the material at the desired quality or desired standards. Then forward linkages is easy. Finally, if we are using any technology, some part has to be finally disposed in the sanitary landfill. It is found that nearly 10 to 15%. If we are using biological or thermal technologies, a certain percent will remain as ash or rejects. That has to be disposed in sanitary land. Proper sanitary regional type landfill has to be established. Not in all local body, 4 or 5 regional type facility we need to have. In conclusion, we need to ensure recycle, reuse, end use in proper manner for ensuring circular economy and sustainable waste management solution. Strategy mainly focusing on segregated storage of waste at source, treatment of biodegradable waste at source to the extent possible, not fully, not 100%, to the extent possible. Centralized facility for, maybe in decentralized, centralized facility for the biodegradable waste treatment. For NBDW, non-biodegradable waste, some centralized facility should be there. A recovery of resource from the waste, that is most important one. Whatever possible, that resource has to be recovered from the waste. Final disposal of the reject or ash in the sanitary landfill. Our aim is to reduction of greenhouse gases, resource conservation, eco-friendly, finding eco-friendly solution, eco-friendly as well as people-friendly solution. That is the main strategy. We are evolving. As I said earlier, it is not the final one. We are still reviewing, correcting, modifying. After preparing plan, it will be discussed at various levels, reviewing at various levels. It will be, as far as possible, it will be made workable, sustainable, eco-friendly. Another advantage, we are having nearly 300 technical personnel. This is the first time in Kerala we are having that much expertise in solid waste management, nearly 300. In local body, at district level and at state level, we are having a good number of technical persons. We can utilize their service. We are having money, but this opportunity is the first time we are getting. We can utilize that one. എല്ലാവർക്കും ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി നന്ദി പറയുന്നു. ഈ കാര്യത്തിൽ എല്ലാവരുടെയും ഇടപെടൽ ആവശ്യമുണ്ട്. അതിപ്പം സമൂഹത്തിൻ്റെ എല്ലാ തലത്തിലുള്ള ആളുകളുടെ ആവശ്യമുണ്ട്. ശരിയാണ്, നമ്മൾ 2020 മുതൽ ഇതിനു വേണ്ടി പ്രവർത്തിച്ചു, പല കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്തു, മോഡലുകൾ ഉണ്ടാക്കി. പക്ഷേ പുറകിലോട്ട് നോക്കി നമ്മളൊന്ന് എക്സാമിൻ ചെയ്യുമ്പം പലതും പ്രശ്നങ്ങളിലാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അത് മാറണം. അപ്പോൾ ഇത് ഇംപ്ലിമെൻറ്റ് ചെയ്താലും ഈ പ്രോജക്റ്റിന് വേറൊരു മെച്ചമുള്ളത്, ഇംപ്ലിമെൻറ്റ് ചെയ്താലും 1.5 വർഷക്കാലം വീണ്ടും ഇതിനെ മോണിറ്റർ ചെയ്യും, കറക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യും, എന്നിട്ട് മാത്രമേ ലോക്കൽ ബോഡിയുടെ പൂർണ്ണ ഇതിലേക്ക് പോവുള്ളൂ. അപ്പോൾ ആ ഒരു അഡ്വാൻറ്റേജ് ഉണ്ട്. ഞാൻ ഈ പറഞ്ഞ 300ഓളം വരുന്ന എൻജിനീയറിങ്, സോഷ്യൽ, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ എൻവയോൺമെൻറ്റ്, എല്ലാ കോമ്പണൻറ്റിൻ്റെ എക്സ്പേർട്സ് ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അത് വെച്ച് മോണിറ്റർ ചെയ്യും. അത് കൂടാതെ തന്നെ ഒരു ഓഡിറ്റും ഉണ്ടാകും, സോഷ്യൽ ഓഡിറ്റും ഉണ്ടാകും. അതാണ് ഇതിൻ്റെ അഡ്വാൻറ്റേജ്. അപ്പം എല്ലാവരുടെയും സഹായം അഭ്യർത്ഥിച്ചുകൊണ്ടും, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ CED ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഒരു ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി ഇതുപോലെ മൊത്തത്തിൽ കാണാനും മൊത്തത്തിൽ ഇതുപോലെ ഡിസ്കസ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഒരു ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി CED-ന്ന് തന്നതുകൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് കുറച്ചുകൂടെ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പ്രേരണയായി. നിങ്ങളുടെ എല്ലാവരുടെയും സപ്പോർട്ടും അതുപോലെ സഹായവും നമ്മുടെ ഈ പ്രശ്നം പരിഹരിക്കാനായിട്ട് അപേക്ഷിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് എൻ്റെ എളിയ വാക്കുകൾ ഉപസംഹരിക്കുന്നു.
Thank you, Sri E.V. Jose and Sri Dilip Kumar. In fact, for the beginning of the presentation, Mr. E.V. Jose has kept the ball bowling, and he has enlightened us before the effect of the efforts to be taken in solid waste management, then the various components that are included in that, and the principles, various principles like responsibility of the LSDI, responsibility of the state, then hybrid approaches, then 100% door-to-door collection, technology, latest technology that is to be adopted in segregating and processing of waste. And finally, he could conclude his speech by rather presentation by adapting the coin word change that we need to have in our life, in our behaviors, in our attitudes, the way we see and address the issue of solid waste management and liquid waste management. Then coming to the presentation by Dilip Kumar, he has enlightened us regarding the area of land available with us and the kind of population that we have compared to the other states in the country. And he has enlightened us that we have nearly 2% population, double than that what we have in the other, compared to the other states in the country. And he has also enlightened us regarding the challenges that we need to take, the extra pressure that is on us because of the excess population per square kilometer, the I&M strategies to be taken up, then institutional framework that needs to be taken care of, infrastructure and all. And our goals and our objectives, he has mentioned that 100% strength by 2023, 100% segregation by 2023, and 100% door-to-door collection by 2024, and modern sources of collection, then transportation and disposal by 2026. That's a strategy that has been adopted by him, and the goals and the objectives that need to be addressed. And finally, he could come to the conclusion by saying an acronym by name. The waste need to be treated like by refuse, reduce, reuse, and repurpose and recycle. These are the 7 coin words that need to be taken care of while addressing the issue regarding the waste management. And he also mentioned regarding the green protocol, source segregation of waste, and promotion, etc. So coming to in order to conclude the session regarding the strategies for municipal solid waste management can be concise to 6 or 7 points, like segregation at the source, then door-to-door enabling door-to-door collection, then composting and biogas generation, recycling and waste processing facilities, then of course waste to energy projects, public awareness and education, extended producer responsibility EPR, then public waste management, collaboration with the informal waste sector, then monitoring and enforcement. And I hope that with this kind of initiative, especially from the CED, we would be able to tackle the issue of solid waste. As we know, most of you must be knowing, the NGT and the High Court is after us, giving us schedules and time schedules for completing the process of Navakerala, Malinamukta Navakerala. And with this initiative, probably we will be able to address all this issue. We already have completed the June 5th, whatever timeline that has been given to us. We could complete whatever projects that has been given to us. and the second stage is on. So with this initiative from the CAD, I hope that the system, the state will be able to address all issues pertaining to solid waste management. Thank you. Thank you all.
We may now break this session. The other two presentations will be continued in the afternoon. 1 minute. I thank the chair, Sri Alex Fargis sir, IAS, for chairing this session. He will not be here for the afternoon session. Thank you very much, sir. And also, I also thank Dr. Ajit Prabhu for chairing this session. He will be continuing in the afternoon session. Anyway, thank you very much. And also, I'd like to give formal thanks to our own Dilip Kumar, Dr. Dilip Kumar, for having a nice presentation. Thank you very much. You may please reassemble in the hall by 12 noon. We will start the inaugural session by 12 noon. Tea will be served outside. Thank you very much.
Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. ഞാൻ ഇപ്പോൾ ചെക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന കേൾക്കാമോ?
ഹലോ, കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ?
ഓക്കെയാണ്, ഓക്കെയാണ്. ഹലോ.
request everybody to be seated back in the conference hall. The inaugural session is about to begin, so I request everybody to be seated back into the conference room. The inaugural session is about to begin in a little while from now. May I request everybody to be seated in the conference room, please? Dear participants, may I request everybody to be seated back into the conference room, please? The inaugural session will begin in a little while from now. Well, we are going to begin the inaugural session. May I request everybody to be seated back into the conference room? I request everybody to get back to the conference hall. We are starting the inaugural function now. Well, a very good afternoon to one and all. On behalf of Center for Environment and Development, I extend a warm welcome to one of you assembled here this fine morning to participate in the Indian Environment Congress 2023, organized by the Center for Environment and Development, Thiruvananthapuram, in association with GIZ India, Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Kerala, and Swiss National Science Foundation. Excellence is achieved and maintained through a continuous process, and so is our Environment Congress. We are organizing this every year, and this year, today, it's the 15th year. This IEC 2023 is very special as it is a part of our 30 years completion celebrations. The Indian Environment Congress 2023 will meet for 3 long days, today, tomorrow, and the day after. The focal theme of the Congress is Sustainable Waste Management Challenges, Opportunities, and Innovations. The launching of the Indian Environment Congress by our Chief Minister, Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala, Shri Pinarayi Vijayan, will begin now at 12 noon exactly. So, we are moving into the session.
Okay, though.
Well, the most auspicious moment has arrived. Indian Environment Congress will now be launched by our Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala, Shri Pinarayi Vijayan, by lighting the lamp, and then to deliver the inaugural address. Sir is joining us through online. Respected Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala, Shri Pinarayi Vijayan sir, I request you and I invite you to inaugurate this Indian Environment Congress 2023. Thank you very much. The dais is yours, sir.
ഓക്കെ, സഹോദരീ സഹോദരന്മാരെ, സെന്റർ ഫോർ എൻവയോൺമെന്റ് ആൻഡ് ഡെവലപ്മെന്റിന്റെ ആഭിമുഖ്യത്തിലുള്ള ഇന്ത്യൻ എൻവയോൺമെന്റ് കോൺഗ്രസിനാണ് ഇന്ന് തുടക്കമാവുന്നത്. പാരിസ്ഥിതിക മേഖലയിൽ ഇന്ന് ലോകം നേരിടുന്ന വെല്ലുവിളികളെക്കുറിച്ചും പരിസ്ഥിതി കേൾക്കുന്ന ആഘാതം ലഘൂകരിക്കാനുള്ള മാർഗങ്ങളെക്കുറിച്ചും ഈ കോൺഗ്രസ് ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുമെന്നാണ് പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നത്. At the outset, let me extend a warm welcome to Dr. Axel Kochman. He is the Deputy Head of Division in the German Federal Ministry for Environment, Nature Conservation, Nuclear Safety and Consumer Protection. He will be delivering a special address. Over the last few years, Kerala has been studying the sustainable waste management practices around the world. In that context, we keenly look forward to Dr. Axel Borchmann's ideas. We are sure that it will be immensely useful for Kerala, especially as we have embarked on a journey to ensure a lasting solution for our waste-related problems by March 2024. സുസ്ഥിര മാലിന്യ നിർമ്മാർജ്ജനം സാധ്യതകളും വെല്ലുവിളികളും ന്യൂനതകളും, ഇതാണ് ഈ പരിസ്ഥിതി കോൺഗ്രസിൻ്റെ മുഖ്യ പ്രമേയമായി വരുന്ന വിഷയം. ലോകത്താകമാനം സവിശേഷ ശ്രദ്ധയാണ് മാലിന്യ സംസ്കരണ മേഖലയ്ക്ക് ലഭിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. വർദ്ധിച്ചു വരുന്ന ഉപഭോഗ സംസ്കാരത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായി മാലിന്യങ്ങൾ അനാവശ്യമായി സൃഷ്ടിക്കപ്പെടുകയും അവ പഴയ ആവാസ വ്യവസ്ഥയ്ക്ക് ഭീഷണിയായി തീരുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നു. പരിസ്ഥിതിയുടെ സന്തുലിതാവസ്ഥയെ വിപൽക്കരമായ പൊതുജീവിത രീതികൾ എത്ര കണ്ട് ബാധിക്കുമെന്ന് പ്രത്യേകമായി വിശദീകരിക്കേണ്ടതില്ല. പരിസ്ഥിതി സംരക്ഷണവുമായി ഏറെ അടുത്തു നിൽക്കുന്ന മാലിന്യ സംസ്കരണത്തിൻ്റെ ആവശ്യകത ആരും പറയാതെ തന്നെ ഏവർക്കും അറിയാവുന്നതാണ്. ഇക്കാര്യത്തിൽ വളരെ പ്രാധാന്യത്തോടെയാണ് മാലിന്യ സംസ്കരണവും അതുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട അനുബന്ധ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളും കേരള സർക്കാർ ഏറ്റെടുത്തിട്ടുള്ളത്. വർദ്ധിച്ചുകൊണ്ടേയിരിക്കുന്ന നമ്മുടെ ജനസാന്ദ്രത, അതോടൊപ്പം നഗരവൽക്കരണത്തിൻ്റെ തോത്, ഇതെല്ലാം മനസ്സിലാക്കിക്കൊണ്ടാണ് മാലിന്യ സംസ്കരണ രംഗത്ത് സർക്കാർ പ്രത്യേക ശ്രദ്ധ പതിപ്പിക്കുന്നത്. 2035 കേരളത്തിലെ 90% ജനങ്ങൾ നഗരങ്ങളിൽ അധിവസിക്കുന്നവരായി മാറുമെന്നാണ് കണക്കാക്കപ്പെടുന്നത്. ഇത്തരത്തിൽ അതിവേഗത്തിലാണ് നഗരവൽക്കരണം നടക്കുന്നത്. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ നിരവധി വെല്ലുവിളികളാണ് നമ്മുടെ മുൻപിലുള്ളത്. അവയെ ഫലപ്രദമായി നേരിടാൻ ഉതകും വിധം കാർബൺ ബഹിർഗമനം കുറക്കാനും മാലിന്യ സംസ്കരണം കാര്യക്ഷമമാക്കാനും സുസ്ഥിര നിർമ്മാണ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ ഏറ്റെടുക്കാനും ഒക്കെയാണ് സർക്കാർ ശ്രമിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. അതിവേഗ നഗരവൽക്കരണം ഉയർത്തുന്ന വെല്ലുവിളികൾ മുന്നിൽ കണ്ടുകൊണ്ടാണ് മാലിന്യമുക്ത നവകേരളം എന്ന മുദ്രാവാക്യമുയർത്തി സംസ്ഥാന സർക്കാർ വലിയൊരു ക്യാമ്പയിന് തുടക്കം കുറിച്ചത്. 2024 മാർച്ച് മാസത്തോടെ കേരളത്തിലെ മാലിന്യ പ്രശ്നത്തിന് സ്ഥായിയായ പരിഹാരം കാണലാണ് ഈ ക്യാമ്പയിനിലൂടെ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. അതിൻ്റെ ആദ്യഘട്ട പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ പൂർത്തിയായി കഴിഞ്ഞു. നിരന്തരമായ ഇടപെടലുകൾ സർക്കാരിൻ്റെ ഭാഗത്തുനിന്നുണ്ടാവുന്നു. നിയമങ്ങൾ കർശനമാക്കപ്പെടുന്നു. അവ വിട്ടുവീഴ്ചയില്ലാതെ പാലിക്കപ്പെടുന്നുവെന്ന് ഉറപ്പുവരുത്തുന്നു. വിപുലമായ ജനകീയ ക്യാമ്പയിനുകളിലൂടെ മാലിന്യ സംസ്കരണത്തെക്കുറിച്ചുള്ള ശ്രമിക്കുന്നത്. ഇതിലൂടെ നാം ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്ന ലക്ഷ്യം കൈവരിക്കാനാണ് സർക്കാർ ശ്രമിക്കുന്നത്. ആ ലക്ഷ്യപ്രാപ്തിയിലേക്കുള്ള നീക്കത്തിന് കരുത്തു പകരാൻ ഉതകുന്ന ചർച്ചകളും നിർദ്ദേശങ്ങളും ഈ ഇന്ത്യൻ എൻവയോൺമെൻറ്റ് കോൺഗ്രസിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായി ഉയർന്നു വരുമെന്ന പ്രതീക്ഷ പങ്കുവെച്ചുകൊണ്ട് നിറഞ്ഞ സന്തോഷത്തോടെ ഈ കോൺഗ്രസിൻ്റെ ഔപചാരികമായ ഉദ്ഘാടനം നിർവഹിച്ചതായി അറിയിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് അവസാനിപ്പിക്കുന്നു. നിങ്ങൾക്കെൻ്റെ സ്നേഹാഭിവാദനം.
Now I take this privilege to invite and welcome all the guests of honor and distinguished dignitaries onto the dais to launch this Indian Environment Congress. Thank you very much, distinguished members, for honoring us with your graceful presence. I request Master Govind to give a theme song.
जय जय जननी जगन्मोहिनी सुजन सेविनी सुहासिनी सुजन सेविनी सुहासिनी हिमगिरि निन तिरुमुडि कोडीरम जलधिകൾ നിൻ കുളിലര നീരാളം സുമഫല സുരഭില ഹരിതവനങ്ങൾ തവ നടനോജ്വലരംഗവിതാനം തവ നടനോജ്വലരംഗവിതാനം തുംഗതരംഗിതഗംഗായമുനകൾ തമ്പുരുമീട്ടാനിൻ പ്രിയസുതകൾ അമ്പിളിയും കുളിർത്താരകളും മണിമഞ്ചലടുക്കാനിൻ പ്രിയസുതകൾ മണിമഞ്ചലടുക്കാനിൻ പ്രിയസുതകൾ ജഗദഭിനന്ദിത മുനികുലവന്ദ്യേ ഋതുപരിശോഭിത മംഗളകന്യേ യുഗപരിവർത്തനരഞ്ജിതരമ്യേ ജയ ജയ മാമക ഭാരതധന്യേ ജനനീ ജയ ജനനീ ഭാരതധരണീ ജയ ജയ ജനനീ ജഗന്മോഹിനി സുജനസേവിനി സുഹാസിനി സുജനസേവിനി സുഹാസിനി സുജനസേവിനി സുഹാസിനി സുജനസേവിനി സുഹാസിനി.
Thank you very much, Hari Govind. May I request now Professor V.K. Damodharan, Chairman, Center for Environment and Development, Thiruvananthapuram, to welcome the gathering.
Namaskaram. At the outset, let me welcome one and all who are present at the launching of this Indian Environment Congress 2023. From within the state, from within the country, from outside Kerala, as well as from abroad. This is definitely a momentous occasion and a memorable event. Center for Environment Development is completing 30 years of its working, and probably this is a crowning event, taking a very timely topic as its focal theme, solid waste management. And this, I feel, is very important in the sense that we are able to meet with several delegates from outside Kerala also, with IEC 2004, CED has started the Indian Environment Congress, and it has passed through more than a dozen Kerala Environment Congresses, several Odisha Environment Congresses, and a few Telangana Environment Congresses, and it is now round back to Kerala, getting several experts and NGOs who are very much interested in environment protection to a common forum and deliberating on various possibilities and problems that are facing environment protection in the country. So let me come to my task of welcoming the dignitaries. And I would say the first dignitary is each and every one of the delegates who are actually attending this conference. It is because of you the event is here. So my hearty welcome. Next, let me welcome, though Honorable Chief Minister, because of very unforeseen exigencies, had to do the inauguration even before the welcome address was delivered. Still, it is proper only for me to formally invite our Chief Minister, Honorable Chief Minister, who has been piloting a transition to, as far as Kerala is concerned, a transition to a knowledge society and a knowledge economy, for which environmental considerations are primary and critical. So, having agreed with a lot of enthusiasm and interest to inaugurate this session, there are no words to express thanks as well as to give hearty welcome, even in absentia, to our Honorable Chief Minister, who has actually spelled the beginning of this conference. Next, let me come to two Honorable Ministers of the State, Sri M.B. Rajesh and Sri G.R. Anil. Both, actually, Sri M.B. Rajesh was earlier parliamentarian as well, is heading the Ministry of Local Self-Governments. And Sri G.R. Anil is heading the Revenue Ministry. And we find that his ministry is also very crucial and very important in any worthwhile waste management in the country. So, on behalf of CED as well as all the associating organizations and on behalf of the delegates, let me extend hearty welcome to both the ministers. Here we have actually two more people's representatives here, members of Legislative Assembly, Sri D.K. Murali and Sri I.B. Satish, and these two persons who are very much involved in activities of this kind for a number of years. They have agreed to felicitate this Indian Environment Congress, and let me welcome them on behalf of each one of you. I should also mention Srimati Sharada Muralidharan IAS, who is the Additional Chief Secretary, looking after the Ministry of Local Self-Government as well, and who had been involved in this kind of activities for a large number of years. And we are expecting a keynote address and setting some directions for the discussions here from her. Welcome, Madam Sharada Muralidharan. We have actually a very distinguished person from the German Federal Ministry, Dr. Axel Bohmann. As already mentioned by the CM, he is actually holding a very important Ministry of Environment, Nature Conservation, Nuclear Safety and Consumer Protection. And his willingness to give a special address to this session, we are extremely thankful to him, and let me extend a warm welcome to Dr. Alec to this conference as well as to Kerala. I will be failing in my duty if I don't welcome formally Dr. Babu Ambat, who has been the spirit. Sorry. I had actually kept two important personalities. The director of the Department of Environment and Climate Change, Sri Sunil Pamidi, IFS, as well as Sri K. Mohammad Y. Safarullah, IAS, Project Director of KSWMP, who will be receiving the volume, the proceedings of this Congress, as well as receiving the CSE project knowledge products. And for these two officials, we extend hearty welcome. Now, come back to Dr. Babu, because without mentioning him, the whole idea of this Environment Congress, way back from 2004, Indian Environment Congress and several state Environment Congress, and also very successfully run Kerala state congresses, has been very silently piloted with his entire team in CED by him. And even though for formality, let me welcome Sri Dr. Babu Ambat also to this session. Once again, welcome to one and all. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, may I request Dr. Babu Ambat, Executive Director, CED, to introduce IEC 2023.
Honorable Minister for Local Self-Government, Sri M.B. Rajesh, Honorable Minister for Food and Civil Supplies, Sri G.R. Anil, Sri D.K. Murali MLA, Sri I.B. Sadish MLA, Srimati Sharada Muralidharan IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Local Self-Government Department, Mr. Axel, Dr. Axel from Germany, Mr. Muhammad Safarullah IAS, Project Director, Kerala Solid Waste Management Project, Sri Sunil Pamidi, IFS, Director, Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, Kerala, Professor V.K. Damodaran, Chairman CED, all the distinguished participants of this Indian Environment Congress. I am very happy to welcome you to this Congress organized by the Center for Environment and Development in collaboration with GIZ India, Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, and Swiss National Science Foundation. So as you know, the focal theme of this Congress is sustainable waste management, challenges, opportunities, and innovations. So this is a very important topic as far as the state is concerned, as well as in the country itself. Most of the states in the country and at the international level, this is one of the major important topic discussed at the national level to find a solution to the problem of solid waste management in our local self-government departments, urban local bodies as well as panchayats. So I need not tell the importance of this project, of this subject. Our Chief Minister himself, even though he is not well, he joined with us to inaugurate this Congress online. So that shows the importance of this subject. So as Professor Damodaran was mentioning, we started the Indian Environment Congress in 2004. Subsequently, we initiated the Kerala Environment Congress. Till 2017, we conducted, every year we used to conduct a program on different topics of relevance to the society. And after that, due to flood and then COVID, we could not conduct the program. Similarly, we started the Orissa Environment Congress in 2009, and we completed 13 programs, and also in Telangana. So the basic idea of this Environment Congress is to create a platform for bringing together scientists and technologists, policy decision makers, and the elected bodies together to discuss about the issues of high relevance to the society. So we hope that we could at least attain some of these objectives during the last 17 years. So the Environment Congress was started by Center for Environment Development. CED is a R&D training and consultancy organization, and it is one of the center of excellence of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, for solid and liquid waste management, and also the training institute of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. We have been working in the waste management sector since 1994, immediately after its inception, and still we have activities related to solid and liquid waste management, not only in Kerala, in other states also. So CED has headquarters here, and we have regional centers in Orissa, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Jharkhand, and Chhattisgarh. So, and we have activities in almost 12 states in the country, in different trainings, research, consultancy, like that. And now nearly 800 engineers, scientists, and technologists are working with us in different areas of development, environment and development. I'm not going to those details. So this is a great opportunity to discuss about the solid waste management in the state. We have people, we have experts from other states also, to share their experiences. We have the additional commissioner from the Indore Municipal Corporation. So Indore is one of the best municipal corporation implemented solid waste management. We have other people also from other states who have real experience in the different sectors of solid waste management, different topics of solid waste management, like landfill, bio, CNG, all those areas. So I hope that the presentations in this Congress and the discussions, continued discussions, will help us to develop a document which will be very useful for implementing solid waste management in our urban local bodies as well as other places. And this will be useful for other states also, since most of the technological things are included in the proceedings volume to be released here. I take this opportunity to thank you all for coming here and attending this Congress. I hope that the deliberations in the Congress will help us to reach a conclusion in the area of solid waste management, how to implement solid waste management in our places. And it will be a very positive thing for our future activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, may I request Sri M.B. Rajesh, Honorable Minister for Local Self-Government Department and Excise, Kerala, to light the lamp, and also all the dignitaries to join this lamp lighting ceremony. Thank you very much, sirs and madam. Now I request Sri M.B. Rajesh, Honorable Minister for Local Self-Government Department and Excise, Kerala, to give the presidential address.
Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, dear friends and delegates, I understand that most of the delegates from outside the state and from abroad will be reaching only by evening. ഇവിടെ ഉദ്ഘാടന സമ്മേളനത്തിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കുന്ന ഒന്നോ രണ്ടോ പേരൊഴികെ ഏറെക്കുറെ എല്ലാവരും മലയാളികളാണ് എന്നാണ് സംഘാടകർ അറിയിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളത്. Hence, I will be speaking in Malayalam with your permission, Dr. Axel, and I have promised him that the crux of my speech will be translated to him later. ഈ ഇന്ത്യൻ എൻവയോൺമെൻറ്റ് കോൺഗ്രസിൻ്റെ ഉദ്ഘാടന സമ്മേളനത്തിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കുന്ന എല്ലാവരെയും ഞാൻ ആദ്യമായി സ്നേഹപൂർവ്വം അഭിവാദ്യം ചെയ്യുകയാണ്. ഇത്തവണത്തെ ഇന്ത്യൻ എൻവയോൺമെൻറ്റ് കോൺഗ്രസിൻ്റെ മുഖ്യ തീം സസ്റ്റൈനബിൾ വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് എന്നതാണ്. അത് കേരളത്തിൽ ഈ ആശയത്തെ ആസ്പദമാക്കി ഇത്തവണ എൻവയോൺമെൻറ്റ് കോൺഗ്രസ് നടക്കുന്നു എന്നുള്ളത് വളരെ സന്തോഷകരമാണ്. കാരണം കേരളം ഒറ്റക്കെട്ടായി സമ്പൂർണ്ണ ശുചിത്വ സംസ്ഥാനം, മാലിന്യമുക്ത നവകേരളം എന്ന ലക്ഷ്യം കൈവരിക്കുന്നതിനായി പ്രവർത്തന രംഗത്തിറങ്ങുന്ന സന്ദർഭത്തിൽ തന്നെയാണ് ഇങ്ങനൊരു കോൺഗ്രസ് ഈ വിഷയത്തെ കേന്ദ്രീകരിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഇവിടെ സംഘടിപ്പിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളത്. ദീർഘമായ അധ്യക്ഷ പ്രസംഗത്തിനൊന്നും ഞാൻ മുതിരുന്നില്ല. ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി ഈ എൻവയോൺമെൻറ്റ് കോൺഗ്രസിൻ്റെ പ്രാധാന്യത്തെക്കുറിച്ചും പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് അതിലെ പ്രധാന ചർച്ചാ വിഷയമായ വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ പ്രാധാന്യത്തെക്കുറിച്ചും സമഗ്രമായി തന്നെ പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇവിടെ ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി ചൂണ്ടിക്കാണിച്ചതുപോലെ കേരളം അതിവേഗത്തിലുള്ള നഗരവൽക്കരണത്തിന് വിധേയമായി കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ആ നഗരവൽക്കരണത്തിൻ്റെ പ്രക്രിയ ദ്രുതഗതിയിലാണ് കേരളത്തിൽ നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഇപ്പോൾ 2035 ആവുമ്പോഴേക്കും എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി തന്നെ അക്കാര്യം ചൂണ്ടിക്കാണിച്ചു, 90% കേരളീയർ നഗരവാസികളായി മാറും. ഇപ്പോൾ നഗരവൽക്കരണം ഉയർത്തുന്ന അനേകം സങ്കീർണ പ്രശ്നങ്ങളുണ്ട്. അതിലേറ്റവും ഗൗരവമുള്ളതാണ് വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് എന്നത്. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാം, കേരളം 2025 സമ്പൂർണ്ണ ശുചിത്വ സംസ്ഥാനം എന്ന ലക്ഷ്യം കൈവരിക്കാൻ നേരത്തെ നിശ്ചയിച്ചിരുന്നത്. അതനുസരിച്ചുള്ള ഒരു പ്രവർത്തന പദ്ധതിയാണ് ആവിഷ്കരിച്ചിരുന്നത്. അതിനിടയിലാണ് ബ്രഹ്മപുരം തീപിടുത്തമുണ്ടാകുന്നത്. അത് ഒരു വഴിത്തിരിവായി മാറി. ബ്രഹ്മപുരം തീപിടുത്തം, അതിനെ തുടർന്നുണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ള ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് അനുഭവിക്കേണ്ടി വന്നിട്ടുള്ള പ്രയാസങ്ങൾ, അതുയർത്തിയ ചർച്ച, അതിൻ്റെ എല്ലാം അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ 2025 മാർച്ചിൽ കൈവരിക്കാൻ നിശ്ചയിച്ച ലക്ഷ്യം മുന്നോട്ടേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരികയും ഒരു വർഷം മുമ്പ് തന്നെ 2024 മാർച്ച് 31 സമ്പൂർണ്ണ ശുചിത്വം എന്ന ലക്ഷ്യം കൈവരിക്കണം എന്ന് നിശ്ചയിച്ചു. അതായത് ലക്ഷ്യം പുനർനിർണയിച്ചു ഒരു വർഷം നേരത്തെ. അത് അസാധാരണമായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു കാര്യമാണ്, വളരെ അനായാസമല്ല എന്ന് സർക്കാരിനും അറിയാം. യുദ്ധകാലാടിസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ ഉള്ള പ്രവർത്തനം അതിനാവശ്യമാണ്. കഴിഞ്ഞ മാർച്ച് 10 മുതൽ യുദ്ധകാലാടിസ്ഥാനത്തിലുള്ള പ്രവർത്തനം കേരളത്തിൽ നടന്നു വരികയാണ്. 3 ഘട്ടങ്ങളിലുള്ള ഒരു കർമ്മപരിപാടി ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി തന്നെ നിയമസഭയിൽ പ്രഖ്യാപിച്ചു. അതിൻ്റെ 1ാം ഘട്ടം പൂർത്തിയായി. ജൂൺ 5 ലോക പരിസ്ഥിതി ദിനത്തിൽ ഒന്നാം ഘട്ടത്തിൻ്റെ വിലയിരുത്തൽ എല്ലാ തദ്ദേശ സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളിലും പഞ്ചായത്ത് നഗരസഭകളിൽ നടത്തുകയുണ്ടായി. കൈവരിച്ച നേട്ടങ്ങൾ, പുരോഗതി എത്രയാണ്, ഏതെല്ലാം ലക്ഷ്യങ്ങളാണ് കൈവരിക്കാൻ കഴിയാതെ പോയത്, എത്രത്തോളം കഴിയാതെ പോയിട്ടുണ്ട്, അത് കൂടി എങ്ങനെ നമുക്ക് അടുത്ത ഘട്ടത്തിൽ കൈവരിക്കാം തുടങ്ങിയ കാര്യങ്ങളുടെ എല്ലാം ഒരു വിലയിരുത്തൽ നടക്കുകയുണ്ടായി. പ്രധാനമായും ലക്ഷ്യം വെച്ചത് ജൈവമാലിന്യങ്ങളുടെ 100% ഉറവിടത്തിലുള്ള തരംതിരിക്കലും സംസ്കരണവും. 100% എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ കൊച്ചി ഒക്കെ പോലുള്ള നഗരങ്ങളിൽ 100% ഉറവിട മാലിന്യ സംസ്കരണം പ്രായോഗികമല്ല എന്നറിയാം. ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത് കഴിയുന്നത്ര ഗാർഹിക തലത്തിൽ തന്നെ സംസ്കരിക്കുക, ബാക്കി അതാത് തദ്ദേശ സ്ഥാപന പരിധിയിൽ തന്നെ സംസ്കരിക്കുക, കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി ലെവൽ സംവിധാനങ്ങളിലൂടെ സംസ്കരിക്കുക. അതായിരുന്നു ഒരു ലക്ഷ്യം. രണ്ടാമത്തേത് അജൈവ പാഴ്വസ്തുക്കളുടെ 100% വാതിൽപ്പടി ശേഖരണം ഉറപ്പാക്കുക. അതിന് ഹരിതകർമ്മസേനയുടെ 100% വിന്യാസം ഉറപ്പുവരുത്തുക, യൂസർ ഫീ കളക്ഷൻ മെച്ചപ്പെടുത്തുക. ഇത്തരം കാര്യങ്ങളാണ് ഒന്നാം ഘട്ടത്തിൽ ലക്ഷ്യമിട്ടത്. പുരോഗതി കൈവരിക്കാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ 100% എന്ന ലക്ഷ്യം മിക്ക സ്ഥലത്തും കൈവരിക്കാനായിട്ടില്ല എന്ന് സത്യസന്ധമായി തന്നെ ചൂണ്ടിക്കാണിക്കാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുകയാണ്. പക്ഷെ നല്ല മാറ്റമുണ്ടായി. ഇപ്പോൾ തിരുവനന്തപുരം കോർപ്പറേഷനിൽ മാത്രം ഒരു വിലയിരുത്തൽ ഞങ്ങൾ നടത്തിയപ്പോൾ 100 വാർഡുകളുള്ളതിൽ 32 വാർഡുകളിൽ 100%-നടുത്ത് എത്താൻ കഴിഞ്ഞു. 46 വാർഡുകളിൽ 75%-ന് മുകളിലെത്താൻ കഴിഞ്ഞു. യൂസർ ഫീ കളക്ഷൻ്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ 1.52 കോടി ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നത്, 80 ലക്ഷം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നത് 1.52 കോടിയായിട്ട് വർദ്ധിച്ചു. ഏറെക്കുറെ 100% വർധനവ് യൂസർ ഫീ കളക്ഷനിലുണ്ടായി. അതർത്ഥം കവറേജ് അത്രയും കൂടി എന്നതുകൂടിയാണ്. ഈ മാറ്റം ദൃശ്യമാണ്. പക്ഷേ ലക്ഷ്യമിട്ടത് അത്രയും കൈവരിക്കാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടില്ല. ഇപ്പോൾ രണ്ടാം ഘട്ട പ്രവർത്തനത്തിലാണുള്ളത്. രണ്ടാം ഘട്ട പ്രവർത്തനത്തിൽ പ്രധാനമായിട്ട് ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത് ഒന്നാം ഘട്ടത്തിലെ കുറവുകൾ കൂടി നികത്തുക, അതോടൊപ്പം മാലിന്യ സംസ്കരണത്തിൻ്റെ ഒരു ശൃംഖല, പശ്ചാത്തല സൗകര്യ ശൃംഖല ഒരുക്കിയെടുക്കുക എന്നതാണ്. കളക്ഷൻ, അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ ഇത് തരംതിരിക്കാനുള്ള സംവിധാനങ്ങൾ, MCFകൾ, മെറ്റീരിയൽ കളക്ഷൻ ഫെസിലിറ്റി, പിന്നെ റിസോഴ്സ് റിക്കവറി ഫെസിലിറ്റി, RRFകൾ, അത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ മാലിന്യ സംസ്കരണ പ്ലാന്റുകൾ. ഈ സംവിധാനം ഒരുക്കാനുള്ള ശ്രമത്തിലാണ് രണ്ടാം ഘട്ടത്തിൽ ഉള്ളത്. മൂന്നാം ഘട്ടമാകുമ്പോഴേക്കും കൂടുതൽ സ്ഥായിയായിട്ടുള്ള മാലിന്യ സംസ്കരണ ഉപാധികൾ സ്ഥാപിക്കേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. അത് ഖരമാലിന്യ സംസ്കരണത്തിൻ്റെ കാര്യത്തിലും ദ്രവമാലിന്യ സംസ്കരണത്തിൻ്റെ കാര്യത്തിലും ഉണ്ടാവേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. അതും കേരളത്തിലൊരു പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട വെല്ലുവിളിയാണ്. മറ്റ് ആളുകളൊക്കെ ഇവിടെ സംസാരിക്കാനുള്ളത് കൊണ്ട് അവരതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് പറയും എന്നാണ് വിചാരിക്കുന്നത്. ഞങ്ങൾ നടത്തിയൊരു പഠനം, ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ തന്നെ വിവിധ ഏജൻസികൾ നടത്തിയ പഠനം കാണിക്കുന്നത് കേരളത്തിലെ പൊതുജലാശയങ്ങളിൽ 82%-ലും കോളിഫോം ബാക്ടീരിയയുടെ സാന്നിധ്യം കണ്ടെത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ട് എന്നതാണ്. വീട്ടുകിണറുകളിൽ 78%-ലും ഉണ്ട് എന്നതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ദ്രവമാലിന്യ സംസ്കരണം, പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ശുചിമുറി മാലിന്യ സംസ്കരണം ഒരു പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട വെല്ലുവിളിയായി ഗവൺമെൻറ് കാണുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ഖരമാലിന്യ സംസ്കരണം, ദ്രവമാലിന്യ സംസ്കരണം, പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ശുചിമുറി മാലിന്യ സംസ്കരണം, ഇങ്ങനെ അതുപോലെ സവിശേഷ മാലിന്യങ്ങൾ, കൺസ്ട്രക്ഷൻ ആൻഡ് ഡിമോളിഷൻ വേസ്റ്റ് ഉണ്ട്, പിന്നെ മുടി മാലിന്യമുണ്ട്, ഈ മാലിന്യങ്ങളുണ്ട്. ഇതിനെയെല്ലാം കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യാൻ ഉതകുന്ന തരത്തിലുള്ള വളരെ സമഗ്രമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു സമീപനം ഗവൺമെൻറ് അംഗീകരിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിപ്പോൾ പ്രാവർത്തികമാക്കുന്ന ഘട്ടത്തിലാണ് ഉള്ളത്. അതിൽ ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി തന്നെ ചൂണ്ടിക്കാണിച്ചതുപോലെ 3 ഘടകങ്ങളുണ്ട്. ഒന്ന്, ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ സൗകര്യങ്ങളും സംവിധാനങ്ങളും ഒരുക്കുക എന്നതാണ്. അത് സംസ്ഥാന സർക്കാരിൻ്റെ ശുചിത്വ മിഷൻ്റെ നേതൃത്വത്തിൽ സ്വച്ഛ് ഭാരത് അഭിയാൻ, അർബൻ, ഗ്രാമീൺ എന്നിവയുടെ, അതുപോലെ സെൻട്രൽ ഫിനാൻസ് കമ്മീഷൻ്റെ ഗ്രാൻഡ്, ഒപ്പം ഖരമാലിന്യ സംസ്കരണത്തിനുള്ള സവിശേഷ പദ്ധതി ലോകബാങ്ക് സഹായത്തോടു കൂടിയിട്ടുള്ള KSWMP, ഇതെല്ലാം ഉപയോഗിച്ചുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഇത് പ്രാവർത്തികമാക്കി സന്നാഹങ്ങളും സംവിധാനങ്ങളും ഒരുക്കാനുള്ള ശ്രമം നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. രണ്ടാമത്തെ കാര്യം, ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാര്യം, ജനങ്ങളുടെ അവബോധത്തിൽ മാറ്റമുണ്ടാവുക, ബോധവൽക്കരണം നടത്തുക എന്നതാണ്. വിപുലമായിട്ടുള്ള ബോധവൽക്കരണ പരിപാടികൾ നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഓഗസ്റ്റ് മാസത്തിൽ KSWMPക്ക് തുടക്കം കുറിക്കുന്നതോടുകൂടി അത് കൂടുതൽ ഊർജിതമായിട്ട് മാറ്റാൻ കഴിയുമെന്നാണ് വിചാരിക്കുന്നത്. അതൊരു പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു തടസ്സമായിട്ട് ഇപ്പോഴും കാണുന്നുണ്ട്. കാരണം ആളുകളുടെ മനോഭാവത്തിൽ കാതലായിട്ടുള്ള മാറ്റം ഇപ്പോഴും ഉണ്ടായിട്ടില്ല. കുറച്ച് മാറ്റം വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്, പക്ഷേ വേണ്ടത്ര മാറ്റം ഉണ്ടായിട്ടില്ല. അത് ഒരു പ്രധാന വെല്ലുവിളിയാണ് എന്നാണ് കണക്കാക്കുന്നത്. മൂന്നാമത്തെ കാര്യം, നിയമങ്ങൾ കർശനമായിട്ട് നടപ്പാക്കുക എന്നതാണ്. നിയമങ്ങൾ നടപ്പാക്കുക എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ നിയമങ്ങൾ നിലവിലുണ്ട്, പക്ഷെ പൊതുവിൽ ഈ നിയമങ്ങൾ പാലിക്കുന്നതിലുള്ളൊരു വൈമുഖ്യവും കണ്ടുവരുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പം അത് മുഖം നോക്കാതെ ശക്തമായി തന്നെ നടപ്പാക്കണം എന്നതാണ് ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. ബാക്കി വിശദാംശങ്ങളിലേക്കെല്ലാം ഞാനിവിടെ പോകാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നില്ല. വിവിധ ഏജൻസികൾ, കുടുംബശ്രീയുണ്ട്, ശുചിത്വ മിഷനുണ്ട്, ക്ലീൻ കേരള കമ്പനിയുണ്ട്, പിന്നെ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ KSWMP ഉണ്ട്. ഈ ഏജൻസികളെല്ലാം ഏകോപിതമായിട്ടുള്ള പ്രവർത്തനമാണ് ഈ ലക്ഷ്യം കൈവരിക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി നടത്തിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. അതിൽ ഹരിതകർമ്മ സേനയുടെ സേവനം വളരെ പ്രധാനമാണ്. കോവിഡ് കാലത്ത് നമുക്ക് നടപ്പിലാക്കാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞ ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാര്യമാണ് ഹരിതകർമ്മ സേന. കേരളത്തിലാകെ 20,000-ഓളം തദ്ദേശ വാർഡുകളുണ്ട്. കോർപ്പറേഷൻ, മുനിസിപ്പൽ, പഞ്ചായത്ത് വാർഡുകൾ. ഒരു വാർഡിൽ ശരാശരി 2 പേർ എന്നാണ് വിഭാവനം ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ളത്. ആ ലക്ഷ്യത്തിലെത്തിയില്ല, പക്ഷേ അങ്ങനെ വരുമ്പോൾ 40,000 പേര് വേണം. ഇപ്പോൾ 33,000 പേർ ഹരിതകർമ്മസേന എന്ന നിലയിൽ അജൈവ പാഴ്വസ്തുക്കളുടെ ശേഖരണത്തിലും തരംതിരിക്കലിലും ഏർപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. അവരെ ആധുനികവൽക്കരിക്കുക എന്നതും ഒരു ലക്ഷ്യമാണ്. അവർക്കെല്ലാ സുരക്ഷാ ഉപകരണങ്ങൾ ലഭ്യമാക്കുക, അതുപോലെ അവർക്ക് പരിശീലനം കൊടുക്കുക, ഇതെല്ലാം ഇതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഈ നിലയിൽ വിപുലമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പദ്ധതി ആവിഷ്കരിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് സംസ്ഥാന സർക്കാർ വളരെ ചിട്ടയായ ആസൂത്രിതമായ പ്രവർത്തനവും അതിൻ്റെ അവലോകനവുമായി മുന്നോട്ട് പോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അത്തരമൊരു സന്ദർഭത്തിൽ ഇവിടെ ഈ ഇന്ത്യൻ എൻവയോൺമെൻറ്റ് കോൺഗ്രസ് വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റിനെ കുറിച്ച് ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുന്നതിനായി ചേരുന്നു എന്നത് വളരെ സന്തോഷകരമാണ്. കേരളത്തിലെ ഗവൺമെൻറ് നടത്തുന്ന പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇവിടെ നടക്കുന്ന ചർച്ചകൾ സഹായകരമായി തീരും, കൂടുതൽ ദിശാബോധം നൽകുമെന്നാണ് ഞാൻ പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നത്. ഒരു കാര്യം കൂടി ഇവിടെ ചൂണ്ടിക്കാണിക്കാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നു. ഈ മാലിന്യ കാരണം ഇത് നമ്മളിതിൻ്റെ പ്രായോഗിക പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ മാത്രമല്ല ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുന്നത് എന്നതുകൊണ്ട്, ഇന്ത്യൻ എൻവയോൺമെൻറ്റ് കോൺഗ്രസ്സിൽ ആഴമുള്ള ചർച്ചകൾ നടക്കും എന്നതുകൊണ്ട് ഒരു കാര്യം കൂടി ചൂണ്ടിക്കാണിക്കാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നു. വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ഈ പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ എക്കോണമിയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ കൂടി അതിൽ അടങ്ങിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതുകൂടി നമ്മൾ അഡ്രസ്സ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ ക്ലൈമറ്റ് ചേഞ്ചിൻ്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ പൊതുവിൽ ലോകത്താകെ അംഗീകരിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളൊരു തത്വമാണ് കോമൺ ബട്ട് ഡിഫറൻഷിയേറ്റഡ് റെസ്പോൺസിബിലിറ്റീസ് എന്നത്. പൊതുവായ എന്നാൽ വ്യത്യസ്തമായിട്ടുള്ള ഉത്തരവാദിത്തങ്ങൾ. കാരണം കാലാവസ്ഥാ വ്യതിയാനത്തിന് പ്രധാനമായിട്ട് ഉത്തരവാദികളായിട്ടുള്ളത് സമ്പന്ന രാഷ്ട്രങ്ങളാണ്. സമ്പന്ന രാഷ്ട്രങ്ങളുടെ ഉൽപ്പാദനത്തിൻ്റെയും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ഉപഭോഗത്തിൻ്റെയും രീതികൾ അതിന് പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാരണമാവുന്നു എന്ന കാഴ്ചപ്പാടിൻ്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിലാണ് അങ്ങനെ ഒരു സമീപനം സ്വീകരിക്കുന്നത്. അത് വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ കാര്യത്തിലും ബാധകമായിട്ടുള്ളതാണ്. കാരണം പ്രധാനമായിട്ടും മാലിന്യം വേസ്റ്റ് ജനറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് സമ്പന്നരാണ്. അവരുടെ ഉപഭോഗശീലങ്ങളും ഒക്കെയാണ് അതുണ്ടാക്കുന്നത് എന്ന് നമുക്കെല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാം. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ അക്കാര്യത്തിലും ഉത്തരവാദിത്വം എല്ലാവർക്കുമുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ സമ്പന്ന വിഭാഗങ്ങൾക്ക് കൂടുതൽ ഉത്തരവാദിത്വമുണ്ട് എന്ന് നമുക്ക് ഓർമ്മിപ്പിക്കാനും കൂടി കഴിയേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. ആ ദിശയിൽ ഈ ഇന്ത്യൻ എൻവയോൺമെൻറ്റ് കോൺഗ്രസിൻ്റെ ചർച്ചകൾ നടക്കുമെന്ന് പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നു. ആ ചർച്ചകൾ കേരളത്തിൽ ഇപ്പോൾ നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന പരിശ്രമങ്ങൾക്ക് പ്രയോജനകരമായി തീരും എന്ന് പ്രത്യാശിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ പ്രസംഗം ചുരുക്കുന്നു. എല്ലാവർക്കും സ്നേഹാഭിവാദനം.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we are getting into the segment of release of proceedings. May I request Sri G.R. Anil, Honorable Minister for Food and Civil Supplies, Legal Meteorology and Consumer Affairs, Kerala, to release the proceedings of the Congress volume and also CES project GIZ knowledge products. As well, may I request Sri K. Mohammed Y. Saifullah IAS, Project Director, Kerala Solid Waste Management Project, to receive the proceedings volume. And Sri Sunil Pamidi, IFS Director, and Sri Sunil Pamidi, IFS Director, Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, to receive the CES project GIZ knowledge products, which is actually supported by CED, GIZ, and Directorate of Climate Change. Thank you very much, sirs. May I request Sri D.K. Murali, MLA, to felicitate the gathering. Okay. May I request G.R. Anil, sir, to the diocese yours, sir. Thank you.
യോഗാധ്യക്ഷൻ ബഹുമാന്യായ മന്ത്രി ശ്രീ എം പി രാജേഷ്, വേദിയിലുള്ള MLA-മാരായിട്ടുള്ള ശ്രീ D.K. മുരളി, ശ്രീ IB സതീഷ്, CED-യുടെ ചെയർമാൻ പ്രൊഫസർ V.K. ദാമോദരൻ, CED-യുടെ എക്സിക്യൂട്ടീവ് ഡയറക്ടർ ശ്രീ ഡോക്ടർ ബാബു അമ്പാട്, ശ്രീമതി ശാരദാ മുരളീധരൻ ഉൾപ്പെടെ വേദിയിലും സദസ്സിലുമുള്ള ബഹുമാന്യ സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, പ്രിയമുള്ള സഹോദരി സഹോദരന്മാരെ, സ്നേഹിതരെ, ദീർഘമായ വർത്തമാനത്തിന് ഞാൻ മുതിരുന്നില്ല. ഈ പരിസ്ഥിതി കോൺഗ്രസ്സിൽ ഉദ്ഘാടന സമ്മേളനത്തിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞതിലുള്ള സന്തോഷം ഞാൻ ആദ്യം അറിയിക്കുകയാണ്. ഇവിടെ അധ്യക്ഷൻ സൂചിപ്പിച്ചതുപോലെ ഈ 3 ദിവസം നീണ്ടു നിൽക്കുന്ന ഈ പരിസ്ഥിതി കോൺഗ്രസിൻ്റെ ശ്രദ്ധേയമായിട്ടുള്ള നിർദ്ദേശങ്ങൾ ഗവൺമെൻറ് രൂപം കൊടുക്കുന്ന പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾക്കേറെ സഹായിക്കുന്ന ഒന്നാണ്. മാലിന്യ പരിപാലന രംഗത്ത് നൂതനമായ സാങ്കേതിക വിദ്യകൾ ഇന്ന് നമുക്ക് ലഭ്യമാകുന്നുണ്ട് എന്നുള്ളത് കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഓരോ സ്ഥലത്തെയും അനുഭവങ്ങൾ, പല തദ്ദേശ സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളിലെയും ഇടപെടലുകളെല്ലാം 3 ദിവസത്തെ നിങ്ങളുടെ ചർച്ചയിൽ ഉയർന്നു വരും. അതിനനുസരിച്ച് മാലിന്യ നിർമ്മാർജ്ജന രംഗത്ത് നൂതനമായ സാങ്കേതിക വിദ്യകളെക്കുറിച്ച്, മറ്റു പ്രദേശങ്ങൾ അത് വിജയകരമായി നടപ്പാക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്ന രീതികളെക്കുറിച്ചും പുതിയ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾക്കേറെ സഹായിക്കുമെന്നുള്ളത് കൊണ്ട് ആ ദിശയിലുള്ള ചർച്ചകൾ പ്രയോജനകരമാകട്ടെ എന്ന് മാത്രം ആഗ്രഹിച്ച് എല്ലാവർക്കും ആശംസകൾ നേർന്നുകൊണ്ട് എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ നിർത്തുന്നു. നന്ദി, നമസ്കാരം.
Thank you very much, sir. Now may I request Sri D.K. Murali, MLA, to felicitate the gathering.
അധ്യക്ഷൻ ആദരണീയനായ LSGD മിനിസ്റ്റർ ശ്രീ MP രാജേഷ്, ഫുഡ് ആൻഡ് സിവിൽ സപ്ലൈസ് വകുപ്പ് മന്ത്രി ശ്രീ G.R. അനിൽ, എൻ്റെ പ്രിയ സുഹൃത്ത് IB സതീഷ് MLA, ബഹുമാനിയായ ശാരദാ മുരളീധരൻ IAS, ഡോക്ടർ ആക്സൽ ബോസ്മാൻ, ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട പ്രൊഫസർ V.K. ദാമോദരൻ, ഡോക്ടർ ബാബു അമ്പാട്ട്, ബൈജു, പ്രിയപ്പെട്ടവരെ, ആധുനിക കാലത്ത് ലോകത്ത് തന്നെയും ഏറ്റവും വലിയ വെല്ലുവിളികളിലൊന്നാണ് മാലിന്യ സംസ്കരണം നഗരവൽക്കരണത്തിലേക്ക് അതിദ്രുതഗതിയിൽ നാടുകളാകെ പോവുകയാണ്. ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി സൂചിപ്പിച്ചതുപോലെ കേരളവും നഗരവൽക്കരണത്തിലേക്ക് നീങ്ങുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഏറ്റെടുക്കേണ്ട പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട വെല്ലുവിളി മാലിന്യമാണ്, മാലിന്യ സംസ്കരണമാണ്. ഗവൺമെൻറ് അക്കാര്യത്തിൽ ദൃഢനിശ്ചയത്തോടുള്ള പദ്ധതികളാണ് ആവിഷ്കരിച്ച് മുന്നോട്ട് പോകുന്നത്. അതിൻ്റെ അനുഭവങ്ങളും നേർസാക്ഷ്യങ്ങളുമാണ് ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിയും LSGD മിനിസ്റ്ററും ഇവിടെ വിശദീകരിച്ചത്. അതിലേക്കുള്ള കാൽവയ്പ്പുകൾ വിജയിപ്പിച്ചെടുക്കേണ്ടത് പൊതുസമൂഹത്തിൻ്റെ തന്നെ ബാധ്യതയാണ്. തീർച്ചയായും വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് ഒരു പൊതുബോധമാക്കി വളർത്തേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. ഏതെല്ലാം തരത്തിലുള്ള വേസ്റ്റുകളാണ്, മാലിന്യങ്ങളാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ ഉണ്ടായി വരുന്നത് എന്ന് നമുക്ക് കാണാനാകും. ഇവിടെ മന്ത്രി സൂചിപ്പിച്ചതുപോലെ തന്നെ വിവിധ തരത്തിലാണ്. ഇതെല്ലാം എങ്ങനെ സംസ്കരിക്കണം എന്നതിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് നല്ല അവയർനെസ് ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് നൽകേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. ഉറവിടത്തിൽ തന്നെ മാലിന്യങ്ങൾ സംസ്കരിക്കാൻ പറ്റും, വികേന്ദ്രീകൃതമായ പദ്ധതികൾ ആവിഷ്കരിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് പറ്റും. കേന്ദ്രീകൃതമായ മാലിന്യ സംസ്കരണത്തെ സംബന്ധിച്ചും നമുക്ക് ആലോചിക്കേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെ വ്യത്യസ്തമായും വിവിധ തരത്തിലുമുള്ള മാലിന്യ സംസ്കരണ പദ്ധതികൾ ഏറ്റെടുത്തുകൊണ്ട് മാത്രമേ നമുക്ക് ഈ വെല്ലുവിളിയെ നേരിടാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. ഒരു വർഷം കൊണ്ട് മാലിന്യ വിമുക്ത കേരളം സൃഷ്ടിക്കണം എന്നുള്ള ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ കാഴ്ചപ്പാട്, അതിനെ സഹായിച്ചുകൊണ്ടും ആക്സിലറേറ്റ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടും എല്ലാ പ്രസ്ഥാനങ്ങളും, ഈ നാടിനോട് ആഭിമുഖ്യമുള്ള എല്ലാ പ്രസ്ഥാനങ്ങളും മുന്നോട്ട് വരേണ്ടത് തന്നെയാണ്. CDയെ സംബന്ധിച്ചാണെങ്കിൽ ഈ രംഗത്ത് വലിയ അനുഭവങ്ങളുണ്ട്. ഇന്ത്യയിലെ വിവിധ സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളിൽ സോളിഡ് അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ലിക്വിഡ് മാലിന്യങ്ങളുടെ സംസ്കരണത്തിന്, വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റിന് കൺസൾട്ടൻസിയായും പ്രോജക്റ്റുകൾ ഏറ്റെടുത്ത് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു പ്രസ്ഥാനം എന്ന നിലയിൽ എൻവയോൺമെൻറ്റൽ കോൺഗ്രസ് തന്നെ വിവിധ ഘട്ടങ്ങളിൽ സംഘടിപ്പിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു മൂവ്മെൻ്റ് എന്ന നിലയിൽ തീർച്ചയായും ഇവിടെ നടക്കുന്ന ചർച്ചകളും പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളും ഇക്കാര്യത്തിലൊരു ദിശാബോധം സൃഷ്ടിക്കുമെന്നുള്ളതിൽ സംശയമില്ല. ആ നിലയിൽ തന്നെ നമുക്ക് ഈ എൻവയോൺമെൻറ്റൽ കോൺഗ്രസിനെ പ്രയോജനപ്പെടുത്തി എടുക്കുവാനും കേരളം എന്ന് അഭിമുഖീകരിക്കുന്ന വൈവിധ്യമാർന്ന മാലിന്യ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ, അതിൻ്റെ പരിഹാരങ്ങൾ, വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റിന് ആവശ്യമായി ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് നൽകാൻ കഴിയുന്ന ഒരു അവയർനെസ്, അതെല്ലാം ചർച്ചകളിലൂടെ തീരുമാനമാക്കണം എന്ന് മാത്രം അഭ്യർത്ഥിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് എല്ലാവിധ വിജയാശംസകളും നേർന്നുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ അവസാനിപ്പിക്കും.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request Sri IB Satish, MLA, to felicitate the gathering.
ഈ യോഗത്തിൻ്റെ അധ്യക്ഷൻ ആദരണീയനായ തദ്ദേശ സ്വയംഭരണ വകുപ്പ് മന്ത്രി ശ്രീ MP രാജേഷ്, വേദിയിലുള്ള ബഹുമാനീയനായ ഭക്ഷ്യവിതരണ സിവിൽ സപ്ലൈസ് വകുപ്പ് മന്ത്രി ശ്രീ GR അനിൽ ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള വിശിഷ്ടാതിഥികളെ, പ്രതിനിധികളെ, സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, നീഡ് ഓഫ് ദ അവർ, നാം ജീവിച്ചിരിക്കുന്ന മണിക്കൂറുകളുടെ അനിവാര്യതയാണ് ഈ എൻവയോൺമെൻറ്റ് കോൺഗ്രസ്സിലൂടെ ചർച്ച ചെയ്യപ്പെടുന്നത്. പാരിസ്ഥിതിക പ്രശ്നങ്ങളെ സംബന്ധിച്ചും മാലിന്യ നിർമ്മാർജ്ജനത്തെ സംബന്ധിച്ചും നിയതമായ കൃത്യമായ പദ്ധതികൾ ആസൂത്രണം ചെയ്യുന്നതിൽ നേതൃത്വപരമായ പങ്ക് വഹിക്കുന്ന തദ്ദേശ സ്വയംഭരണ വകുപ്പ് മന്ത്രിയുടെ വാക്കുകൾ നമ്മൾ കേട്ടു. ഈ മേഖലയിൽ യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ഒട്ടേറെ സംവാദങ്ങൾ, അക്കാദമിക് സെമിനാറുകൾ ഒക്കെ നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അതെല്ലാം ഒരർത്ഥത്തിൽ കാർപ്പറ്റ് ബോംബിംഗ് പോലെയാണ്. ഇവിടെയാണ് കൃത്യമായ പദ്ധതികൾ മുന്നോട്ട് വെച്ചുകൊണ്ട് സംസ്ഥാന സർക്കാർ മുന്നോട്ട് പോകുന്നത്. ആ കാഴ്ചപ്പാടിൻ്റെ വെളിച്ചമാണ് മന്ത്രിയുടെ വാക്കുകളിൽ നമ്മൾ കേട്ടത്. ഇവിടെ കൃത്യമായ ഒരു സമയബന്ധിതമായ പദ്ധതിയും സമീപനവും പ്രാവർത്തികമാക്കുവാനുള്ള ഇച്ഛാശക്തി കാലഘട്ടം ആവശ്യപ്പെടുന്നുണ്ട്. നമുക്കൊക്കെ അറിയുന്നത് പോലെ കാർബൺ ന്യൂട്രാലിറ്റിയെക്കുറിച്ചാണ് നമ്മൾ സംസാരിക്കുന്നത്. പക്ഷേ എത്രമാത്രം കാർബൺ എമിഷനാണ് ഓരോ മേഖലയിലും ഉണ്ടാകുന്നത് എന്നതിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് കൃത്യമായ പദ്ധതികളില്ല. ഇന്ന് നമുക്ക് ഏറ്റവും ആദ്യം അനിവാര്യമാകുന്നത് ഒരു കാർബൺ ഓഡിറ്റിംഗ് ആണ്. ഓരോ മേഖലയിലും എത്രമാത്രം കാർബൺ എമിഷൻ ഉണ്ടാകുന്നു. വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യാൻ ഏറ്റവും ആദ്യം വേണ്ടത് അതാണ് എന്ന് ഞാൻ വിചാരിക്കുന്നു. അതുമാത്രമല്ല, ഇത് നിർമ്മാണ മേഖലയിൽ ഒട്ടേറെ പരീക്ഷണങ്ങൾ നടക്കുന്ന കാലമാണ്. പുതിയ റോഡുകൾ വരുന്നു, പഴയ റോഡുകൾ ഇല്ലാതാവുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ നിർമ്മാണ മേഖലയിൽ ഉള്ള നിർമ്മിതികൾ തകർക്കപ്പെടുക എന്നത് അനിവാര്യമാണ്. പുതിയ റോഡുകളുടെ നിർമ്മാണത്തിന് നിലവിലുള്ള റോഡുകൾ ഇല്ലാതാവുക എന്നത് അനിവാര്യമാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന മാലിന്യമുണ്ട്. കെട്ടിട നിർമ്മാണ മേഖലയിലെ, പശ്ചാത്തല മേഖലയിലെ മാലിന്യം. ആ മാലിന്യം പുനരുപയോഗിക്കപ്പെടുക, റീസൈക്കിൾ ചെയ്യപ്പെടുക, അത് നിർമ്മാണ മേഖലയിൽ തന്നെ പുതിയ നിർമ്മാണത്തിന് ആവശ്യമായ സാധനങ്ങൾ, സാമഗ്രികൾ ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നതിന് ഉപയോഗിക്കുക എന്നത് വളരെ പ്രധാനമാണ് എന്ന് ഞാൻ വിചാരിക്കുന്നു. അതോടൊപ്പം വേസ്റ്റ് വാട്ടർ മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ്, അതിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ചൊരു മാതൃക തീർക്കാൻ ഈ എൻവയോൺമെൻറ്റ് കോൺഗ്രസ്സിന് കഴിയണമെന്നാണ് ഞാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നത്. നമുക്ക് വലിയ ജല പദ്ധതികൾ, നീരൊഴുക്കുകൾ, അവിടെയെല്ലാം വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റിന് ചില സാധ്യതകളുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഓർഡർ, സെക്കൻഡ് ഓർഡർ ഡ്രെയിനുകൾക്കകത്ത് സ്ഥാപിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ട്രീറ്റ്മെൻറ്റ് പ്ലാന്റുകൾ ഉണ്ടോ? അത്തരം മാതൃകകൾ ലോകത്തെവിടെയെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടോ? ആ മാതൃകകൾ നമുക്ക് കേരളത്തിൽ സ്ഥാപിക്കാനാകുമോ എന്നതിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ച ഒരു കൃത്യമായ ഉത്തരം നൽകാൻ ഈ കോൺഗ്രസ്സിന് കഴിയണം എന്ന ഒരാഗ്രഹം ഞാൻ മുന്നോട്ട് വയ്ക്കുന്നു. അതോടൊപ്പം കേരളത്തിന് ഇന്ന് ആവശ്യം കൺവെർജൻസിൻ്റെ മാതൃകയാണ്. വിവിധ വകുപ്പുകളുടെ ഏകോപനത്തിലൂടെ ഫലമുണ്ടാക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന, റിസൾട്ട് ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന അത്തരം മാതൃകകൾക്കുള്ള നിർദ്ദേശങ്ങൾ ഉരുത്തിരിഞ്ഞു വന്നാൽ അത് ഈ കോൺഗ്രസ് മുന്നോട്ട് വയ്ക്കുന്ന ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു റിസൾട്ടായിരിക്കും എന്ന് ഞാൻ വിചാരിക്കുന്നു. അത്തരം മേഖലയിലേക്ക് ഈ ചർച്ചകൾ, സെഷനുകൾ രൂപപ്പെട്ടു വരും എന്ന പ്രതീക്ഷയോടുകൂടി മാലിന്യമുക്ത നവകേരളത്തിന് ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട സംഭാവന നൽകാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു സെഷനായി ഇത് മാറട്ടെ എന്ന് ആശംസിച്ച് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ നിർത്തുന്നു. നന്ദി, അഭിവാദ്യം.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, may I take this opportunity to invite Srimati Sharada Muralidharan, IAS, retired Chief Secretary, extremely sorry, ma'am, Additional Chief Secretary, Local Self-Government Department, Kerala, to deliver the keynote address. Extremely sorry, ma'am. I'm really sorry.
Thank you. I am actually pretty close to retirement, so that's okay. വേദിയിലും സദസ്സിലുണ്ട് ബഹുമാനീയരെയും, distinguished guests on the dais and off the dais. I must confess that when Dr. Babu Ambat came and met me, I had tried to wriggle myself out of this talk because my life has been a horror story from Brahmapuram, from the days that Brahmapuram caught fire. But then I was told that you need not prepare anything, you can just talk about what you're doing and the challenges that you're facing. And now that's something that I can keep on and on and on and on. So that's what I will be talking about today. You know, what we've been trying to do, the questions we're facing on the way, and an environment congress is really good if we have a lot of questions to answer. And I hope that you would be taking on some of these. So, first of all, the model of Kerala is that of an extremely powerful decentralized state. And as part of that decentralization, the responsibilities that have been given, entrusted to local governments is also very significant and perhaps the most in the country. And in India, certainly, I do not know if there are village governments which have the kind of power anywhere in the world that the local governments of Kerala do. And as the Honorable Minister had spoken about in his address, he mentioned about the urbanization of the state. So Kerala is a state which has huge urbanization. The figures that we have are of the 2011 census, but we know in 2021, the figures are going to be much closer to 80-85% urbanization. And that kind of urbanization, coupled with a fairly affluent society over time, means that the problem of waste that is faced by Kerala is perhaps more challenging than anywhere else in the country except the biggest metropolises. Well, the metropolises have only the metropolis to worry about. In an 80% urbanized place, it means that the entire state has to worry about waste management as far as the state of Kerala is concerned. So that's how big the scale of the issue is. And then we've got these powerful local governments, so we say, okay, so we have decentralized models of waste government. The problem there, however, is that, okay, we set up our systems. Kerala has a very interesting ribbon type of development pattern in which we have homesteads. And therefore, generally we feel that people are able to take care of their own waste, at least the bio-waste as well as the liquid waste that is generated in homes can be managed within the homestead. Only in areas where there is aggregation and where there is not enough space does the city administration have to step in and take care of this waste. But also, when it comes to non-bio waste, however, every household in Kerala, be it urban or rural, is generating quite a bit of it. And so you have to have systems that manage non-bio waste across the state. Kerala also, important initiatives of Kerala end up creating unique problems as well. So Kerala also has maybe the best palliative care system in the world. But what that has also meant, in Kerala, by virtue of having very good quality of life indices, we also have a huge population which suffers from lifestyle diseases. The net result of that is that the homes are generating a lot of syringes, needles, diapers, medical, what we call biomedical waste, so domestic hazardous waste, and that kind of waste which is generated is again unique to Kerala because you find it generated in the city, you find it generated in the rural area, and you also find that you don't have the wherewithal to handle it because this cannot be handled like any regular waste. So that is also a big problem. We are also a country of meat eaters. We love our meat and our fish and our chicken. And chicken waste, the nastiest waste that you can think of, again, is something which we have to figure out as to how to deal with it as a separate entity in itself. Any of you who would have traveled down the national highway, in the part of the national highway in Kerala would certainly be thinking, good God, whatever is, all this demolition waste that is all around us. So how is that getting absorbed and who is taking care of it? So the battle is on many fronts. And I haven't even begun to talk about liquid waste. The state of Kerala has managed to be extremely complacent about liquid waste, saying that, oh, you know what, we are the first major state to become ODF. We were, even from, say, 2005 onwards, or even before that, we've regarded ourselves as fairly up there as far as managing our fecal waste was concerned. Because, yes, we've got our, much of the country was struggling with open defecation. we had septic tanks everywhere. We had toilets, we had septic tanks. Within a span of the first 5 years of decentralized government in Kerala, we had gone from 60% to over 90% of toilet coverage. And we thought that we'd had it fixed. Our problem of septage was something that we thought our septic tanks will be taken care of. But do we have FSTPs? Fecal sludge treatment plants, we've got, well, there's one in Trivandrum, there's one in Kochi, and there's one in Kalpetta. So all the three regions, north, south, and center, are represented. But the fact of the matter is, 90% of our local governments have nowhere to take their slurry. So put this all together and you've got a fairy tale in terms of waste management in the state. And that's, when we started off this campaign, it was interesting. Again, something the minister had pointed out, which was that we looking at decentralized solutions. So, and I come back to that first question I asked, with the state that what is the actual way to go? Should we be looking at, because of the fact that we've got very powerful and very enabled local governments, should we be looking at the local governments providing the 100% solution? Should it be completely, when they are doing so itself, should they be tapping into the social capital of the state and coming up with completely decentralized models of waste management? Should we be looking at centralized models, because we've been seeing that Indore for the last 3-4 years has been topping Swachh Sarvekshan, has been applauded, lauded as the best city as far as waste management is concerned in the country. But that is an extremely centralized model. So should we be looking at that kind of a model, because that evidently seems to be working? Or should we be going for a hybrid which combines decentralized and centralized? When we are talking of all this, what kind of technologies should we be adopting for solid waste management? Should we be leaving families and homesteads to their own devices? Should we be providing them the devices? Should they pay for those devices? If we expect that people will take care of their waste at home, of their organic waste at home, shouldn't we be at least keeping watch on what they're doing and how they are doing this? Should we have technical facilitation to carry this forward? So, lots of questions and we really don't have the right answers. But what is it that we tried to do, and what did we, you fall back on the solid waste management rules, and they give you some insight about how you should go about it. One of the things they do say is that in situ, as far as possible, in situ management. Good, sounds good. And where it is not possible, you should be looking at some facility, either it's a decentralized facility or a centralized facility. Okay. It also says that bulk waste generators, which would mean, our hostels, or gated communities, or apartment complexes, big community halls, or colleges, hotels, restaurants, etc., bulk waste generators need to take care of their own waste. It should be in situ processing. So, interestingly, I mean, with that and with the court, the reason I wanted to get out of this this discussion also was because I was smarting from my 5th engagement with the High Court in the span of 2 months over waste management. So, 3-hour sessions before the courts can be extremely exhausting. Let me tell you that. So I was just smarting from that and figuring out, okay, what next? How do you strategize? What do you do to convince the court that we are very seriously looking at this and that we will come up with a solution with a solution that is sustainable, durable, and evident on the face of it. Because being evident is also important. Because today, we have about 80% of door-to-door collection of non-bio waste. You wouldn't think so if you saw a street litter. But that is a fact. And perhaps, and this 80% is across urban and rural areas. We have, so our facilities too, we have given more bio bins than there are households in the state of Kerala. If you look at the number of bio bins that have been provided to households, it is more than the number of households in the state. So some of them apparently have progressed to becoming flower pots. But some of them are idling because, maybe because inoculum is not in supply enough, or maybe because whoever has been handling it has changed hands and there is lack of understanding of how exactly to operate their bio bins. And there comes this question too, should we be supplying bio bins to everybody? Is that the way to go? And particularly, should we be supplying it to those families who can afford to, to get on the net, search for the best devices, buy them, and use them well? Shouldn't people be taking on responsibility for their own waste? So we do, part of our campaign, we say, my waste, my responsibility. And there are many of us here who have taken that to heart. But there are many of us who have not. And we've been seeing this too. So, part of the effort of Malini Muktam Navakeralam campaign was also to clear the illegal dump sites. And we went to the public and said, we don't trust the government and our office officials to identify all the sites, so we've asked you to do so as well, and asked public to upload images. And we got quite a few of them, and 90% of them were cleared. 90% of these sites were cleared, but even today you will find at least 50% of those sites are still active. And why are they active? Because people who have not bothered to join the Haritha Karma Sena or the waste collection system, who have chosen, who think that this is, what is the city doing with my waste anyway? They're most likely collecting it and throwing it off somewhere. Why should I pay them to do so? Therefore, I would rather, let me throw my waste on my own. So instead of processing your waste, you just go ahead and then dump that waste somewhere. And we find that happening over and over again. And therefore, when you find the dump sites are being cleared, then you say, let's secure those sites. And we, make nice little flower gardens or park benches, put them out there. But that doesn't stop them from, because in some of those cases, you still find waste coming to that very same point. In some places, there is a little bit of conscience saying, oh, array yaar, this place has now become good looking. So let's shift our dump. And so then you find that, it moves about 20 or 50 meters to a more convenient place. And so new dump sites are being created. So this is a cyclical thing, and we are quite confused about how is it that the system comes together? So one of the things is that, yes, we need to have, we try to look at standardization of the waste collection effort, which is why we now have 33,000 Haritha Karma Sena who are involved in collection. We want to ensure that they all do it right, that they are standardized, they are, that we brand them. And it's a livelihood intervention as well. That they behave with a certain level of courtesy, that they have behaved to, that people behave towards them with a certain level of courtesy also. These are expectations that we try to bring into the system. We say that the waste, the collection, the management, the transportation, all of this needs to be streamlined. But then we also come up with this problem that the waste generated is different in different places. So in some households generate a lot of waste, some don't, some are very poor, and they can't afford to pay that 50 rupees per month. I mean, that's a big drag on them. If you have less than 5,000, 6,000 rupees per month, which is coming in as your monthly revenue, to be able to take this payment out and keep paying it is difficult. There are families that we have identified that is extremely poor. So who takes care of that waste? Interestingly, however, we find that the poor are much more willing to sacrifice and pay up. It is in rich households. It is the government officer. It is the lawyer. It is the doctor. It is the engineer. It is the banker. It is that category of people from whom the Harida Karma Sena have been finding the greatest resistance. It is very interesting, actually, to think of why that is so. Because they are a set of people who think that government is not doing anything for me. Why should I do anything for government? Interesting, isn't it? I mean, government officials are actually the biggest block in that lot. We realize that communication is key. That for this system, it's a big thing that we are doing, but for this to actually eventually work, there's got to be behavior change. There's got to be assimilation of that kind of value. There's got to be appreciation of the effort taken by the municipality. All of this needs to come in. So citizen responsibility, and which is interesting because when the first session of the court, they asked the district collector Ernakulam to come out with a citizen's charter. And this was a citizen's charter of duties in respect of waste management. And if we ask ourselves, are we being responsible to the earth, to our communities, to our children, to our future, to the earth, we find that most of us are not. And we find that our consumerism, our desire for online products, our desire for takeaways, the convenience and comforts that modern living has brought with it, has also made us, each one of us, increase quite heavily the waste that is being generated within the city and rural limits. And are we commensurately taking responsibility for that? Convenience means that we will have water. I find that when we are discussing environment, the water bottles of this nature come up. But in any other meeting that I go to, I am back to getting my Bisleri, the plastic bottles. So this is like, it is tokenism. We really, how much do we really believe in this, and how much do we realize of what is the extent of damage that is being happened? So reduction, all of that is very critical, but all of that needs to be assimilated into our way of life. That's a huge challenge. And unless that challenge is also met, our waste management effort is not going to be 100% successful. So that I think is actually very critical. We can bring in the systems. We can bring in digital technologies. We are doing so as well. We've got about 600 of our local governments have the Harida Mitra map, QR coded. So waste management processes, systems are in place. Your grievance redressal is in place. People don't know enough about it and haven't started using them, but it's there. But ultimately, it is about just how much are we invested. How many of us who are sitting here today know what is happening in the kitchen? Where the waste is going, how it is being processed, what happens to all the things that we put into the bins, or medical waste, or menstrual waste. How is it being managed? Are we just digging it deep and forgetting about it? Are we burning it up? What happens when a tree falls over your house and you've got stuff that breaks up? Where is the system? When you start looking at it, the systems just keep multiplying, the need for the system. And the local governments have been now, we've been pushing local governments to build up those infrastructures and systems. And we find that they're not, they attempt to do this, but you find the next problem coming up, which is that people say, not in my backyard. We do not want to have a material collection facility here. We do not want to have a plastic recycling plant here. We do not want to have a fecal sludge treatment plant here. We do not want a sewage treatment plant. We do not want any of this. We do not even want a Tumburmuri. And so you've got a lot of local governments running around because they have now improved their waste collection at source, but they are unable to process the waste because their material collection facilities, which are already there, are overflowing. And because of that, they are not properly segregating their waste. And because they need to set up new infrastructure. New infrastructure is hard to come by. And there comes this question. Maybe then you need to look at private partners. Who are the private? Are there people? Is there expertise which is out there? There is profit. You know, my first interaction with Dr. Ambat was, I don't remember the year, 2019, 2000 or so. And when he came up with this evangelistic notion that waste is wealth. So he was trying to convince all of us at that time that waste is actually wealth and that there was money to be had and you needed to look at waste responsibly. We've not been able to do that properly too. So how much of, that adage would be proven if we were actually getting into a virtuous cycle of making money out of the waste that is generated and using that to improve the quality of waste management. So I've actually, like I said, I can go on forever on this. And I haven't even begun to talk about liquid waste management. The long and short of it is that A, citizen behavior is critical. B, systems and management of systems is critical. C, in some cases, we need to think in terms of hybrid solutions. We need to think of solutions on scale. And even when we think of solutions on scale, we need to bring in, we need to ensure that the systems are in place, because when on scale, if there is a breakdown, then the breakdown will also be on scale. Remember that. So that has to be taken care of. And also, it is about equity and ethics. It is about the fact that, sometimes we need to cross-subsidize. We need to find, we need to take responsibility for the waste that is being generated. We need to be part of the process. I mean, you can criticize the process, but you cannot stay out of it. You need to assimilate and take ownership of of how you can contribute to managing the waste of your locality. You need to give that kind of time, because waste management is not just about keeping premises clean. It is about our health. It is about our environment. It is ultimately, it is about our future. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I request Dr. Axel Borchmann, Deputy Head of Division, German Federal Ministry for the Environment, Nature Conservation, Nuclear Safety and Consumer Protection, to deliver the special address.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, yes, I have been attending the U20 under the G20 presidency of India a few days ago, and I have been traveling a substantial amount of those highways the Honorable Additional Secretary has mentioned already, with all the construction waste, and seen that, so that's surely something, but also there are, as has been mentioned, quite a lot of other ongoing problems, and therefore I'm delighted to be amongst you for this inaugural session of the Indian Environment Congress 2023, which is then held here in Trivandrum. And please first of all, let me thank you, all the stakeholders, waste management in the state of Kerala, and especially the Center of Environment and Development, Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Kerala, for inviting me here. I applaud the efforts undertaken by different stakeholder departments, be it environment, local self-government, various civil society organizations, and private actors who are supporting the waste management efforts here in Kerala. The Kerala waste management model is also unique with the role of empowered governmental institutions like the Sanitation Mission under the local self-government department Kerala, and women groups-led models of waste management. Let me also add another layer of complexity to what we have already heard on the local level, on the regional level, at state level, and national level. There is another level on an international level, which is becoming more and more important, and it might be seeming far away, but it is actually not. It will be affecting all of you and your work and your efforts, and hopefully supporting it, therefore. So the impact of the plastic waste on the oceans, which have been mentioned before as well, is substantial for India, and so is it in the context of Kerala. So Kerala has a long coastline of 560 kilometers and also an extensive network of water bodies leading to the sea as a vector also for different kind of waste, also especially plastic waste. So what we need is joint efforts by all stakeholders for the effective implementation of measures as well as enforcement of rules and guidelines to manage plastics, especially for plastics of concern like single-use plastic items, and the development of sustainable waste management systems. Plastic waste has become a serious concern, as I said, not only locally but globally. This problem of marine litter is transboundary by nature, and that cannot be solved by one country alone or a region or a state alone. So during the second session of the 5th United Nations Environment Assembly in March 2022, 175 countries, based on 3 resolutions, including one by India, have agreed to negotiate a legally binding plastics treaty to end plastic pollution, and that has to be done, the negotiations to finish by 2024. So you see that's quite an ambitious deadline, and we all have to do our utmost to make that happen. The second session just concluded at the beginning of June, and we are now looking forward to all meeting in Nairobi in this mid of November and have the third session followed to be by the 4th and 5th one to conclude the negotiations. All that is going to support innovation, technology, finance, and develops then a policy framework aiming at sustainable consumption and production of plastics. As we have heard, those are key elements for transition of a plastic of the future, both again on national and international level. So what we acquire is also what we have been hearing is a systemic change and a transformation to sustainable consumption patterns and levels. And I'm positive that there is a possibility. So it's not something that we have to find new solutions, perhaps also reflecting what we have been doing before. So plastics have been incorporated into our daily lives, but I do think to the good to one extent, but also there has been some misdevelopment we have to combat as well. So what we need is to develop an approach from a linear to a more circular economy. And again, that's on a global and a regional level. We need local partnerships, collaborations, and the commitment we are seeing here. Also, especially with support from the industry and the producers. In return, we are supposed to provide them with a level playing field, and that is also what they are calling for on a global level, and therefore uniform requirements and standards. The circular economy we're aiming for plastic waste management does not only focus on recycling. As the UNEP ID Inga Anderson has said, we won't recycle our way out of this crisis, but we have to fundamentally rethink and redesign our relationships with materials, their use and their consumption. In this context, it's a critical element how we package our products, extend the life cycle of plastics, also for packaging, by reusing and exploring alternatives to plastics. The implementation of such instruments, such as extended producer responsibility and transparent as well as inclusive value chains that play an essential role in this transition, a critical environmental challenge in this triple crisis, which is pollution, biodiversity, and climate that we are facing now. As we aim for sustainable growth and development, the issue of littering demands partnerships and collaborations for the effective management and a systemic transformation. As the SDG 17 says, and calls for is partnerships to mobilize, to share knowledge, expertise, technologies, and financial resources. And I, in that regard, like to acknowledge the decades of cooperation of India and Germany in this field and targeting also the avoidance of marine litter and therefore SDG 14, especially also by prevention at source, at land, and at sea. The German Federal Ministry of Environment has been cooperating with the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, as well as the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India as a valuable partner for more than 3 decades, and this is also resulting in several memorandum of understanding. Over time, the focus of this cooperation, the Indo-German cooperation, has changed from end-of-pipe solutions to emissions, monitoring, environmental policy, which also then now adopts an integrated, cross-sectoral and environmentally sound approach. India and Germany have embarked on projects to target the avoidance of marine litter and therefore also litter at land. The German Ministry of Environment has commissioned the colleagues from GIZ India, to implement one project that also fosters the circular economy approaches for preventing marine litter in ecosystems in 3 states of India, including Kerala. This project focuses on tracking, monitoring, and managing litter in and from marine ecosystems in India and support the implementation of those EPR systems in collaboration with the MOCC. Private sector, in particular the producers, brand owners, waste management companies, as well as regional and state governments play a key role in this project. Kerala State has been a key partner for the implementation of projects related to waste management, and I would really like to applaud the state for the various efforts on decentralized models. And as we have heard, there may be also the need developing other, perhaps hybrid approaches of waste management to be established in the future. Outside, I have seen promising approaches, for example, on refilling detergents, which I myself still struggle to establish at home myself. For me, this is one of the ultimate forms of circularity. Germany and the state of Kerala can make a difference by working together to enhance the existing and new arrangements, engagements, and partnerships. We have the voices, the best practices being not heard only on national but on international level, and in an interconnected world, you and we will all profit from global integrated approaches, as you can already see here on state level. India can be a trailblazer for an ambitious approach at G20, and we are currently discussing the leadership's communicator when also negotiating the new plastics treaty I've been talking about. Governments have to play their part, but we need a whole of society approach where the role of industry is really crucial. This is why I also particularly welcome initiatives such as today's, as the discussions and exchanges will increase and awareness is rising and build the foundation for further engagement of all the relevant stakeholders. So with that, I leave you here and thank you so much for inviting me and looking forward for you having with us together a great event. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, may I call upon Sri Sunil Pamadi, IFS Director, Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, to address the gathering.
All the respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and all the delegates who have come here to take part in the IEC. I don't want to stand between lunch and you. I just have one thought ringing in my mind while I was sitting there. Yes, we have next 2 days scheduled for discussions regarding various waste management practices, technologies, and things like that. But one thing I have noticed during the greenhouse gas emissions at the state level, in the last, say, we have data for the last 10 years. If you look at the greenhouse gas emissions in the sector, waste sector, the increase in the emissions is alarming, actually. If you take the data a decade back, it was not mostly organized. Maybe in unorganized sector, waste management has been happening. But once we have a pool of data available for last 10 years, the increase in the emissions in the waste management sector is alarming. So as the state aims to achieve the carbon neutrality by 2050, reducing the emissions is one of the important aspect, especially in the waste sector, since the waste generation has been increasing day by day, and accordingly the waste treating infrastructure is also being set up in the state. But in my view, the solution is not just in addressing the waste treatment, collection, all these things, but the solution lies in reducing the waste generation itself. So I don't know how much of that will be part of the discussions, because our theme will be the sustainable waste management practices, but not the waste reduction as such. So anyway, just want to put that thought in your mind, everyone's mind, and I wish everyone all IEC a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, may I request Sri Baiju P, Senior Program Officer, Center for Environment and Development, to give the vote of thanks.
വേദിയിലും സദസ്സിലുമുള്ള ബഹുമാന്യരെ, ഭക്ഷണം കഴിക്കാനായി എല്ലാവരും ഇരിക്കുന്ന ഈ സമയത്ത് അധിക പ്രസംഗമില്ല. നന്ദി പറയുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് എൻ്റെ കർത്തവ്യം. ഈ ഇന്ത്യൻ എൻവയോൺമെൻറ്റ് കോൺഗ്രസ് 2023 ഇന്ന് ഉദ്ഘാടന സമ്മേളനം ഇവിടെ അവസാനിക്കാൻ പോവുകയാണ്. ഈ ഉദ്ഘാടന സമ്മേളനത്തിൽ അധ്യക്ഷം വഹിച്ചത് കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ തദ്ദേശ എക്സൈസ് വകുപ്പ് മന്ത്രി ശ്രീ MP രാജേഷ് അവർകളാണ്. അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് CEDയുടെ പേരിലും GISഡിൻ്റെ പേരിലും ഡയറക്ടറേറ്റ് ഓഫ് എൻവയോൺമെൻറ്റ് ആൻഡ് ക്ലൈമറ്റ് ചേഞ്ചിൻ്റെയും SNSFൻ്റെയും പേരിൽ അഗൈതൈവമായ നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുകയാണ്. ഈ ഇന്ത്യൻ എൻവയോൺമെൻറ്റ് കോൺഗ്രസ് 2023 ഉദ്ഘാടനം ചെയ്ത് ഈ കോൺഗ്രസിനെ മഹത്താക്കിയ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ബഹുമാന്യനായ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി ശ്രീ പിണറായി വിജയൻ സാർ അവർക്ക് സംഘാടക സമിതിയുടെ പേരിൽ ഹാർദവമായ നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുകയാണ്. ഞങ്ങൾ ഈ പരിപാടിയുമായി, ഈ ഇന്ത്യൻ എൻവയോൺമെൻറ്റ് കോൺഗ്രസിൻ്റെ കാര്യവുമായി അദ്ദേഹത്തിനെ സമീപിക്കുമ്പോൾ കൃത്യമായും ഈ പരിപാടിയിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കണമെന്നും ഈ കാലിക പ്രസക്തിയുള്ള വിഷയം ചർച്ച ചെയ്യണമെന്നും ഞങ്ങളോട് ആവശ്യപ്പെടുകയും ചെയ്ത അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് എല്ലാവരുടെയും പേരിൽ നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുകയാണ്. ഈ കോൺഗ്രസിൻ്റെ പേപ്പറുകളുടെ പ്രൊസീഡിങ്സ് വോളിയം റിലീസ് ചെയ്ത, അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ GISഡിൻ്റെ CAS പ്രോജക്റ്റിൻ്റെ പ്രൊസീഡിങ്സും വോളിയം റിലീസ് ചെയ്ത ബഹുമാന്യനായ സിവിൽ സപ്ലൈസ് വകുപ്പ് മന്ത്രി ശ്രീ GR അനിൽ അവർക്ക് ഓർഗനൈസിംഗ് കമ്മിറ്റിയുടെ പേരിൽ CEDയുടെയും GISഡിൻ്റെയും ഡയറക്ടറേറ്റ് ഓഫ് എൻവയോൺമെൻറ്റ് ആൻഡ് ക്ലൈമറ്റ് ചേഞ്ചിൻ്റെയും SNFൻ്റെയും പേരിൽ നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുകയാണ്. അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ ഈ പ്രോഗ്രാമിൽ ആശംസകൾ അർപ്പിച്ച ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട 2 MLAമാരുണ്ട്. അഡ്വക്കേറ്റ് DK മുരളിയും IB സതീഷും. അഡ്വക്കേറ്റ് DK മുരളി നമുക്കറിയാം, വാമനപുരം നദീ പുനരുജ്ജീവന പ്രോജക്റ്റുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടുകൊണ്ട് ഒട്ടനവധി പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ എൻവയോൺമെൻറ്റ് സെക്ടറിൽ ചെയ്യുന്ന ശ്രീ DK മുരളി അവർക്ക് ഈ മുഹൂർത്തത്തിൽ വന്ന് ഞങ്ങളോട് സംസാരിച്ച അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുന്നു. അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ കാട്ടാക്കട ജലസമൃദ്ധി പ്രോജക്റ്റിൻ്റെ ഉപജ്ഞാതാവായിട്ടുള്ള ശ്രീ IB സതീഷ് MLA, ഇന്ത്യയിലും ഒരുപക്ഷെ ലോകത്ത് തന്നെ പ്രശസ്തി ആർജിച്ച കാട്ടാക്കട ജലസമൃദ്ധി പ്രോജക്റ്റിൻ്റെ നേതാവ് ശ്രീ IB സതീഷ് MLA ഇവിടെ വന്നു നമ്മളോട് സംസാരിച്ചു. അദ്ദേഹത്തിനും നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുകയാണ്. ശ്രീമതി ശാരദാ മുരളീധരൻ മാഡം, അഡീഷണൽ ചീഫ് സെക്രട്ടറി, മാഡത്തിൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ ഈ സമ്മേളനത്തിൽ, ഈ കോൺഫറൻസിൽ മാഡത്തിൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ വളരെ വിലപ്പെട്ടതാണ്. ഈ സമ്മേളനത്തിൽ പങ്കെടുത്ത മാഡത്തിനും നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുകയാണ്. Then on behalf of CED, I extended my sincere gratitude to Mr. Axel Borchmann for accepting our invitation and for being part of this event. He deserves special praise, even under his hectic schedule, visiting different places in Trivandrum Corporation as part of the GS project. To be with us today, sincere thanks, sir. അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ CED-യുടെ ചെയർമാനായിട്ടുള്ള BK ദാമോദരൻ സാർ, ഡോക്ടർ ബാബു ഭട്ട് സാർ തുടങ്ങി എല്ലാവർക്കും നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുന്നു. ഇതുകൂടാതെ ഈ കോൺഫറൻസ് വൻ വിജയമാക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി ഇവിടെ എത്തിച്ചേർന്നിട്ടുള്ള പ്രതിനിധികൾ, ഡെലിഗേറ്റ്സ്, വിവിധ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റുകൾ, ഇവിടെ അതിൻ്റെ ഹെഡ്മാർ, കോളേജുകളിലെ സ്റ്റുഡൻസ്, മുഴുവൻ പേർക്കും CED-യുടെയും GSED-ൻ്റെയും ഡയറക്ടറേറ്റ് ഓഫ് എൻവയോൺമെൻറ്റ് ആൻഡ് ക്ലൈമറ്റ് ചേഞ്ചിൻ്റെയും SNFSF-ൻ്റെ പേരിൽ അഗൈതവമായ നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുന്നു. ദൃശ്യ മാധ്യമ പ്രവർത്തകർ എല്ലാവർക്കും നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുന്നു. നന്ദി.
Thank you, Baiju sir. Now, may we all alight and respect our national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you, everybody. Now let us disperse for lunch and kindly receive your proceedings copies from the registration counter. Let us resume back for the remaining sessions after the lunch. Thank you, everyone. Kindly resume back by 2:30 p.m. Excellent, then I really loved it.
கீர்த்தனை ஒண்ணு பாடுறீங்களா?
ஆடாத.
நான் தான் நாகவல்லி.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for being on time. We are now going to start the next session. And we are going to continue the first session, which is half over. May I request to assemble back again in the conference room? The next session is going to start. May I request everybody to be seated back? Now we resume with the session. May I request Dr. Ajit Prabhu sir, Chief Scientist, KSCSTE, to take over the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We are about to start the technical session. First session, of course, half part is already over. That is on MSW management. So the eminent speakers are Sri Siddharth Jain IAS and Sri Digvijay Desai. May I request them to be on the dais, please? Coming, okay, fine. Respected Executive Director, Dr. Babu Ambat, various eminent and luminaries, eminent personalities, dignitaries sitting on the dais and off the dais. First of all, I express my gratitude towards Dr. Babu Ambat for giving me an opportunity to associate with great Congress, Environment Congress. He has been so kind always to see that I am becoming a part of this Indian Environment Congress. Of course, we have been listening much about the solid waste management, especially in the Kerala context. From the Honorable Chief Minister onwards, we have been listening in the forenoon session, various challenges, various barriers, and so on. To summarize those things, let me put it in these words. India faces major environmental challenges associated with waste generation and inadequate waste collection, transport, treatment, and disposal. Whole India is pressed with this problem. Current systems in India cannot cope with the volumes of waste generated by an increasing urban population, and this impacts on the environment as well as on public health. There are various significant challenges and barriers. Economic growth and population have increased the rate of municipal solid waste generation over the last decades. Economic growth often leads to the consumption of new types of goods such as electronics that are difficult to recycle. As proposed by many speakers in the forenoon, population growth also leads to increased waste generation. Besides, this growth often consists of densely populated areas of towns and cities, which can exacerbate difficulties in collecting waste. Other challenges include lack of public cooperation in solid waste collection. Sharada ma'am was explaining it very clearly. Littering and illegal dumping. Nowadays, in the evening, if you switch on TV, any media gives horrifying scenes of dog bites, dogs attacking even small children, kids, and people running helter-skelter to get out of dog bite. Spreading epidemics, viral fevers, flu, and things like that. We are part of that. So littering and illegal dumping is one of the major causes. Lack of proven models and technologies, that is another challenge and barrier, and so on. Different conditions need different methods. In the morning session, that also has been vividly explained. Waste to energy technologies are in place, but this depends on location, climate, demographics, and other socio-economic factors. Kerala is a tropical region where rainfall is much high, as you are aware, on an average 3,000 millimeters per year. Hence, it is not possible to replicate the solid municipal waste practices in the other parts of the country due to these unique weather and environmental aspects. Based on such unique ecosystem in Kerala, even the centralized or decentralized waste management processes are not highly successful. In this important session, Let us hear from the stalwarts about the strategy for MSW management and other models, recent advances, and also the lessons from such models. After the presentation, let us deliberate on such technologies and their suitability in our state for adoption or adaptation. Today we have with us a great personality, Mr. Siddharth Jain, Additional Commissioner, Municipal Corporation, is currently posted in Indore. Earlier, the Chief Executive Officer was posted at Jabua, if my pronunciation is not wrong. Siddharth was born on 12th February 1993 in Faridabad, Haryana. His father, Mr. Arvind Jain, is a chartered accountant and his mother a homemaker. Despite his simple dress and attire, he has a wonderful personality and rich knowledge. Siddharth Jain, the topper of the year 2016, after completing his BTech in 2012 in mechanical engineering from IIT Roorkee, has secured 13th rank in the prestigious UPSC IAS examination 2016 in his second attempt. So he is with us. He is going to talk on solid waste management in Indore, challenges and sustainable solution. Sir, with wholehearted, with so humble, we are so proud, we are so happy to invite you to have your presentation. Thank you.
I would like to thank the Center for Environment and Development for inviting me to Indian Environment Congress. Thiruvananthapuram is a beautiful city and it's a pleasure to land here, seeing all the beautiful vegetation and forest, which we don't find in many places across the country. So with this beauty that nature has gifted to Kerala, I think it even imbibes upon us the responsibility to protect our environment further. And the challenges of the past will be very different from the challenges of the future. Solid waste, plastic management, waste management are definitely going to be big challenges that humankind will face. We are already seeing that we have been depleting nature, we have been polluting nature to a large extent. And today I would like to share the journey of Indore, the cleanest city of India, which has been awarded 6 times this title, the cleanest city of India. From where did we start and where have we landed right now? And what are the possible strategies that Kerala can adopt from us? I'll like to take you through a brief journey of how did we do this in Indore. And I hope everyone will take some good points from here. That will be so I'll just start the presentation. So I've titled the presentation Swachhta Jan Bhagidari in Indore. The word Jan Bhagidari in Hindi means involvement of public. So Indore, just like any other Indian city in 2010, 2016, was a dirty city. It was a dirty city. There were heaps of garbage everywhere. We had 2,500 garbage vulnerable points. We termed the points where garbage was accumulated as garbage vulnerable points. So there were 2,500 such points. And from the year 2015, we started this journey. And right now, in the year 2023, we have already been awarded the cleanest city 6 times. So let us just see the journey of the city. So this was 2015. You will see the challenges as in any other country. There are heaps of garbage points. There is cattle roaming everywhere. There is plastic on the streets. There are big dustbins where people just put up their waste. I think many of you can relate, and I am not. There might be some places in Kerala also like this, but there are many such places across the country. And this is where we started. We had 100 years of legacy waste from the Holkar dynasty. So it was around 15 lakh metric tons of legacy waste that we had. So this is just a pic of year 2015. You can see fumes of gases emanating from the waste accumulated since the last 100 years. we had 7,200 sewage outfalls from houses and colonies that were polluting our rivers and nalas. So I'm just trying to sensitize you from the basic background where we started. We were not any different from any other city. We started from there and we took the journey forward. So in the year 2015-16, we took this motto that we'll now change the city entirely and work towards a clean and a better city. So the first thing that we did, that people when ask us that what we should do, what they should do in their own cities, the first thing that we did was we trained our own staff. We sensitized them a lot. Unhygienic, unclean environment, we didn't want it to be a way of their life. So we sensitized them a lot. In the year 2016 onwards, we started huge social awareness campaign. So you will see from the year 2016 till 2018, we had huge financial allocation towards IEC activities. And by IEC activities, I just don't mean a simple kind of activities. We really involved a lot of people in Indore. So right now, if you go to Indore and if you take a taxi to anywhere, the taxi driver will also tell you everything about the journey. So each and every person in the city pridefully tells you about the whole cleanliness journey. And this is a matter of pride for all Indoreans. So if you go to Indore, they'll be really proud that they're the cleanest city. And this was done by huge IEC activities that we started from 2016 onwards. From 2020 onwards, we have started the concepts like zero waste ward. There are wards which don't generate their waste at all. We have now shifted to 6-bin segregation. The country is still fighting with 2-bin segregation, but now we have achieved 6-bin segregation in Indore. We are the only ULB, urban local body, who has earned carbon credits. And recently, last week only, we are the only urban local body across the country, or I think I might be wrong, across the world, the first urban local body who has earned EPR for plastic, extended producer responsibility credits for plastic. So this has been a journey from 2015 till 2022. The photos that I showed you, these are the same streets. And right now, these are the streets. So this is the condition of streets in the morning. And it is said in Indore that if you don't polish your shoes for 3 days, you won't get dirt on the shoes. So this is the level of cleanliness that we try to achieve in Indore. So let me come to solid waste management. The entire framework of success of Indore model, the pillars of the success is the very detailed segregation of waste. In Indore, we don't treat our waste just as a waste. We try to treat it as a resource. We really try to segregate waste into 6 types. And the moment you segregate waste into these types, it becomes a resource for the industries. They automatically get pooled in, they automatically come in, they automatically invest, and they earn profit out of it. So the wet waste, for the waste waste, so approximately I just give you a brief idea. The per day waste generation is around 1200 metric tons. And just like any other city, the approximate ratio for a layman to understand is 60-40%. So it's around 550 tons of wet waste. So for this 550 tons of wet waste, we have a wet waste processing plant. It's a huge plant. It's biggest in Asia, or I think across the world. We make 17 tons of biogas out of it per day. So from our wet waste, the waste that we generate, any waste, for example, the food that you would have eaten. So in Indore, the food that we eat, we collect all that and we take it to the wet waste plant. And we generate 17 tons of biogas out of it. And that biogas, we use to fuel our own city buses that run in our own city. That biogas we use in our own autos, the small autos. In various industries, L&T also uses our own biogas, the biogas that is manufactured in this plant. So the wet waste we take in our Govardhan plant, we call it a Govardhan plant. For each type of waste, like domestic hazardous waste, we have a different facility. Electronic waste, we have a different facility. Sanitary waste, we have a different facility. Plastic and non-plastic waste go to our dry waste processing plant, which has a capacity of 400 tons per day, where it is segregated into 13 different parts. And the entire model, just because of segregation, is so remunerative that we get 2.5 crores per year as royalty from the plants. In other cities, we generally pay to the plants to process our waste. But in Indore, the plant owners pay us royalty. So we get approximately 2.5 crores royalty from the wet waste plant and 1.5 crores royalty from the plastic plant, just because they are earning so much revenue out of the waste generated in Indore. So with time, we could generate, our solid waste management system is entirely independent. The amount of revenue we generate from solid waste management is more than enough to compensate for any expenditure in this management. By expenditure, I mean the entire expenditure. This is the, so because we have been earning such nice royalties because of our waste processing technologies, we have now a huge fleet of vehicles. We have 27 mechanized sweeping machines which clean our roads and which even suck dust. So we suck around 80 to 90 tons of dust from the city per day. We have around 600 door-to-door vehicles that go to each door. So there is 100% coverage in every ward. So every ward there will be a door-to-door vehicle which will arrive at your doorstep, and I'll just tell you the mechanism also, how do we monitor this. We have garden waste vehicles, we have sewer cleaning machines. Entire infrastructure has been built because we are generating revenue out of the whole process. And right now we are very much independent in these things. So these are our ultra-modern mechanized transfer stations. So because of the economy of scale, it is not feasible for each and every vehicle that goes to the doorstep to take the waste independently to the plant. So we have 10 garbage transfer stations. They are highly mechanized. The data in these plants, the amount of wet waste, the amount of dry waste, the amount of hazardous waste, all that data using RFID tag is automatically sent to our centralized system. So daily we have a proper record, centralized automatic record of the amount of waste generated, amount of waste being carried by any vehicle, amount of waste generated in any ward. So at any moment of time, we have all this data at our own disposal and we can plan new policies according to it. So this is our vehicle monitoring system. So you can see on the right side this graph. So we optimize the time and fuel consumption of the door-to-door vehicles. So if our door-to-door vehicle moves off track for even 2 minutes, even for 2 minutes if it moves off track, we get an alert in our ICCC center and the driver is called right at that moment that where are you? So all the points of deviation are fixed. There are points where a driver will have his breakfast. There are points where he can go to washroom, but at no other point he can deviate from his track. So we try to fully optimize the fuel and time consumption, and this has been a huge success for all of us. You can see the driver has a wireless set, all cars have a wireless set. Our entire municipal corporation is connected on a wireless set 24/7. So if you see litter on road and you give a command that there is a litter on the set, within next 2 minutes that litter is removed. So you won't see littering anywhere. It is just like any other Western or Scandinavian country. This is the bio-CNG plant that I was talking about. It was inaugurated by our Honorable Prime Minister on 19th February. We produce 17 tons of CNG, bio-CNG, that I just told you, which we use to run our own buses. Around 430 buses plus 1,500 private vehicles are running on CNG. So this is a matter of pride for everyone in Indore, that the own waste that they are generating, it is being used in running the entire economy. We produce 100 tons of compost out of it, and this compost we sell to farmers. This is our dry waste processing facility with 400 tons per day. It is a fully automated centralized MRF. So using AI optical separation, we separate plastic based on their thickness, and then it is segregated into 13 different parts. It is recycled, it is shredded into granules from which we make PVC pipes, and the rest of the material that we can't use, we compress it, we make it in the form of briquettes, and because the segregation is of such a nice quality, the calorific value of those briquettes is more than 4,000 kilocalories. So that we use in our own cement factories. So the dump site that I showed you in the first photo is the year 2015. You can see the same site in the year 2020. So we had 15 lakh metric tons of bio-waste in Indore. And right now we have planted more than 2 lakh trees there, and we have developed a very beautiful city forest. And what we do is just to inculcate a sense of pride amongst our own staff also and people who visit there. Whenever someone comes there, we try to treat them. We try to host a dinner for them at the dump site. So we try to tell them the site where you couldn't even breathe 5 years ago. You can have your dinner, you can have your food there. So this is the level of transformation that we have done there. This is just another photo of it. We have claimed over 100 acres of land, and from this we have earned huge carbon credits. So we have earned a revenue of around 9 crores from carbon credits, which I'll show you in the next slide. This is just an angel of freedom. It's a big sculpture there. It symbolizes freedom from unclean, unhygienic environment. We have a very quick grievance redressal mechanism, and I'll just tell you how is it related to solid waste management. You can see the total downloads are more than 6 lakhs, and we have the total number of households in Indore are around 5.85 lakhs. So per household, we have 1 download. In this, you can, so all our vehicles are GPS tagged. You can open your app, you can click where is the vehicle, and you can know the approximate time of the door-to-door vehicle, at what time it will arrive at your doorstep. So people don't have to just wait that the vehicle will come. They'll know exactly the time where the vehicle will come at their doorstep, and they can manage. And we provide all kind of facilities of municipal corporation on this app. Right from birth till death, every facility is impaneled here. So everyone uses this app, and we use this app a lot for our IEC activities. So just like I said, we really try to work towards circular economy. And we earned carbon credits worth 9 crore rupees, because the waste that would have generated carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases, that waste we are using to generate our own bio-CNG, a clean fuel. So we earned 9 crore rupees as a revenue. And I'm not included in this presentation, but I would really like to share that we also earned EPR credits of 8 metric tons just 4 days back. And this is the first in the world by any urban local body. So these are just some pics. We were the first ULB to claim carbon credit. So this is the way forward that we have sought for it, because success breeds ambition. So after being successful in this one aspect, now we try to improve in other aspects too. So we are now working on air quality index. So Kerala, because it's a tropical and near the sea region, the air quality won't be an issue here. But in other parts of the country which are farther away from the sea, air quality is certainly an issue, and you can definitely see example of various cities. But in Indore, despite so much construction, because we have the city is expanding very wide, very quickly. We have metro construction there. Despite all that construction, we still have maintained an air quality index of around 80. And we are planning to reduce the air quality below 50 to improve the level of life of people there. We are a zero landfill city. Our waste, we process everything. We are towards phasing out single-use plastic. And I just give you the example of plastic credits. So we are recycling plastic and we are getting plastic credits out of it. We are also working on lower per capita waste reduction. So with increasing consumerism, you will see that waste generation is getting a lot, because there will be a lot of packaged foods, and the consumption in itself has increased a lot. So that leads to a lot of waste generation. But in Indore, we are trying that per capita waste should also reduce. So we have different reduce, reuse, recycle centers that have been started by Honorable Joint Secretary, Government of India. That would be there in Trivandrum also, across Kerala also. But we really make them functional. So what we have is people can donate their old clothes. From those old clothes, we stitch jute bags, and we have jute vending machines where we put those jute bags. Anyone can go to the market, they can just put 1 rupee coin and they'll get jute bags out of it. We have Bartan banks. So middle class families don't have to buy the disposable cutlery from the market. They can just, on that app itself, they can click that we need Bartan, and our own team, on a very nominal fees, they'll give you the Bartans for your any festivities or any social gatherings. So all these things lead to lower per capita waste reduction. We have mobile composting vans. So if there is any marriage, people just call that mobile composting van. It costs just 7,000 to 8,000 per day, and it will process all the food waste that is generated. And then just to inculcate a sense of pride amongst the people, we then go to those marriages. Our mayor, our political representatives go to those marriages. They give a certificate of zero waste event in those marriages also. So we try to involve every citizen in this. So this is the award. 5 times we have got this award, and the 6th time photo I am not included. Thank you so much. I'll be happy to answer any doubts.
Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Siddharth Jain. So now it is open for discussion.
Yes. May I ask a question?
Please, please.
Yeah. I want to congratulate you, and, is it possible to get your team to come to Kerala and say work on one of our districts, for instance, Kottayam? Because we would like your expertise. And this is what is very necessary here, because we have a lot of problems, but the waste, not just the regular waste, the plant waste and many other things. I was instrumental in getting the bio-green toilets on the Indian Railway, a single man journey.
Okay.
And 10,000 crores Indian Railways spent. Today, not a single toilet is dropping anywhere in India. So we can do this. And what you've done is fantastic. So we would love to have you come here as well. And is that possible?
I really appreciate your zeal, and your question is a very, I think many people will have these doubts, and across the country we are having such requests. But due to the scale of the entire country, it becomes very difficult for us to choose a single city. However, we have a proper training program. We have trained more than 700 municipalities. They come to Indore, they study our own model. They stay there for 2 to 3 days. We show them everything. How do we segregate our waste? How do we inculcate? How do we engage public in our IEC activities? And we show them all our plants. But it actually becomes logistically unfeasible to go to a city and divert our team and work there. But we try to give as much guidance as possible in our own ambits. Yeah. Okay, so sanitary management, we have an agreement with a company called Hoswin. So what happens is we have 6 bin segregation. So there is one bin that is specific for sanitary waste. And that sanitary waste is collected in our garbage transfer stations, the 10 garbage transfer stations which are there. It is properly weighed there. And Hoswin, the company, the contractor there, they come and then they take that waste from there. Sanitary waste, e-waste and domestic hazardous waste. All these 3 waste, we are not generating revenue out of it. So we are compensating from the revenue that we generate from other waste, we are compensating in the expenditure from there. Yeah. Yeah, definitely I can tell. So for liquid waste management, we have 10 STPs, sewage treatment plants, which have a capacity of 424 million liters per day. And from there we get around the water that we get out of those STPs. We pump it to a overhead tank, and from there we put it in all our gardens. So we are using the water from the STPs in irrigating more than 500 gardens in Indore. Secondly, we are also now making it mandatory for the contractors to use reused water, because our the STPs are also very good quality. So we are making it mandatory for them to use a reused water in construction activities. So we are introducing a feature in our app where any contractor can just click, and we'll tie him up with a tanker, a local tanker, which will take reused water from us, and then he'll use it in our construction activities. We also, for sludge management, we are really advanced. We had a tie-up with Bhabha Atomic Research Center, and we are using cobalt 60. Using cobalt 60, we are treating our sludge in a very, very quick manner. It is there, I think, only in Indore or Ahmedabad, just 2 cities in the country. And using cobalt 60, we process our sludge and we convert it into compost. And then we are selling it outside. So these are the 2 aspects of liquid waste. We did it in STP. Yeah. There is a separate facility for cobalt 60, but it is in the same campus. So the sludge goes there, and there we put it into briquettes. We dry it first, and then we pass it through cobalt 60. Yeah, we have co-treatment facilities also. We even have an ETP, emission treatment facility for the industrial waste. Yeah.
All your results are based on, all your achievements are based on quantities and not void claims. So it's really exciting. But one thing I want to know, how much of compost you generate, and are you giving it free to the farmers? Is there any criteria to whom to give, whether, something like that?
Yeah, so in our the wet waste plant generates around 100 tons of compost per day. We have other small plants also. The compost that is generated from the smaller plants, we use in our own municipal gardens. So we have more than 2,000 gardens with us. So we use the compost there. The 100 tons of compost that is generated in the wet waste processing facility, it has become the property of the owner of that plant. So we are in a PPP mechanism, and we give them a free hand to earn profit out of it. So it depends on the free market. Wherever he wants to sell, he sells. But we don't give it free of cost. Because if we start giving free of us, we won't be able to generate revenue out of it. Yeah. Yeah, so I told you there are 3 ways from which we are not generating revenue. We are paying the body that processes those waste. So we have a tie-up with Unique Solutions. It's a firm there. It is registered with us. We collect our waste. We have a separate bin for e-waste in our vehicles. People are very sensitized about it. So they separately give the e-waste there. From that, the e-waste goes to garbage transfer stations. There are 10 garbage transfer stations. So after a time where a respectable quantity has been generated, the person comes from there and he takes the e-waste. There is no? He takes it, it's a private facility which treats it, so he uses the valuable parts from whatever he can use from there. There is no specific treatment because there is no specific treatment, the technology doesn't exist. So we are not creators of technology, we try to execute whatever we have. So e-waste, domestic hazardous waste and sanitary waste, this we give to private players who try to generate whatever profit they can and then they incinerate it in an environment friendly manner at a proper temperature. I'll just. See, okay, the presentation. I just tried to show the picture. I'll just tell you. There is a facility. So these are the digesters, the big digesters, and then we have a huge balloon. I have not incorporated it in this photo. That has been set up by the private player only, Ever Environment. In that huge balloon, after so what happens is the biogas that is generated at the first step, it has a methane concentration of around 60% only. And then he enriches it, the methane concentration. He also removes the moisture using activated carbon and H2S. He removes that and then he increases its concentration and then he has 2 or 3 big balloons. I'm sorry I didn't bring that photo. I can share with you. He stores it there. From there, there are 2 things. We have a dispensing station at the facility itself. So there is a big dispensing station. From there also we fill it in our buses. And then we have big cascades also. So from those cascades, we send those cascades to various other dispensing stations. Secondly, what we are doing is, the next step what we are doing is, GAIL has a pipeline going through this area. So using RFP, pressure regulators, we'll try, the next step that we are trying to, we'll try to put that gas in this pipeline. So then it will become very easy for us. The moment we generate a gas, we enrich it and we'll put it in the GAIL pipeline. We are working with some tax issues because CNG and bio-CNG have different tax regimes. So.
Thank you. I am Dr. Shaji Kudiyat. I am basically a homeopathy doctor. And this is to bring to your awareness and awareness of others who are sitting in this august audience the importance of homeopathic medicines in application of plants and animals, so that the toxicity of the agricultural land and wet waste will be minimized. So it is very environment friendly, and I appreciate your consideration should be there in future and now onwards, so that this toxicity of the land can be minimized to the police. Thank you.
Probably, maybe last question from me.
Sure.
See, as I was talking in the introduction, you know the climatic, weather conditions, environmental conditions in Kerala, especially in Trivandrum or Ernakulam, Cochin or so. How do you think, or what are the differences to be adopted in replicating the same technology that you have done in indoor to be incorporated in any of our cities in Kerala? What is the degree of replicability? Or what variations is required to adopt it as such to our conditions?
Okay, so it's a good question. I think I won't do justice to this question if I just answer it abruptly, but my hint, what I can think intuitively is, see the plastic waste and the waste, that will be generated everywhere. So be it Kerala, be it, because there are a lot of rains here, so some things might be different, but the plastic waste and the wet waste that is generated at the household level or at the bulk level, for example, just the food that we have eaten here, all this is wet waste. What are we doing about it? I don't know right now. So those kind of things are same everywhere. The problem in Kerala that I personally think is, first of all, there is a huge chance that your the dry waste would have a high moisture content. this will be first challenge. So we'll have to work on it. That how can we set up our material recovery facilities in a way that we
Humidity
can.
is more as well as rainfall is more.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah. This will be one of the challenge. The other challenge will be, I think, the green waste here will be very high. So what exactly is green waste? The leaves and all, leaves, plants and all. So that will be very high in Kerala. And there is the green waste we cannot treat in a wet waste facility, because the green waste has high lignium content, which is flammable. So we cannot use it in waste facility. So for green waste, I think Kerala will have to look for a solution that is much wider than us. We also have green waste facilities. We make compost out of it. We have huge drum composters. But the quantum of green waste in Kerala will be much, much higher than ours. So on these 2 points, I definitely think there will be a difference. But I'm very sure that all these things can be easily replicated here. Another thing is I am not sure about the land availability. How much is that? Because I think most of it will be forest area. So that you'll have to see.
Thank you, Mr. Siddharth. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So, yeah, please. So, of course, we are just swapping 2 sessions. Yeah, so may I request Dr. Biju for proposing formal vote of thanks to. No, maybe Dr. Biju. You will be giving thanks at the end. Okay. So formally, thank you, Mr. Siddharth, for your excellent presentation. So in fact, we have understood a lot of things from you. And one of the punch remark you made was actually challenges of future is going to be different from past. Thank you. So now next session is actually swapped with the coming session in the second session, of course, speaker, Dr. Srinivas Keshavarapu. May I request him to be on the dais, please. So we have yet another eminent speaker, Dr. Srinivas Keshavarapu. He is currently working as Vice President and Head of Sustainability and Innovation for Resustainability Limited, Hyderabad, India, for more than 2 decades. He has worked in various government organizations and corporate companies at strategic and leadership positions like Visakhapatnam Port Trust, Environment Protection Training and Research Institute, SGS Western Solutions, Tata Steel, and so on. He has got more than 30 years of experience as an environment specialist. He is a member in the Expert Advisory Committee in the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. And his biodata is so long, so if I have to read it, I think the whole session may be required, so I cut short it here. So at least from this, you can understand how much brilliant profile he has got. So with great honor and pride, on behalf of CED, invite you, sir, for your presentation.
Center for Environment Development, dignitaries, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Chairman, I am fortunate to be here. Malinya Mukta Nava Kerala. It's good opportunity for me. Thanks for inviting me to this August session. I am, for the last 34 years, I am mostly working in environment management. I specially left Banaras Hindu Universities to study environment chemistry in the year 86. I am proud to be working for waste management for the last 23 years. Before that, I was a scientist. So I would like to give my experience in this area, especially on the solid waste management. So just 2-3 lines on our organization. This is a specialist organization in India and even especially in Asia. We have, like in India, 85 operating facilities, and solid waste itself, we are handling 6 million tons per annum in the country. And we have all different varieties of waste that we are handling: industrial, municipal, biomedical, waste to power, recycling, etc., etc. And we have footprint everywhere in 20 states in India. And we have developed brought in various advanced systems and modifications in our, right from door-to-door collection to final recycling disposal. We have brought in good transfer stations, primary, secondary, and tertiary waste collection systems. And Hyderabad is a city where we collect waste up to 8,000 tons per day. Nowhere in the country one facility is treating that much load of waste. We are handling in Delhi, Mumbai, everywhere, but Hyderabad receives at one facility 8,000 tons a day. We are processing it, and this is actually a legacy dump. 350 acres of land given to us for processing. I mean, it was spread all, and we made it into 110 acres, 30 lakh tons of waste. And 3 years back we drilled 180 retrofitted wells into that. It was 80-meter height. See, this mountain of waste, legacy waste dump, was 80-meter height, and we completely capped it, and we are collecting gas from that, and we are actually generating. These are the balloons of methane. After that's an enrichment, methane enrichment facility. Like the previous speaker said, that we are also supplying to auto fuel to retail stations, and we are also collecting, generating carbon credits out of our activities. In fact, we are carbon negative from our huge operations. What we are avoiding emissions. Instead, whatever we have scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. We are also avoiding more than what we are generating. We are in fact carbon negative. And this is our Delhi first waste to energy plant, where 22.4 megawatt power being generated from municipal solid waste. That was most successful first plant from the as-is waste. And also this is again more improved version. And Hyderabad, it is having a PLF of 99%, that we have reached to a state best of its operations. And also this is the turbo generator. And we have also invented good systems for water, wastewater management. Most of our facilities are all zero liquid discharge. We don't discharge all our facilities, no waste discharge. We either recycle, reuse, recover, whatever. So this in Delhi, we have a MVR system where water is evaporated at 60 degrees centigrade. So very having low pressure systems, we do this MVR technology. And also the bottom side, whatever the ash that comes from the boiler, waste to energy boiler, entire waste, we are actually that ash we are recycling to construction aggregates and we are selling it out. And the dump sites, we have remediated several dump sites, either for as a biomining, recovering products, or capping, several activities. We are actually, you can see the left bottom, it was actually one of the 325 acres to 14 million tons of waste that has been handled. So dump site, this topic actually given to me is on landfills. So I will only mostly stick to that. So what is a dump site? Dump site is just you bring waste and whatever generated mixed waste, just dump in a normal natural ground. So that will completely contaminate it will leach and whatnot. Every contamination is possible. All soil, land, air, everything. So whereas sanitary landfill is a scientific way of containment system, which with the waste is isolated, so there will be no percolation of anything into the ground and also no emissions. It's all completely protected system, I can explain you. So it's like, it's like a bag, big bag. So bottom there are liners and also on the top there is a cover. So we dump the waste in that and we seal it so that once it is all capped, in future for years, maybe 100 years, 200 years, it will not have any impact on that, on the environment. So there are two types of landfills. One is a landfill constructed for hazardous waste, toxic waste. It is definitely dangerous if that leachate goes into the environment, the ground. It will definitely contaminate the groundwater and even all the surface, rivers, water, all that. We have seen there is an improvement. When I joined the Ramki in 2001, it was all, there is no facility in the country. In fact, I'm happy to say that I was instrumental developing the first engineered landfill in the country with Ramki in 2000-2001. And that was, since then I know what was the state of affairs of the country and today. Today, industrial waste, toxic waste management compliance across the country is nearly 60% or even little higher. Whereas at that time it was zero, I can say, all dumping only. Whereas the municipal solid waste is still nascent. Only few cities, only this is happening, the processing is happening, otherwise being dumping. I don't name some of them. Big cities also, it's only waste is being dumped and the processing is yet to be done. So that's all about landfill. You can understand there is one bottom, from bottom all the wastewater, it's called leachate, we can take it out, and from the top we can let out the gases, maybe methane or carbon dioxide, whatever, H2S, all that we allow them to go out. So these landfills are actually facilitated, these facilities designed to protect from as I told you, from the groundwater, surface water, air pollution, birds, lizards, fire, greenhouse gas emissions, all that. See, in the carbon credit system also, it is all, there are factors. If it is a dump site, how the methane comes, there is a life cycle assessment for so many years, how much it will come. And also, to the components in a landfill facility are, there is a liner system at the bottom, a leachate collection system, all the wastewater, if there is a water, every chance that it may go down if it fails. If there is no water in that, if we take it out time to time, even if it is fails also, there is nothing that is going to happen. So leachate collection is very important. And gas collection from the top, otherwise the cover, it will fail and the purpose is lost. And finally, these facilities are mostly meant for 20 years, 30 years, or maybe more, because we can't have so many facilities. It should be large enough, the area land availability should be large enough to process, landfill, collect, manage, all different. It may be a wet waste management, it may be plastic waste, it may be all of them integrated to one area. All the plastic that we get, we should be separated out. And we have in Hyderabad, there is a plastic recycling within the processing plant. There is a waste to energy RDF within the plant. So everything will be at the same place, methanation plant. So like that, we should have a composting, RDF, fuel making, recycling, all that should be as an integral part of a processing plant. And then the surface, whatever so much heap, when the rain falls on that, we should have a proper design system to manage erosion and proper drainage system. And also entire these things, they are bound to have the contamination. So air pollution monitoring, water pollution monitoring, groundwater, all set. There are specifications. In fact, I am one of the member in the initial days in the Central Pollution Control Board in drafting the guidelines for landfill construction, these standards for what kind of, even post-closure, after all the facilities closed, there is another 15 years for municipal solid landfills. They are called sanitary landfills. 30 years for hazardous waste landfills, they have to be monitored. For that also, I am the actual member in the committee. And let us see the design part. So design is principally the life, how much should be, I told you 20 years, 30 years, the life should be, we should design, depending on that, we should allocate the land required for that. And also waste acceptance criteria, site selection. There is a big site selection. We cannot have these landfills wherever that we want. There is a 500 meters away from a habitation. There should be water draw stations away from at least 200 meters. Like that, there is a big criteria for that. And also airport. We can't have these facilities near the airports, especially the municipal solid waste. And also, there are other factors we should take care. Paucity of time, I am quickly running through these slides. So the construction will take at least 1 year, depending on the size. And also operation minimum 10 years, and it should be 20, 30 years. After that, closure, post-closure is for hazardous waste 30, municipal 15. And then, see, if we see whatever the area that we have, most of the area that we need to allocate for the processing and processing plant, and the rest is for the associated facilities after leaving 33% of green belt. 33% of the green belt is a must for any of these environmental projects. And see, the factors, there are several factors in designing. Especially this is important for Kerala. Having a coastal area, rainfall, I cannot dig. See, normally what we do, landfill means we will excavate to some extent, and it's a below ground and above ground. But here, in this state, it is not possible. Even if required, we have to elevate the land, and we should also have some embankments around that, and we should have the landfill. Otherwise, the water hydraulic pressure will damage the landfill. So, like, different landfills, below ground, above ground, all that are possible. So, the liner system, leachate, this is all discussed. So, while estimating how much should be the area and all, how much waste in that area, what is the region that will collect. We should know the quantity of the waste and life years, what we estimated, all that. Then based on that, we should design the landfill capacity. And as I told you, depending on the geography, we have to have a design for embankment, liner. Suppose in some areas where there is only clay available, in Bangalore, it's a typical different design by GIZ, designed as for a single line system. There is no double liner for hazardous waste. That's the only single line landfill in the country. That's because of the different liner system, we have a different liner design. So like that, we have for a capping, for the cover, liner, all that, we have a different design. So I'll just spend some time here on the cover. First, we have to have a proper base. It should be hard enough. And on top of that, there should be a compacted clay liner. It's a black cotton soil, we can say, the plastic soil, which will be 900 mm. That means 3 feet. 3 feet height is almost like that. So we have to put it in layers and compact it. It will become very hard, and it is absolutely impervious. We know that even if the water is there on that, it will not percolate down. And on top of that, there is a thick plastic sheet, high density polyethylene sheet that will be placed on top of that. So the permeability is much lower. It is 10 power minus 14 meters per second. And on top of that, so first is the natural mineral layer. Second is the synthetic layer. After that, synthetic layer is a flexible layer. And over that, we have a drainage media. Whatever the leachate, that should be drained out. That is 1 foot drainage. It is having some holes, pipes also, to drain out the leachate. On top of that, waste. And again, after that, there is a cover. In the cover, 600 mm, that is 2 feet of clay. On top of that, there is a drainage. Here, in municipal solid waste landfills, there is no HDPE liner on the top. But hazardous waste, it is required. Hazardous waste, same thing, 2 layers we require. It is a double liner system. Here it is single liner. And on cover, there is no HDPE. Some water can be permitted to go inside, very little, because already there is a clay layer. So there is a drainage and a vegetative cover. We can put grass or some shrubs, herbs on the cover. So there are specifications for each liner material, what should be the plasticity, what should be Atterberg, all engineering, Atterberg limits, permeability, optimum moisture content. These are all we have to test on ground. Same way, the geomembrane, that is HDPE also, we have a lot of specifications. We have to buy from, we only import since beginning. Even now, there are in India also being manufactured, but we are only purchasing because there are 21 parameters that we have to achieve. So this is how the landfill design, slopes, and see the construction. So either if we can go down or we need not go down. So this the black one is the HDPE liner. You can see the liner here. They will be welded. And also quality control also, we have to test each and every layer. We have to take core samples like that, test the moisture and the compaction, every parameter we have to test it. And also every weld joint also we have to test it, because any one leakage is enough, entire purpose is gone. So we have to test, and we use CPET, Central Institute of Plastics and Engineering Research. So they will, all our landfills, they will test. Similarly, our engineering parameters are all tested by everywhere there is IIT or at least university. They will come and inspect and certify our facilities. and this is the landfill ready for waste disposal. So operation also, just very quickly I will do. So there will be a cell wise every year, whatever that much only for the monsoon to monsoon only we will develop. After once the monsoon is achieving, before onset of monsoon, we will give a cover, monsoon cover, so that rainy season waste should not get affected. And this is actually capping after waste, how it will be capped. So these are all known. With the scientific landfills, there will be no water vectors. See, municipal landfill management, main problem is the odor. So if we operate properly, there will be no odor, and also the leachate or the wastewater that comes. These are the two problems that will be offset. And also closure, post-closure, I told you this is not required now. After closure, 20-30 years after that. And biomining, actually this is actually in fact very useful. Whatever the dumps and all, we can reclaim that. We can take out the useful components from this. We can take out the minerals, resource, and partly decomposed. And so we can see what best we can do from the legacy dumps. Maybe, see, this is the fine soil is around 40 to 60%, combustible is little bit, and then there are coarse bricks, some construction aggregates also we can take out. So some statistics, there are 3,000 plus dump sites in the country, 2020 PCB data, and also 10,000 hectares is actually lost due to that state-wise data. It is biomining is in fact we can get several resources. It has some disadvantages also for commercial angle, but we can reclaim the resource, recover the resources, reclaim the land, especially the wasting of so much of, and also, methane comes and all the GHG emissions, all that we can minimize. These dumps will produce the gas, water, dust, litter, all that, and the continue to go, the leachate goes into the water environment. It's all better. Either we do reclaim, or we have to cover that. We have to densify that and see that they are all covered. We try to do, and partly we can do, partly we can reclaim. Everything is possible. What we have done in our Hyderabad facility, as I told you, it was a 350 acres area. In that, all what waste was spread, and it was densified to 110 acres. And we retrofitted pipes like that, networking pipes to get the gas. And this is the in between stage, the same 110 acres of dump. So it was before 2005 picture. It was like this. I personally, I know that we cannot enter that place. A lot of flies, water, we can't put our foot there. It was very much leaching. And in 17, it was like that. And we have completely, with the support of government of Telangana, it could be completely capped. And we are, and also this is at Agra. This facility is also completely beautifully developed with some geocells and all, so that it was so steep. So we cannot have in that steep to have the green cover, very difficult. So we made that. So it was a beautiful place. After it's all, it's like in indoor, it's a good the party place, and it's like a picnic spot. So I think that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Srinivas. Maybe a couple of quick questions.
Yes, sir.
It's time for interaction.
I'm Sundarajan. I was in Hyderabad for a long time. So actually during the United Andhra time, I heard a couple of leakage issues and HTTP layer failure and all. But why I'm saying it's not a negative, please don't take it negative. Because Kerala, one of the highest rain-fed region in the world. So our challenges are very, very high with regards to these, leakages and all. So once it happens, your layer fails, and there are a couple of incidents that happened in the past. So how did you manage it, and what is the situation now?
Sir, this whole design is based on 900 of clay under this HDP liner micro holes. At the manufacturer itself, it will be there. It is actually, it leaks, that leakage rate, there is an action leakage rate determination. Actually, it is impervious, 10 power minus 14 meters per second. So, but in case of any damage or anything while installation or anything happens, see the clay liner below, that small water droplet goes there and it will seal that small hole. So that is the purpose of integrating clay, one natural layer, and it is called a composite liner system. So this will facilitate the sealing of the small hole that actually happens. Number one, that is the protection. Second, so while we are installing this HDPE, we should take every care. Maybe not taken. What I am suggesting, whoever it may be, we should not have water on the liner. As soon as it is every time, earlier no, what we used to do, we used to have a vertical sump, means the water, no, we used to put a submersible pump and we used to take it out the leachate. Now, what we are doing, we have on gravity, whatever leachate that will come out. It will be directly at the bottom itself, we have a pipe that will drain out the leachate out time to time. We have a separate sump out of the landfill. So there is no sump within the cell. So if there is no leachate in the cell, there is no leaking. It is foolproof.
Sir,
Thank you. Yeah, any other questions?
I would like to know about the centralized sewage system. How do you have that? Do you have that in Hyderabad? Is it something, the landfills are sort of not the best methodology for a future.
Correct.
And I think we must have a pipe system where we collect our materials. The septic tanks are very dangerous. We need to collect the raw material of sewage and convert it into electricity. And if you have some thoughts on
right,
it.
sir. What you said is exactly correct, because the landfills should be the last option. We once upon a time we started with the disposal. Now you see our brand also, name of the company also we changed. All our focus is only recycling. Whatever now we are diverting waste, mostly of the waste from the landfill or burning. Most of our incinerators are only 20% working. Most of the time we are not using. You are right, sir. We should not. We should divert waste. Number one. Number two, you have also mentioned about the septage handling and also the sewage. So sewage is actually the waste water side of it, industrial effluent. We should have a proper. Urban cities sewage is still not in good condition. STPs are, small municipalities, easy. But Hyderabad, sir, actually, most of these STPs have been recently 1-2 years. They have established to the entire capacity of the state. Still, as you said, it is need of the hour. But one important point, whatever the sewage sludge or this will help in treating the industrial effluents, because a lot of biological inoculum will be there. That will, when we mix it with industrial effluents, that will help treating the industrial effluent, toxic effluent.
Okay, thank you. So please take your seat, sir. So it was again an excellent lecture. Dr. Srinivas has touched upon various aspects of sanitary landfilling, and he has narrated the waste collection system in Hyderabad, and which is again one of the major challenge, which because 8,000 tons of waste is getting accumulated per day, and how methane is produced from this landfill. And also he has given an example of how waste can be converted to energy with the example from Delhi. And also he has narrated the landfill technology and also the best management practices. For example, leachate collection, gas collection system, etc. And also he has explained very well how the design of a landfill can be made and all its operational aspects, including biomining. And also he has given a clue about adopting the technology to Kerala, because in Kerala probably the digging may not be one practical solution, because it is more or less at almost like a sea level or below sea level, some of the countries, areas like Kuttanad, Alleppey district. So what he has suggested an elevated landfill kind of construction that is all the more welcome. So on behalf of organizers of Indian Environment Congress, sir, I express sincere thanks to you for making out this excellent presentation and giving a lot of insight on this. As a token of appreciation and affection, we would like to present, organizers would like to present a memento to you. Kindly accept our memento. Thank you. I once again thank the organizers for, especially Dr. Babu Ampat, the Executive Director, for inviting me to chair this session and be a part of this Indian Environment Congress.
Just I want to add one more point. You asked one question, how, how you can replicate the indoor model here in Kerala. My suggestion is that source segregation of waste at household is only the crux of success. If that can be done, Kerala being a small state and having you have all educated the people here, it is very much success. You can do it, and it's only the will. The municipalities know, if you really decide yourself, only awareness and the segregation to the best possible way, that's it. It can be possible. And also, sir, we are actually waste to energy. As of now, we are generating 100 megawatt power current. And we are in pipeline 160 megawatt. So a lot of power we can get from waste. We need not worry on that.
Thank you very much, sir, for chairing this session so long. And let's break for tea now, and let us come back and resume within 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for being on time. Is this a strength or anybody else yet to come? If so, if this is a strength, can I request you to come forward and sit? Now we move on to the last session. I request Dr. T. Sabu, Program Director, Center for Environment and Development, Thiruvananthapuram, to introduce the chairs and thereafter the speakers. Thank you.
Good evening. Now we are moving on to the second session of this Congress, and this session will be chaired by Professor Jiju P. Alex. I invite Professor Jiju P. Alex and Dr. Krishna Kumar to the stage. Dr. Jiju P. Alex, basically a teacher in Kerala Agricultural University, and formerly he was the Director of Extension of the university, and he graduated from Kerala University and also had his doctoral PhD degree from Agriculture Research Institute, New Delhi. And he was vast experience in the subject of mainly on agriculture and rural development, decentralization, and also he is serving as a member of the Kerala Planning Board. I welcome Dr. Jiju for chairing this session. We have Dr. Krishnamar also with us. Krishnamar had his PhD from PhD in microbiology from University of Kerala, and he now working as a senior scientist in CSIR International NIST, CSIR NIST Papanangode. And his major research areas are biological waste treatment, on-site wastewater treatment, water waste, bioremediation, etc. So recently he has completed some major projects related to the design and implementation of food waste bioenergy and the biophysical process of producing safe drinking water, bioeco-engineering system, etc. So he has in his credit some nearly 30 research papers, and he has also delivered so many addresses, presented so many papers in the major conferences. So he is also a resource person for the academic staff for college, and also reviewer of many journals. So I welcome Dr. Krishna Kumar to this session. And I'm handing over the mic to the panel to invite the speakers. We have 3 speakers in this session, and the panel will introduce the speakers also. Thank you.
Dr. Krishna Kumar would introduce the speakers.
So good evening, everyone. So in this last session of National Environment Congress 2023 organized by CED, we have 3 eminent speakers with 3 equally important topics to deliver. And the first speaker is Mr. Digvijay Desai. It's my great pleasure in introducing Mr. Desai. He is working as an assistant manager with the KPMG and presently deployed in the PMC team for Kerala Solid Waste Management Project. He's basically an MTech in environmental engineering. Previously, he has worked with Goa Waste Management Corporation and was instrumental in developing solid waste management plan for Goa. So he's talking on advanced and innovative technology for sustainable urban solid waste management and experience and best practice in the state of Goa. Over to Mr. Desai.
Thank you so much, sir. The last session on the inaugural day, so I'm sure you are tired. From morning you are sitting here. So I'll keep my session short. I'm sure that audio video plays a better impact and understanding. So I'll switch to that mode more than talking. So advanced and innovative technologies for sustainable urban solid waste management, experience and best practices from the state of Goa. The first legislation, the central legislation in waste management came in the country in the year 2000. Municipal Solid Waste Management Rules 2000. But Goa had its own legislation in the year 1996, Goa Non-Biodegradable Garbage Control Act, which had provision of segregation, which had provision for penalty or enforcement for non-segregation as well as dumping and open burning. So Goa understood the importance of waste management for the matter of fact that Goa is a tourism destination and waste management is extremely important for any state which is tourism driven. Introduction to Goa, one of the smallest state in the country, located on the Western Ghats, only 3,702 square kilometers. Resident population is 15 lakhs, whereas you see the floating population is more than 5 times the resident population. Coastline of 105 kilometers. We have the Western Ghats on the eastern side and the vast Arabian Sea on the west. Goa has 2 districts. The total waste generation you can see is 766 tons per day based on the characterization which was done in 2019. So I expect that today it's 800 tons per day. District-wise bifurcation is given the table. As I said, being a tourist destination, it is extremely important to manage waste. You can teach your local population to inculcate and sensitize them with respect to waste management, but it becomes very difficult to tell tourists to segregate the waste into 3 different fractions. It's not possible. So Goa has its own problems of garbage, but luckily we had a visionary leader in late Manohar Parrikarji. He ensured that a solid waste management cell was formed at a central level, at a state level in the state, and which culminated into a corporation, Goa Waste Management Corporation, and he was the chairman, he was the founding chairman of that corporation. So this is a special purpose vehicle of the government of Goa. I would rather add to that Goa also has a waste management department. So the main purpose of this corporation is to set up centralized waste management facilities, regional waste management facilities, to handhold the local bodies with technical support for setting up decentralized waste management facilities and creating IEC and capacity building in the whole state of Goa, all the stakeholders that are involved. I'll talk on few initiatives. The most important to any context will be the hybrid model of centralization and decentralization. We have a secondary dry waste collection mechanism for the whole state. We have waste collection along the national highways, beach stretches, and the major district roads. Some enforcement initiatives, including the judiciary, decentralized local level initiatives, and centralized waste management initiatives. So first let's talk about the centralized and decentralized waste management initiatives. Goa being a very small state, we have 205 local bodies, but being very small, the capacity, financial capacity of all local bodies is not so much that they can manage their own infrastructure for waste management. So for that reason, Class A local bodies are been directed to ensure a decentralized model where they manage their own waste. They collect door to door. They have set up decentralized waste management facilities such as for bio, It will be conventional composting, in-vessel composting, organic waste converters, or small biomethanation plants. And for dry waste facilities, they have MRFs located strategically. The only support that the state gives to this kind of Class A local bodies is a forward linkage for the non-recyclable material, which needs to be co-processed in cement factories or at a waste-to-energy facility. Other local bodies, the Goa Waste Management come into picture, where we have set up regional facilities in the state, and the local body's role only limits to collection of door-to-door waste and transporting it in segregated manner to the facilities at no tipping cost. I'll show a video on this a little later. Secondary collection of dry waste from local bodies. As I told, small local bodies do collect door-to-door waste. This is especially for non-bio waste. So the recyclable material is taken care or is taken by the local body for revenue generation purpose. But they don't know what to do with the non-recyclable. This is collected by the Goa Waste Management Corporation. You can see these 4 bins. Every school and educational institution in the state of Goa has this kind of 4 bins. This is one set. So every floor might have multiple sets where we inculcate a habit of 4-way segregation for school students from the beginning. And this actually filters into the households as well. Once the kids learn, they automatically filter the same into the households. So this is how the collection happens. From 2013, we have collected, say, 16,500 tons of waste from local, small local bodies and schools. Highway waste collection, 20 meters beyond the carriageway of the national highways and major district roads. We have a separate collection mechanism where an agency collects approximately 350 kilometers of road, covers 350 kilometers of road, and collects the waste. Strong enforcement through State Pollution Control Board and judiciary. The state, as I said, Goa Non-Biodegradable Garbage Control Act, there is a provision under that act by which we have authorized 16 stakeholders to impose fines and penalties for non-segregation, burning or open dumping, use of single plastic, etc. Such kind of initiatives and regular drives are carried out to ensure compliance. Apart from that, the High Court monitors waste management initiatives and infrastructures in the state, and necessary directions are given to the local bodies on regular basis. This is every quarterly, this review happens at the High Court. And in some cases, the court has revoked the authority of the local body to issue construction licenses, or even dismissal of the sarpanch or the chairperson also has happened. Other small initiatives are capacity building, IEC activities, flash mobs, street plays, introduction of waste management as a chapter in school curriculum. We have worked with the education department and ensured that there are subjects on waste management in the school curriculum. And MOUs with cement factory for forward linkages. It's extremely important that we have forward linkage for non-recyclable waste. So now I'll show you a small video on this decentralized approach of waste management.
मुझे कभी-कभी ये सोचकर ही हंसी आती है कि कई लोग स्वच्छ भारत के जोर-जोर से नारे लगाते हैं। गांधी जयंती के दिन हाथ में झाड़ू लेकर सिर्फ फोटोज खींचते हैं, वीडियोस बनाते हैं और उन्हें सोशल मीडिया पर अपलोड करते हैं। क्या सिर्फ एक दिन साफ सफाई करने से गंदगी हमेशा के लिए चली जाएगी? क्या हमारी जिम्मेदारी यहीं तक सीमित है? We should first clean and nourish our mind every day. Otherwise, it can easily become a garbage bin.
Good afternoon, students. We have come from Goa Waste Management Corporation. The reason why we are here is that we want to tell you all something about waste. There are two types of waste. One is dry waste and another one is wet waste. Wet waste includes all the food items or the food waste that we throw out, and dry waste is nothing but second, third, and fourth.
The school education is not only about learning subjects, but besides subjects, there are various other things that you should learn which will make you a better citizen.
Dry leaves.
One of the things is learning solid waste management.
We all know that solid waste management is like current issue and future issue. So that's why Goa Waste Management Corporation has focused on school students, because they are the people who can actually bring the change in this area. Goa Waste Management Corporation has not restricted this whole program for the school students only. We are now involving different sports clubs, NGOs, youth clubs, so that they can create awareness within their communities.
So basically, if आम्ही अशें केलें जाल्यार एका जाग्यार कचरो सगळो व्हरून थेयलो, ओके, डंप केलो आनी भितर आमचो एक मनीस रावलो आनी जेन्ना क्राउड जेन्ना एप्रोच जाता तेन्ना त्या मनशान उबो रावपाचो. कचरा येस, सो ते आमी करूं शकता, रायट? गार्बेज मॅन. या, गार्बेज मॅन.
प्लास्टिक बी सगळें लावन, कागद लावन, टेट्रा पॅक बी लावन.
So that will be a good awareness basically. People ask us, like, why street play? Why you are into street plays and all? You can make people aware in other kind of way. But street play is much easier to reach the crowd, to reach the mind of the people. Because when we do street play, we add some, music is there, songs are there, some jokes are there, so that people get relate to that. People come together, people watch us, people listen to us. If it is a simple speech or something, people won't react. Yes, it can make a good impact. Basically, a lot of crowd will be there, and Kachra Asur, it is a future threat for us. So yes, we have to make them aware of it.
And that Kachra Asur will make more impact to come and watch what is, or like why they are doing, who is this Kachra Asur.
हो जो प्रोग्राम आसा तो सक्सेसफूल जावचो म्हणून आमी फक्त प्रेजेंटेशनां किंवा थियोरिटिकल नॉलेज दिवप हेजेरूच नासता, आमी तांकां प्रॅक्टिकल ते एक्चुली कशें करप ते दाखयता. आमची महिला जी आसा तांचो जो सहकार्य आसा ते खूब गरजेचें आसा, कित्याक तुमी पळयता की सगळे जे घरा कडेन हावज होल्ड एक्टिविटीज आसा ते मोस्ट ऑफ द टायम बायलांच करतात. तर तेंचे कडल्यान जो हे प्रकल्प जर तेंच्यांनी समजून घेतलो जाल्यार आमकां हो प्रोग्राम आहा तो इफेक्टीव करपाक खूब मदत मेळटली. आमकां गोवा वेस्ट मॅनेजमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन जे आसा तेंच्यांनी ही पिशवी दिल्ली आसा, जी पिशवी आमी तुमचे कडेन दितले पंचायत आमी हाडून. पिशवी जी आसा तिचेर वेगवेगळी चित्रां दिल्लीं आसा, जी आमी तुमकां ऑलरेडी एक्सप्लेन केल्ली आसा, की तितून तुमी जो ड्राय वेस्ट मेळटा थंय न्हू तो सगळो हितून घालून आमचे कडेन दिवचो.
थोडे लोक कितें करी सगळ्या पिशवेन भरी आतां ते खंय उडोवया, खंय जळोवया. भायर सुद्दां जळयल्यार लोकांक त्रास होत न्ही. थर्माकोल जळयलो जाल्यार ते वास येता, तो धरपड वास घेवन वचो, आनी इवन ते थर्माकोल जळना, कितें तरी उरता तेजें. तो व्हडलो प्रॉब्लेम आशिल्लो. आतां आमकां कांयच टेंशन ना. आमी पिशवेन घालता सगळो बारीक बारीक इतलो कचरो सुद्दां, आनी पंचायतीन दिता, ते वेळोवेळ कलेक्ट करता. ही जी कचऱ्याची पिशवी आसा पळय ती आमी किचनाच्या भायल्या सायडीक दवरता, आनी दुदाचे पिशवी धुवन उडयता न्ही तातूंत, त्या कारणान ताका वास बीस येना. म्हणजे खूब दीस उरलेले आमकांय वास येना, कोणाकूच त्रास जायना त्या पिशवेचो. म्हणजे वास येता तसली गोश्ट आमी तातूंत उडयना. फक्त सुके ड्राय तितलेच पिशवी आसता पळय जावं कागदां तितलेच उडयता. आमचे भुरगे सुद्दां चॉकलेट खाले न्ही जाल्यार ते कागद पिशवेन व्हरून घालतात. ओलो कचरो आमचो ऑलरेडी कसो तरी झाडांक हें जावन सारें जाता भाजयेचें. अन्न जें आसा वेस्ट जाता पळय ती कुत्री माजरां जो कोणागेर गोरवां आसता, पोशिल्ले कुत्रे आसता, तो दारान अशे कुत्रे तांकां घालता आमी. प्रॉब्लेम कांयच जायना.
आमी एक पॅम्पलेट्स काडल्यो की अमके डेटीक कलेक्शन जातलें. 13 आनी 14 म्हयन्याचे 13 आनी 14 आनी 28 आनी 29 हे 4 दीस आमचे फिक्स आसा. ज्या दिसाचें आमी प्लॅनिंग केलें की ह्या 4 दिसांक आमी कलेक्शन करतले.
We have a proper system which is followed in different schools, that we have distributed 4 bins in schools so that they can actually follow the 4-way segregation, that is plastic, paper cardboards, non-recyclables and glass and metal. We have twice a month collection schedule. On that, we have 12 taluka. Based on that, different taluka is allotted with different days in a week.
Goa has decided that Goa would be zero waste and landfill free. You cannot push everyone to a point and achieve this status. We have promoted, we have grown with a decentralized approach. We want waste to be treated where it is generated. We want communities to take ownership of their waste, treat the waste, recycle their waste. We have worked on village management plans wherein each village has planned how they will treat their own waste, how the collection would do, how the transportation would go about. Each village is mandated to bring out their own village management plan.
आजच्या मिटिंगेक तुमच्या सगळ्यांचे स्वागत करता. मिटिंगेचो विशय हा गार्बेजचे बाबतींत अवेरनेस जे आहा तें जाल्लें आसा. आतां आमकां फुडें कलेक्शनाक वचपाक जाय. कलेक्शन कशें करप हे तुमचे प्रत्येकाचे आमकां विचार जाय.
म्हाका दिसता की रिक्षान बरें, सायकलीन म्हटल्यार खूब दीस लागतले न्हू आनी टायम वेस्ट जातलो आनी रिक्षान म्हटल्यार टायम वेस्ट जातलो आनी कलेक्शन फास्ट जातलें.
रिक्षेचें भाडें कशें परवडटलें?
सायकलीक 15 दीस म्हणजे लोकांक लेबर घालतले जाल्यार 15 दीस लागतले आनी रिक्षा म्हटल्यार एका दिसान जातलें आनी पेमेंट करपाकूय बरो पडटलो न्हू.
म्हाका अशें दिसून येयलें की सायकली पेक्षा आमकां रिक्षान बरें पडटलें.
After door-to-door collection, the dry waste reaches the sorting center. These sorting centers are present in almost all the panchayats of Goa. This sorting center itself acts as a decentralized facility for segregation of waste. The waste is further segregated into recyclables and non-recyclables. The recyclables category includes the PET bottles, paper cardboards, which the panchayat sells it to the recyclers and earns revenue out of it. Whatever the non-recyclable remains, Goa Waste Management Corporation takes up the responsibility of collecting all the non-recyclables and sending it further for co-processing.
Goa has total 14 municipalities, and in these municipalities, Goa Waste Management Corporation has set up a decentralized segregation facility. All these decentralized facilities are facilitated by a conveyor belt wherein the dry waste is segregated into recyclables and non-recyclables, and these recyclables are sold out by municipalities for revenue generation. Non-recyclable combustible waste is baled by the municipality, and Goa Waste Management Corporation supports them in terms of transporting these bales to the cement companies for further co-processing or co-incineration.
जशी शेड आमची भरली न्हू तशें आमी मागीर कॉल लॉक करता. कॉल लॉक करपाचो प्रोसिजर हो सिंपल आसा. गोवा सॉलिड वेस्ट मॅनेजमेंटानसून एक लिंक दिल्लें आसा. ते लिंकार क्लिक केले काय एक फॉर्म येता. फॉर्म फिलअप करून सबमीट करपाचो आनी विथीन 24 hours भितून गाडी येता आनी कचरो घेवन वयता.
Once the vehicle reaches the facility, all the non-recyclable waste is collected, weighed, and then transferred to the GWMC facility, and we send it further for co-processing.
Each village puts its own emphasis, its own ideas, its own ways and means to treat their waste. We have achieved great success in this. This has encouraged us to strengthen this system and push in our resources at the village level. So we are coming up with material recovery facilities at each village where villages can do source segregation, can earn from recyclables, and then comes our support for non-recyclable waste where we could take up and come to a regional facility and bale it and send it for co-processing. That's our model. We want to strengthen this model further and work with grassroots villages to deliver a zero waste Goa.
So now you saw how the decentralized model is working. This was an extremely rural local body that was there, one of the foothills of the Western Ghats. Now I'll so now I'll talk about the centralized waste management facility. 250 tons integrated solid waste management facility. This is how the 250 tons integrated facility looks. It has 3 biodigester digesters. It has a separate dry and wet waste processing line. So you see on the left the white patch that was there. This patch This was a dump site for almost 25-30 years, where waste was dumped indiscriminately. In the year 2014, government of Goa decided to bioremediate this dump and set up of integrated solid waste management facility. So on the right, you can see in the year 2022, Google Earth, that this facility is there and up and running for last 7 years plus. Some of the salient features of the facility: the capacity is 250 tons per day plus 20% of additional capacity for flash load. Area of the plot is 1 lakh square meters. Sorry. Build-up area is 16,000 square meters. We established this facility in 2 phases. One is, first we established a 100 TPD facility and later enhanced it to 250 TPD. Till now, the facility has treated more than 3,65,000 tons of waste, and here we generate the biogas, and from biogas we are generating electricity. So we have generated around 2.7 crore units of electricity from 2016. And less than 3% of the incoming waste goes to the landfill, sanitary landfill. As I said, mechanism, we have separate dry and wet waste processing line, material recovery facility, biomethanation and sludge dewatering facility, composting line, biogas-based power plant, and a sanitary landfill. These are some photos for reference, but I think we can skip this and go to the video regarding this facility, and I think that will interest you more.
Maybe the video can be played at the latest because we are running short of time.
So when you want to, at the end?
Yeah, if time permits, we'll see that.
Okay. So what you can see on the left side is a dry waste management facility, dry waste tipping floor. On the right is a wet waste tipping floor. These are the wet waste bunkers, how odor management happens. These are areas under negative pressure always, so that no odor escapes from the shed. This is a manual sorting center in the facility for dry waste. These are the biomethanation facilities, 50 TPD each, 3 of them. So total 150 TPD per day can be handled. These are solar drying sheds where after sludge dewatering, composting of the sludge happens. Model of establishment: old legacy dump site was remediated and land was recovered, and facility was set up. Qualified bidders were allowed to bid at 25-75 debt equity ratio. Cost of the facility was 145 crores, but today it can be set up in less than 120 crores. Additional 70 crores of operation OPEX for 10 years. And the government only provided land, approach road, power and water supply to the battery point. Success story: the dump which you saw earlier, there were almost 100 rack pickers that were working there. Today they are formalized, they are working in a formal sector. They have EPF, they have insurance, they have periodic medical checkup that happens. During lockdown, this facility did not stop for one day also. We ensured that the facility ran throughout the lockdown. And the facility is a hub for industrial visits. And it has been recommended, one of the recommended technologies by the National Green Tribunal, Principal Bench at Delhi. A similar facility is in South, so I'll not go into it. Just some photos that you can see. Some MRF facilities, just for reference. I think that's it. If you can show the video, it will be great. Some remediation activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Digyujay. That was a wonderful presentation. In fact, we would have loved to see the video. We will find out whether we can have it afterwards.
Yeah, sure.
I think we can permit, how many questions? 2 questions. on this presentation.
One question. There, you told the floating population is 5 times the normal population, but you haven't told anything about the tourism component of the whole waste management. For example, waste collection. Everything is very rural, as if it in Kerala or somewhere else. So Goa means for us is tourism, and it is 5 times floating population. So can you just explain that component?
I didn't get your question exactly. I understood what you're saying, but the question was?
Basically on the waste management part of the tourism sector.
Tourism sector. Okay, so we have tied up with the Travel and Tourism Association of Goa for, the hoteliers, which actually more of the people who are into the hospitality industry, or their association is been tied up with Goa Waste Management Corporation, where we have regular meetings with them for ensuring that two-way segregation at least happens at the hotels and restaurants. So that two-way segregation, as Srinivasan sir said in the earlier session, segregation is the crux of waste management. If segregation happens at source, half the battle is won. So segregation is the key. So because of that, we have ensured that Travel and Tourism Association is on board with the government's initiatives of waste management. Thank you. Any more questions?
Can have one more question.
Yeah.
No, I think.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
So we have the next speaker, Mrs. Jyotish Chandran. It's my pleasure in introducing Mr. Jyotish Chandran. So he's the director of the solid waste management activity of Kerala State Sujitha Mission. He's an MTech in environmental engineering. His area of specialization includes working in Sujitha Mission for the past 5 years in the area of, as I said, solid waste management. He's supplying local bodies of Kerala technically in the area of waste management. So Mr. Jyotish Chandran will be talking on innovations in decentralized solid waste management in Kerala. Please.
Good evening all. I don't have a presentation, but the current scenario that we are facing in Kerala, just I will explain briefly. As I already said, the segregation is a basic principle of waste management. Without segregation and operation maintenance, waste management activity will not be a success. That means we are spending crores of rupees every year. And the majority of our community plants are not functioning because of the poor operation maintenance. In Kerala, Kerala is actually, the density of population is very high as compared to other states of India. That's why we are promoting decentralized waste management, for which we are supplying composting devices, biomethanation devices, all these things. But actually, we are not ensuring whether these kind of devices are functioning or not. If one device is functioning in a house having 2 or 3 or 3 to 4 members, then we could address minimum 1 kilogram of bio waste. That means, as far as the waste generation is concerned, as per our policy, 77% is wet waste and the remaining 23% is only dry waste. The wet waste, actually, we are facing some problems in wet wasting. And in dry waste, actually, we already have a good mechanism of collection of this kind of dry waste from the houses using Haritha Karma Sena. Now we could collect almost 80-85% of the dry waste from the houses. And we have enough MCF, MRF, and other processing facilities. That means we are doing only segregation, then baling and shedding of this waste. But in Kerala, the recycling industry is not so much because almost majority of the segregated waste is going outside. Other thing is we have 5% reject also we have. That means chappal, bag, all these kinds. These are only we can address through the co-incineration in cement factories or any other waste to energy plants. But unfortunately, in Kerala we don't have any cement factory having this mechanism. That means we have only one cement factory in Malabar cement factory, and that cement factory doesn't have co-incineration facility. That's why the biomining process, that means I already mentioned about the importance of segregation. Without segregation, that's why we, in Kerala, I think in municipalities, 44 dump sites are there. The major dump site is our Kochi, Brahmapuram dump site, having 5 lakh m³ of dumps, legacy waste are there. We need to understand, for addressing 1 m³ or 1 ton of legacy waste, we have to spend 1,200 rupees in Kerala. But in other states, it is nearly 550 to 600 rupees because they have cement factories or waste energy projects. So when allotting Swachh Bharat Mission grant, they are actually giving only 550 rupees per metric ton. But we need to spend more than 1,000 rupees per metric ton because of this absence of cement factories or waste to energy projects in Kerala. So segregation is an important thing. Once we segregated the waste, it is not a waste, it is a resource. Unsegregated waste is a waste. So we have to minimize the dump sites in Kerala. That means 44 dump sites we have, out of which 18 we could clear it so far. And 8 work is going on. And remaining 18 dump sites we need to clear within 1 year because NGT cases are there. Because NGT, and they are actually monitoring what we are doing. From the biomining, from the dump sites, it generates 3 kinds of, that means liquid waste, that means the water, the wastewater coming out, it will go to the rivers, then groundwater pollution, also air pollution. These 3 kinds of pollution is happening through this dump site. So at the earliest, we have to address these dump sites. And in Kochi alone, we need to spend 50 crores rupees. That means 5 lakh m³ of waste is there. And I think in Kerala, in Kollam, Kuripura project, we could successfully address that issue. That work was done by Sigma agencies. That means they are actually dividing or segregating into 12 categories and addressing each for different usages. And if the decentralized segregation, that means the decentralized waste management is promoting, we can address a major issue in Kerala. That means we don't have enough land for constructing centralized plants. That's why in Kerala, I think the number of centralized plants are very meager as compared to other states. So we are promoting the decentralized waste management. And in markets, we have different kinds of technology. That means biomethanation plants are there. But as I said, majority are not functioning because of the O&M. So whenever this kind of works are awarding to an agency, we should ensure minimum 5-year O&M also. That means we are spending more than 25-30 lakhs per metric ton of biomethanation plants. At the same time, we are not spending 1 lakh or 1.5 lakhs per year for its O&M. Once this O&M or AMC is also given to the agency, we can ensure that 5-year that plant will comfortably work. So then we have to, the decentralization is not only the basic thing. That means we have to promote the centralized plants also. The excess overflow waste can be addressed in the centralized plants. Another case, the sanitary waste. We have only one centralized plant in Kochi, that is Kerala Enviro Infrastructure Limited, where we can address the sanitary, that means diaper, napkins, this kind of waste. Now we can address using this facility. But it is very difficult to take all the waste from Trivandrum, Kasaragod, from this area. It is very difficult to take this waste to the Kochi area. So we are now actually looking to introduce some decentralized methods in every district. That means they are charging 28 rupees per kg for incinerating 1 kilogram of sanitary waste, and the transportation and collection charge is extra. So it will come nearly 50 rupees. Once we can establish this kind of decentralized system. That means different technologies are there, plasma pyrolysis systems are there. Many companies are actually, they are ready to invest or set up this kind of machineries in decentralized system once we provided sufficient land. That means we have to consider, or we have to set up these kind of technologies in business models. Then only it will survive. That means once an agency come forward, and if we will provide enough land, electricity or water, the company is ready to invest money and they will effectively implement such projects. So we have to promote such a mechanism to address this kind of waste. And also the EPR. So far we couldn't implement EPR in Kerala, extended producer responsibility, because all brand owners, importers, and they have the responsibility to address whatever the waste comes out at the end of that the life of that product. But so far that kind of income we didn't get so far, because that we need to implement this EPR system in Kerala also. Then I think now we are addressing, we are actually finding the source of income through the user fees to the Haridharma Sena. Once this EPR system we could implement, we can reduce the user fee also. Then enforcement. Enforcement is also an important thing, because once the enforcement system also will have its own importance, then the people will follow the rules. That means we are all we are wearing helmet, because we are actually getting fine otherwise. So now the government of Kerala has set up 23 enforcement teams in Kerala, and they are doing their job. And we have more than 40 rendering plants. Do you know what is happening to the chicken waste? Earlier it was a waste. That means for 1 kilogram chicken, then it generates nearly 20-25% of waste. Earlier this kind of waste are actually dumping in roadside or rivers. But now we have 40 rendering plants in Kerala, and they are addressing nearly 750 metric tons of waste, and that chicken waste is actually, they are converting to some value-added products. It's a ingredient of animal and fish feeds. Except Trivandrum, Alappuzha and Idukki, all districts we have rendering plants. It's actually business model. Government didn't spend any single paisa for this kind of thing, because they are actually getting tipping fee from the waste generators plus the selling price of this raw material. And the municipality and corporation and Gram Panchayat, they are getting royalty fees also. This kind of business models, we have to promote it. Then only we can properly address our waste in future. And once the system, that means waste management activity, we will address this issue, our sector in tourism also we can promote it, because we have more than 600 kilometer coastal area, then we have the highland, our tourism places. Once the segregation and this kind of waste management system is okay, then our tourism sector will also improve. Thank you.
Thank you, Jyotish, for very elaborately describing the initiatives by the Kerala government and the issues faced by Kerala in waste management. I think we can have a few questions. Please.
I can hear. Yes, reduction of waste is an important thing. That's why we are promoting the green protocol. As far as possible, we have to reduce the waste, reduce, reuse, recycle. Then the green protocol is actually, it was first implemented in Kerala very first, because in 2014 in national games we have introduced a new green protocol in Kerala, and now it is almost in all functions. I think we are promoting the this kind of system. That means we can reduce the waste. That's the first of its thing. Then only we can think about the processing and other things. Yes, in own house also. Yes, then we have to, everybody need to think about that one. That's why we are giving IEC and capacity building to the people. So they have to think to minimize the waste. Because our average generation of waste in panchayat area is 250 gram, then in municipality is 300, 350 grams. Then we can reduce the weight if we think like that.
Yeah, I have one question. I was part of the waste to energy project of Brahmapuram plant. I know GJ Eco Services, they have tried, but we don't know finally, even environmental clearance we got it. But at the end of the day, suddenly said, there is any waste to energy plant in Kerala, why we are not promoting? But that's my first question. Second is, we are the meat eaters. Now Kerala is the #1 meat eaters. How many abattoirs are there in Kerala? And why we are not promoting it? Why do we want to eat very dirty meat? You know, everybody wants dirty meat only. What's the reason for it?
Yeah. Actually, waste energy plant, actually, we already decided, that means 7 waste energy plants in Kerala. One of it's in Brahmapuram. But none of the waste energy projects are viable projects. The only thing is we can address the waste. And in Kerala, I think the calorific value is also very less. That means it is below 1,500. Once the calorific value is more than 1,500, it will be effective for waste energy projects. And the wet waste content also very high, that is 77% wet waste. Also the rainfall of Kerala is also very high. So in Kerala, the atmosphere is not suitable for waste energy projects. That's the main issue.
So totally, now it's forbidden, means it's a forgotten story.
It is not finally decided anyway. The discussion is going on anyway.
Yeah, if it can be done in other states, why not here? That's
yes. Anyway, we need. I already said we need either some cement factory or waste energy plants in either any one of it we have to implement in Kerala, because otherwise we have to spend that much money to address the rejects. All these rejects are going to outside Kerala, because there enough cement factories are there. Then we can address the rejects. That means chappal, bag. This kind of rejects, how we can address it. So we need any minimum 1 or 2 waste energy projects in Kerala. Really we need actually.
I really need. Okay. Regarding this chicken waste and all, you know, I live in the Lulu Mall area. When I walk in the morning, I can see very big bundles of chicken waste thrown on the streets and on the drainage and all. Every day I'm seeing it. So we are being the meat eater, #1 meat eaters. Why we don't have a better?
Yes, actually, in Trivandrum there is no rendering plant, unfortunately, because here more than 75 metric ton of chicken waste is generating every day. But I think 50% of which is actually taking to Idayar. In Ernakulam districts, 3 or 4 rendering plants are there. In corporation area, they have agreement with Idayar, and the agencies are there. They are collecting this waste and they are transporting to Idayar. And in Trivandrum, I think in one of these panchayats, one firm came, and but due to the protest from the people, it has not happened. Actually, it was a most modern plant. The machineries was actually they are importing from Netherlands. But the people are saying that we never want any Vilappishala. That's the stand. Actually, the water control systems are there. That means it needs only 50 cents of land. Most modern machinery they are using. But the people are actually protesting. We can't blame them because their experience is like that. Once an MRF or MCF or a waste plant is there, after 1 year, there will be just like a dump site there. That's why we are not promoting this kind of plan. So we have to showcase, we have to implement such pilot projects having, that means the system is good. Then only the people will, we can showcase. For some pilot projects, we have to implement it.
Yeah, one more question that regarding the students' involvement. You know, without the stakeholder involvement, nothing is going to work. So what we have to do? The stakeholder involvement is very, very low. What is the reason for it?
Yes.
Because why you are not taking the stakeholders into confidence?
Because
the people are not there.
Now just we seen that in Goa what is happening.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying. That's the reason.
So in curriculum also we have to include in foreign countries. They are actually from their childhood onwards, they are getting this kind of knowledge actually. So it's actually
start from schools.
I think
we can start from schools.
We can have discussions.
Moreover, these students can change the mindset of the parents also.
Jyotish, I think we can have discussions later.
Okay.
So any other question? One more question? One single question. please.
ഇപ്പം നിയമമില്ല എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ എൻവയോൺമെൻറ്റ് പ്രൊട്ടക്ഷൻ ആക്ട് ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, ഇത്രയും ലോസും ആക്റ്റും ഉണ്ടല്ലോ നമുക്കത്. നമ്മുടെ സോളിഡ് വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് റൂൾ അത് തന്നെ വ്യക്തമായി പറയുന്നുണ്ടല്ലോ. കാരണം അതിന് യൂസർ ഫീ കൊടുക്കേണ്ടതാണെന്ന്, ഇടയ്ക്ക് യൂസർ ഫീ കൊടുക്കാൻ പാടില്ല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് കോടതിയിൽ പോയി, അത് കോടതി റിജക്റ്റ് ചെയ്തു. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ മൈ വേസ്റ്റ് മൈ റെസ്പോൺസിബിലിറ്റി അത് തന്നെയാണ് എല്ലാ ഇതിലും പറയുന്നത് തന്നെയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഇതില്ല. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഓരോ ആൾക്കാരും ഇതിനകത്ത് ഇൻവോൾവ്മെൻറ്റ് ഉണ്ടാക്കണം. പിന്നെ MCF MRF ഇപ്പോൾ കേരളത്തിൽ 1200 MCFകളുണ്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ. അപ്പോൾ അവിടെ പലപ്പോഴും ഇതിൻ്റെ ഒരു സെഗ്രിഗേഷൻ പ്രോപ്പർട്ടി നടക്കുന്നില്ല. ശരിയാണ്. കാരണം നമുക്ക് ഈ പറയുന്ന ആധുനിക രീതിയിലുള്ള കൺവെയർ ബെൽറ്റ് ഉണ്ടാവണം. വെറും മാനുവൽ സെഗ്രിഗേഷൻ എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ അതിന് പരിധി ഉണ്ടാവും. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്കൊരു കൺവെയർ വെക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ അത് സെമി ഓട്ടോമാറ്റിക്കാണ്. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്കവിടെ കുറച്ചുകൂടെ ഫാസ്റ്റായിട്ട് സെഗ്രിഗേഷൻ നടക്കും. അപ്പോൾ അത്തരത്തിലുള്ള സിസ്റ്റംസ് ആയി വരുന്ന ഒരു 6-7 മാസം കൊണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ നമുക്കറിയാമല്ലോ, ഇപ്പോൾ ബ്രഹ്മപുരത്തിൻ്റെ വിഷയത്തിൽ ഇപ്പോൾ കോടതി തന്നെ സ്വമേധയാ കേസെടുക്കുകയും ഈ വരുന്ന മാർച്ച് 30 വരെ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യേണ്ട കാര്യങ്ങളെ പറ്റിയുള്ള വ്യക്തമായ ഒരു ടൈം ഫ്രെയിം നമ്മൾ അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ആക്ഷൻ പ്ലാൻ കൊടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അനുസരിച്ച് കാര്യങ്ങൾ പോകണം. എന്തായാലും മാറ്റം ഉണ്ടാവും.
Okay, I think we can conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Jyotish. So, on behalf of CED, I request
Thank you.
to give a small memento to Mr. Jyotish. Thank you. So, we have the last speaker in this session, Mr. P.N. Damodaran. His MSc and PhD in microbiology. His area of specialization include solid waste management, FSTP and STP management, microbial biotechnology and biological disease control. So he's previously he was a visiting scientist in one of the universities in China, as well as he was a faculty in one of the universities in South Korea. He has several publications and nearly 20 years of teaching and research experience in the area of waste management. Over to Mr. Damodaran.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. And thank you, CED and Babu Mbad sir, for providing this opportunity for me. And a lot of senior dignitaries are there. So myself, Dr. Damodaran from IRTC. And as many of you know, IRTC is a part of KSSP. And many of the people here know that what we are already doing. So I just give a brief introduction about IRTC, that we have been working in waste management for the past more than 3 decades. And IRTC has implemented, we have R&D and implementation units, and we are successfully implemented and running several waste management projects in Kerala. And we are working with more than 400 LSGAs in various manners. So since it is too late, I don't want to explain a lot. So my background is basically I'm a microbiologist, and I was working with microorganisms. So my major contribution in solid waste management in Kerala or as a part of IRTC will be that we have developed microbial consortium to biocompost waste at a faster rate. So taking Kundangulam as a role model, where IRTC was working for past several years, and the strategies what we have done there. There are general strategies, as Jyotish sir and others were telling, that like IEC activities, other campaigning and others, general strategies for segregations. We are also saying the same, source level segregation. And from that, source level processing of bio-waste. So most of the households in Kundangulam is having a minimum source level segregation unit, like let it be a biocomposter bin or pipe compost or other. And other than that, community level bio-waste is being transported to the decentralized unit, which is situated in once known as Kurkampara and now the Green Park. So for that, we have developed some innovations in windrow composting compared to the conventional windrow composting system. One is that we have a microbial consortium which is enzymatically active and which are of native quality, and a scientific proven efficiency of coir pits to absorb the water content and to keep leachate free composting. So first thing what we have done is that we have developed a microbial consortium. We have isolated microorganisms which are effective, and we found out that they are effective as well as pathogen free. And from that, we have studied their enzymatic activity, and we have developed this microbial consortium. And this microbial consortium is being used in Kundangola and many other waste management composting areas in Kerala. That means in plains. And we have a system to make 100 liters per day of inoculum, microbial consortium, which is being transported to various parts of Kerala also. So for all these processes, the coir pit acts as a very suitable carrier medium because it absorbs water and it reduces the leachate and almost stops the leachate. So we can make the windrow composting system almost leachate free. So considering Kundangulam municipality, this is the most successful model which is spoken in a decentralized manner, and there in Kundangulam we are doing the windrow composting system using the microbial consortium and addition of coir pit as a absorbent. And here the process is that about 100 kilos of coir pit is being used for 1 ton of bio-waste process with an addition of 1 liter of microbial consortium. This 150 kilogram is a ballpark one, because if there is some water content more, then you will have to add a little bit of extra coir pit. And this is being mixed in the beginning itself, then shredded, and windrows are made. These windrows will be kept for 10 days, and once after 10 days, these windrows will be mixed, and then after 25 to 30 days, these 3 to 4 windrows can be merged, and then this can be used as compost. So in Kundangulam, what we get is that from 1 ton of bio-waste, around 250 to 300 kilograms of compost is made, and this compost is sold at the rate of 12 to 14 in different parts. So this microbial consortium was developed for a plains and tropical areas of Kerala, but this was not the case when we had a situation in Munnar. So we got an opportunity to work in Munnar with the UNDP project that to develop a windrow composting system, effective windrow composting system, to work in the Munnar region. So the problem I faced in Munnar was that the low temperature. So we had to develop a microbial consortium which works in that low temperature and effectively. So as a part of that, we have isolated samples. We have taken samples, isolated them in there itself, and brought it to our lab and developed in a lower temperature. And we are tested repeatedly in Munnar in various conditions, tested repeatedly for their efficacy, and we have developed a microbial consortium which works in lower temperature. So this has been implemented. This is being now about 3 to 4 tons of bio-waste are being processed in Munnar per day. For 3 to 4 tons of bio-waste are being processed, and they have already made the compost, and they are selling this as a market called Munnar Green. Yes, Munnar Green as enriched biomanure. This is an enriched biomanure because while adding the microbial consortium, while preparing the microbial consortium, we are adding trichoderma Trichoderma is a effective microorganisms which is disease for disease resistance. So this trichoderma is we are ensured that trichoderma is retained even after making the compost. So this is an enriched biomineral being sold in Munnar. So in both these places, from my experience, bio-waste processing is relatively easy, but the strategy is different. For Kundangulam, we have space, at least somewhat space, we can give domestic bio-waste management systems. But in Munnar, it's not the case. You have most of the people living there are only a single room house. So at there, you cannot have a system which we have done in Kundangulam or any other places. So there, we have developed a little bit different system where community level collection for bio-waste also been done, ensuring that non-bio waste has been segregated at the source itself. And this bio-waste is being taken to the winter composting yard at Kallar and being processed for composting. So this is what I would like to share here with regarding our bio-waste management for composting process. And in IRTC, we have developed other systems also for biogas, and we would like to promote another thing is the lateral linked biogas system. I think that is a very suitable model in Kerala, and we have successfully developed and installed and implemented and running in various parts of Kerala. The lateral linked biogas systems, which can, at the same time, which can handle two problems: domestic waste or a community level bio waste, as well as a community level toilet fecal waste. And presently, we are working on other microbial consortia to work on fecal waste and liquid waste handling. So actually, we are a team of small group of scientists working in IRTC campus, but we have another set of engineers and other environmental scientists working as a part of our implementation unit. Thank you. I think it's before.
Now you can have a few questions.
I'm Sundarajan. I understand these are experimental plot or it's all research work and...
No, this is a research action plan.
So you are addressing the entire Kundamkulam waste management?
Yes, bio-waste management.
And Munnar also you are addressing entire thing?
Munnar Panchayat, yes.
All Panchayat. So it can be replicated in other
yes.
Other cities. That's what you are saying.
It can be replicated.
Okay, thank you.
It is being replicated actually. Munnar is, Kundangulam is replicated in Guruvayur and many other places.
Are steps taken for liquid waste management also?
We are just, from my part, from our IRTC's part, we are working with liquid waste management. From research part, we are working on liquid waste management. We are presently working on it. Liquid waste? No, we are not working with the liquid waste in Kundangulam and Munnar.
So, any more questions? So, we'll finish this session. And thank you, Mr. Damodaran. And on behalf of CED, this is a small memento for you. So we'll watch the video that we missed previously, the biogas generation system at Goa.
Goa is a land of immense beauty and as such attracts thousands of tourists every year. But unfortunately, this beauty is not untouched by the mounting waste problem that the world is facing. In order to tackle this problem, our former Chief Minister Manohar Parrikar determined to find a scientific solution, set up a team of dedicated individuals which visited and studied both Indian and foreign waste technology facilities to resolve the problem.
I am extremely privileged to be associated with waste management plant at Saligaon since its inception. Initially, the Department of Science and Technology had set this up. GSIDC has been the managing associates for setting up this plant. Thereafter, Goa Waste Management Corporation came into being, and thereafter we expanded it, and now the operations are run by Hindustan Waste Treatment Limited and administratively controlled by Goa Waste Management Corporation.
The government of Goa awarded Hindustan Waste Treatment Private Limited to set up a state-of-the-art facility with some of the most advanced technology in waste management. Work commenced under the supervision of an expert committee headed by Padma Shri Dr. Kale, along with committee members from NEERI, IIT Mumbai and BITS Goa.
GWMC is running a facility at Salegaon for treating the solid waste which is generated in North Goa. This 250 metric ton plants has realized the dream that we can make this Vasundhara free of garbage.
An existing landfill was identified as the land for this project. The team began setting up the waste treatment facility while simultaneously remediating the waste from the landfill. In an astonishing 45 days, 50,000 tons was treated into refuse-derived fuel or RDF and composed by 2 multi-deck vibratory screens, along with other heavy machinery and carriage vehicles. The RDF was sent to cement companies and compost was used for green belt development. The entire dump was cleared and sanitary landfill cells were constructed on the same land. Construction of the facility continued at a rapid pace while being closely monitored by experienced engineers to ensure the utmost quality. Also, trained technicians from foreign-based equipment manufacturers assisted in supervision of machinery installation. After 15 months of dedicated work, India's first integrated solid waste treatment facility was finally operational. The 100 TPD solid waste management facility at Salegaon, Goa, which was put in operation in August 2016, subsequently was upgraded to 250 TPD in December 2021, for which financial assistance was availed from NABARD.
Initially, Rural Infrastructure Development Fund was started in the year 1995-96 with an aim to provide loans to state government for completion of incomplete projects related to irrigation, flood protection and watershed management function. The demand for rural infrastructure has undergone sea change over the last few decades. Taking cognizance of this transformation, various activities such as solid waste management, which are necessary for holistic and rural development, have been considered under RIDF. NABARD has financed solid waste treatment plant at Salegaon under Tranche 27.
The facility adopts an integrated treatment philosophy wherein there are segregated lines for treatment of wet and dry waste. The dry waste is brought into the facility by panchayats and trucks and are weighed at the weighbridge station and then are unloaded onto the tipping floor, where a front loader loads the waste into an in-feed bunker and bag opener. The chain conveyor carries it to a wind sifter, which separates the waste into 3 fractions: heavy, medium and light. Medium fraction, mainly comprising of recyclables, are conveyed to the manual sorting station for sorting of recyclables. Waste is sorted into multiple recyclable fractions. These fractions are baled and stored separately before being sent to recyclers. Light fraction is taken to the RDF storage area. RDF is used for co-processing by cement companies in place of coal. A separate wet waste treatment shed is provided to receive the incoming wet waste. Wet waste is unloaded into the in-feed bunker with multiple screw conveyors, which homogenize the content and feed the same into an organic extrusion press. This unit automatically segregates the mixed waste into dry or inorganic fraction and wet or organic fraction. The pulp is then pumped into the thermophilic digester. Here it ferments and generates biogas, which is cleaned, scrubbed of H2S and fed into the gas engines of 1370 kilowatt capacity, and the excess biogas is flared off. The generated electricity is used to run the entire processing facility and the balance is exported to the grid. The digested sludge is then taken to a screw press and centrifuge where it is dewatered, and the dewatered solids are taken into the solar drying sheds for drying and composting. In the solar drying shed, a turning and conveying machine helps dissipate the moisture from the sludge, yielding a dry granulated compost, which is then sent out directly as fine quality compost. The grit, which is less than 10% of the waste received, is disposed into the scientific landfill and is built and lined with bentonite, HDPE, and geotextile covers. Centered and flow wash effluent from solid waste management facility is treated in the ETP after it is screened and then equalized in the equalization tank. It is treated biologically in the sequential batch reactor, which will further reduce the pollutant load in the effluent. It is further treated in multi-grade filter, followed by activated carbon filter, and is disinfected using chlorine. The treated water is stored in treated water storage tank for gardening and fire water storage tank for further use. Biofilters are used to ensure the odorous airs are effectively sucked and absorbed from the process area before it is vented into the atmosphere. Ambient air inside the sorting station is always kept clean and cool by using air filter and cooling systems. The complete facility is monitored and operated from a central control room via a PLC SCADA-based system. The engineer on watch has a complete visual contact with key areas of the plant through a series of cameras. The facility is also fully equipped with necessary safety features, including a fully fledged firefighting system. In just a span of 7 years, the facility has managed to treat 3.35 lakh tons of solid waste and generate 2 crores 31 lakh kilowatt hours of power.
The state-of-art facility is one of Asia's best biogas from waste plants, generating an average of 28,000 units of electricity, with 40% used in the facility operations and the rest exported to the grid. The GWMC, along with the Department of Science, Technology and Waste Management, is committed to sustainable development in waste management and proud of the progress made so far.
A visible change in the facility's surroundings is an added bonus.
It is a proud feeling for me as the chairman. There's so many the scientists, tourists, those who are coming, they are visiting on this plant to see the facilities. 250 TPD mixed waste we are treating the per day. Through this mixed waste we are generating the power. One of the best practice of the solid waste management is going on at this plant.
With most materials being recycled or repurposed and only a small fraction ending up in landfill, sufficient electricity being generated by gas and the solar panels installed to run the entire facility, and excess exported to the grid, water being recycled for maintenance and non-potable use, and practicing rainwater harvesting along with high quality compost that is sent out, the facility is clearly a glance of the vision of a zero waste Goa, self-sustainable and a clean Goa. GWMC is committed to sustainable waste management practices that will benefit the environment and the people of Goa for generations to come.
We are coming to the end of this session. It was a very informative session which had given so much of insights to the technologies which are available, which are being used across India. And we have a lot many things to take as cues from this experience while dealing with the issue of waste management in the state. So in fact, Sri Digvijay Singh Desai from Goa had demonstrated how Goa has tackled the issue of waste management, particularly the municipal waste, with the help of state-of-art technology and also a centralized processing plant, which was awesome, I would say. And I think we have got so many lessons to learn from your experience, particularly Kerala is also now poised to project itself as a hub of tourism. We would be also having this kind of issues in coming years. And also we have got several other constraints with respect to geography, with respect to ecology, and also availability of space. So we may have to have a different technology and different approach altogether, but still we have got so many things to learn from you. And Jyotish Chandran had aptly described the initiatives by Kerala in the field of solid waste management. I think in the inaugural session, the minister himself and the ACS might have explained the issues faced by Kerala and how Kerala has decided to tackle these issues. In fact, we have to have a hybrid system of waste management. It has to be essentially decentralized. At the same time, we have to seek the possibilities of having centralized systems as well. And all different technologies which are available across the country and across the world will have to be adopted based on its feasibility in Kerala. So we are open to any kind of technology for that matter. And maybe as a chairman and also a member of the State Planning Board who is dealing with this domain, I would like to inform the audience that the Kerala has already initiated several steps in this regard. We have got some deadlines as pointed out by Jyotish. We are bound to give answers to the High Court. Even before that, in fact, in the 14th five-year plan, we had initiated a massive drive to deal with the issue of waste management. And it was at the midst of that, the Brahmapuram issue came up. And it got intensified, truly speaking. But even before that, we had initiated a massive drive to deal with the issue of waste management. And this year, we have almost about 4,000 crores from different sources, which is being invested in solid waste management alone. And also we have got a World Bank project which would be duly dealing with this issue. And Dr. Damodaran from IRTC has given our indigenous ways of dealing with bio-waste. IRTC being a non-governmental organization, the technology and R&D wing of the Kerala Shastra Sahitya Parishad has been doing commendable work in developing household technologies to deal with composting, and they have come up with different types of consortia of microbial organisms, and those consortia are being utilized by different local bodies across the state. I think that is a very laudable. It's okay, it's okay. The attempts by IRTC are quite laudable, and I appreciate IRTC for actively involving and showcasing the efficacy of the technologies, particularly in Kundankulam municipality and also Munnar. Munnar, as he explained, has got very specific issues. It has got issues of low temperature, which would prevent disintegration or biodegradation by microbial degradation, and they have resorted to different new technologies. So in fact, all these three speakers have pointed out different aspects of waste management, right from technology-intensive waste management to indigenous methods of waste management. That was a very good cross-section. And so thankful to all the speakers, and on behalf, to the organizers of this particular seminar as well, CED, who has been always coming up with very relevant topics every year, and waste management is one of the most important topic as far as Kerala is concerned. Thankful to you for inviting me as the chair of this program along with Krishna Kumar.
So once again, thank you all for joining this wonderful session. So we have a couple of successful stories in this session. Let us hope that in the coming days, all these things will be replicated in other places of the Kerala so that we'll have a more sustainable waste management activities. Thank you all for being part of this program. Thank you.